love Israel? Israel number one. No politic here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas. No politics here. 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 What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday. It's Thirsty Thursday, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. We are live. We're alive. It is July 24th, 2025. One day out from my birthday. I'm already turning 34 in other parts of the planet, but we are here. We are live. We are alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today is a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is Thursday, and it's a thirsty one. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. A new war has just started. Oh, the Thailand, Cambodia. Yeah, we're not going to cover that right now. Let's be real, okay? I wish everybody well, though. You need life alert? I know, I probably do. All right, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it is Thirsty freaking Thursday. What is this? Thirsty Thursday indeed. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news.
We have concocted a Hasan thirst trap tier list. My team last night compiled a bunch of photos of Hasan's thirst traps, and together we are going to tier list them.
That's insane.
So, look, I'm just practicing being a streamer, okay? I'm just.
I like that. That's cool. That's nice. That's a birthday gift to me. Anyway, folks, my team. He has a team. That's like not even a joke. He does have a team. I wonder if he's just using that to do that, though. Anyway, where was I? Hold up. He took that core power from your fridge, dog? Oh, I believe it. 100p. Hi, dude. My dad passed away today at 79. My mom has dementia, and I have no relatives on the continent. Could really use some kind words if possible. Appreciate you, bro. Even if you don't mention it, bless you and have a great stream. Sorry to hear that, brother. I'm sorry to hear that, or sister, or the emperor. I hope you have a good day regardless. It's going to be a tough one to overcome, not going to lie to you. But, you're surrounded by a community that is empathetic to your plight. That's wild. All right. Well, at least you're not Hulk Hogan. You know what I mean? Wait, did he just say my father just passed away? Is your dad Hulk Hogan? Wait, what the fuck? That's crazy. What the helly? Okay. It's just a Gunner game. This game is just Dark Souls 1 and Stellar Blade. Okay, Oliver, shut the fuck up about Wu Chang, okay? Which kind of feels like a racist way to say Wukong. Like if you were just like a racist and you were like, what is that game? Wu Chang? It's right here. I have it. I already downloaded the new drivers. I already downloaded the game. Okay, calm down. I got you. Are you going to talk about V Shoujo today? Maybe if I have time. But you know, I've there's been so much going on that I have not had the time to get to. I have not had time to get to the V Shoujo stuff. But I mean, it seems pretty depraved. It seems pretty monstrous. I mean, defend Iron Mouse at all costs, obviously. The only good IDF. Heard the V Shoujo thing was your fault? Bro, that's what I heard too. Last night I ended the broadcast, okay? Big mistake for me to end the broadcast and then still like look at what's going on the internet, like on Twitter. Because I saw that people were somehow mad at me or something. Like, it was just very strange. Yeah, bro, how do you take an awful situation going on with V Shoujo and somehow make it about Hasan for a guy who loves calling his critics obsessed stalkers? You sure seem to be quite obsessed with Hasan yourself. I saw this tweet on my timeline and I was like, what the fuck is this? And then it's Ludwig's V Shoujo hot take backfires horribly. Okay, and it's like, I don't even know what Ludwig said. I don't even know the full extent of the V Shoujo stuff. I think they just like stole money from a bunch of VTubers. And I guess Ludwig said something about it, which is understandable for him to say something about that. Like, why wouldn't he say something about that? It's his friend. You know, we have all fundraised for the IDF, the Immune Deficiency Foundation, not the Israeli occupying force, of course. He called them terrorists, and brain dead people think it's hypocritical because he's your friend, the biggest terrorist in the world. Okay, so the entire saga is V Shoujo is bad. Ludwig jokingly says V Shoujo is a terrorist organization, and then the people responded to that to be like, you're friends with Hasan, who is a terrorist? Is that what it is? Like, this is the tweet. You have been easy clickbait for the dumbest people. I've been in a totally amazing space by just like not seeing that side of the world and not carrying that over to my broadcast, partially because like there's already so much to talk about. There's already so much awful nonsense happening in the world that I don't want to hear from like the dumbest people on the planet who are incredibly ill-informed about geopolitical matters, who then like try to spear dick me into every single conversation in an effort to just like basically position themselves as like good in the eyes of some of the worst scumbags on the internet, right? And I guess, you know, that's still been going on regardless of me not paying attention to that. But this is like the strangest, most insane way to do it. V Shoujo, for those of you who don't know, is it's like an MCN almost for VTubers. It's like a management group for VTubers. Now, it's a talent agency, and seems like these people just want to attack all your friends at all costs to make them avoid you. I know. That's what it is. No, the goal for a lot of these like weirdos is to both farm like hate clicks, but it's also to basically just like make sure that even if people like me in this space, and virtually all of the content creators I have no issues with, I'm good friends with many of them, they want to make it so that like I'm toxic by association. That's precisely what it is. And to be fair, a lot of streamers are understandably scared of controversy. So I'm sure it works to a certain degree, but I don't know. I just it's very strange because like they have their own like unique little environment. They have their own unique little environment where it's just like they're all weird, toxic, and gross, and it doesn't work anyway. But I don't fully understand it. I'd love to hear your current take on Project 2025. How fucked are we? I mean, we are currently in Project 2025, so look around. You know, just look around. That's how fucked we are. What you see is what you get. In any case, personal news-wise, I saw that. I didn't even understand what the hell was going on. I thought it was strange. But I guess that's what's happening. Weird. Yeah, Project 2025 is inside us, not vice versa. Yeah, it's in us. It's inside of us. It's nestled inside of our booty. But
But where was I? Are you aware Dr. Mike Israel's a race realist? If you were, why promote him? Because I'm a race realist. And no, I wasn't aware of that. But I don't even what? If you were aware, why would you promote him? Because I'm of course, because I'm a race realist myself. I'm a race realist, but for Filipinos. What that means is every other race is equal except for Filipinos who are above everyone else. That's it. I think everyone is a product of nurture rather than nature, except for Swagapinos, who still are obviously susceptible to nurture as well. But the starting point for Swagapinos is higher than everybody else. That's it. But like not like crazy, not like a crazy amount higher. It's just like one branch, just a little bit. How about that? And I never said what is like genetically superior about Swagapinos. It's just like it's from my experience, what I have seen on the basketball courts and everywhere else around. It's just like there is the shorter you are as a Swagapino, the better you are at basketball and the better you are at karaoke. And the taller you get, the worse you get, except for Jared McCain. Race realism is scientific racism. Yes, I'm a race realist who thinks all races are equal except Swagapinos who just only have like additional genetic advantages for karaoke and basketball. Okay. But it's not even that significant of a difference. Anyway, so where was I? When was the last time you measured your skull? It's been a while. So yeah, personal news wise, ended the broadcast last night. What did I do? I've been watching Pantheon, which has been amazing. I've been watching Pantheon. I'm watching. I'm obviously catching. Like I'm continuing with Don Da Don. Second season's been pretty good. I've been watching. What else? What else have I been watching? Kaiju number 8. Also, second season started off like with a banger, and Pantheon is amazing. For the record, I never had watched it because I thought it was like kind of boring. I tried to get into it first episode, and I was like, I'm not really into it, but. Will convinced me to watch it. Look out for Kagurabachi. Is that the trash one? Because I've been watching that one too. That one's pretty good. What happened on Frieren? I caught up. And watch Foundation too. I don't know what that is. Oh, of course, Pikamoto Days as well. I mean, Sakamoto Days is like not peak, but it is a very fun anime to watch. That's another one that I'm keeping up with. And the trash anime seems kind of cool as well. It seems kind of weird, and I like it. What else? Pantheon is like on a totally separate level, though, as far as like being an artistic work that holds on its own, that holds up on its own. So I've been watching a lot of stuff and not really doing too much else. I mean, I was gonna go and work out last night as well to do a two a day. And I couldn't even move around. Oh, and Fire Force as well. I'm still watching that too. And I didn't get to do a Hawk 2 a day. Instead, I basically just sat on the couch the entire time. I feel like, I don't know what happened. I have a suspicion. This is totally random, but I have this weird suspicion that like all of my shit got hacked or something. Since I went to Vegas, I don't know why. Because since I came back from Vegas, literally all of my electronic equipment have basically halved its battery lifespan. My phone, my Apple Watch, I don't know what it is. My Apple Watch used to at least go for like almost a day and a half without having to be charged. Heat? No, but it wasn't like, I wasn't in like that much heat. I don't know what it is. You think so? I don't know, but my Apple Watch, I took to the Apple store recently and they were like, oh, if your battery is actually depleted down to like its overall lifespan, down to like 80%, you can actually get a new battery for free. We swap it out because it's in the warranty. And they told me last time I went to the store, the Apple store, that like it actually was fine. My battery was at like 90%, 90, 92, 93%. But basically since Vegas, like my shit doesn't last even Like I charge my Apple Watch at night. I wake up in the morning, I put on the Apple Watch, and by the time it's nighttime, it is almost completely depleted. And I don't know what the fuck happened. I think you have been hacked. Restart everything, and you may have to replace things. Very good hackers have you in their sights, bro. No joke. Thanks, man. The other thing is like my Apple AirPod Max Pro, whatever the fuck, like these things, they had to be completely reset. I had to completely reset this morning because like it was no longer automatically picking up my iPhone for some reason. Don't know why that happened. Did you plug any of your devices into a charge station? No. It's probably just planned obsolescence. I'm just memeing when I say it's like most likely. When I say I'm being hacked, I'm just joking for the most part. But yeah, new South Park Trump AI. Don't worry, I got the new South Park. Don't worry. I would strongly advise for you to build your own Apple-like brand and hiring engineers to build proprietary phones and smartwatches for you to avoid being hacked. That sounds like a great idea. I should just start my own company. Explain this. Eat the rich includes LeBron James. I said what I fucking said. Partying with Bezos. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Okay, I need to come clean. I saw this this morning, and this is one of the most devastating things I have seen about LeBron. And I think he was there just because he was like keeping a close watch on Jeff Bezos to make sure he wasn't like doing anything fucked up. You know what I mean? Like because at first I was like, oh, it's got to be deep fake. It's got to be AI. Because like everyone was on Jeff Bezos to make sure he wasn't like doing anything fucked up. You know what I mean? Like because at first I was like, oh, it's got to be deep fake. It's got to be AI. Because like everyone was mad that he was singing along to Not Like Us, right? Like the infantile mind looks at this and goes, oh, LeBron James is so fucking phony. He's so fake to Drake. Like, you know, and then the dumber person looks at that and goes, oh, Drake and LeBron were running two-mans. Like he's been cheating on Savannah. It's like that did not happen. Okay. Why are you fantasizing about another man's meat? Okay. And if it's LeBron's meat, why are you not respecting it? Okay. You're disrespecting LeBron's meat by acting as though he's going to cheat on his wife, which he has never done, right? Like he's never ever done that. He would never ever do that. So it's weird that people are just like saying fucked up shit like that. But I will say this: when I saw this video and I saw him like singing along, I was like, oh great, like he deserves a vacation. He's my king. You know, it's great, whatever. And then the video pans over here. And you see like this figure and you're like, wait a minute, do I know this woman? Like, I've recognized this boob job anywhere, right? And then boom. And when I saw that, I was like, oh God. Oh no. I guess what happened here is LeBron is clearly undercover, and he's like an undercover proletarian agent. Right. By the way, I have this exact same hand fan I use when I'm in the bathtub. Anyway, that's besides the point. But he's like very clearly undercover because like you can see like he's got a hat on. Like you can't even tell that that's LeBron James. Right. Like you're like, oh, that could be anybody. Right. Because he's the master of disguise. And it seems like he was there in close vicinity to Jeff Bezos, like acting like he's partying so he can keep a close watch on Jeff Bezos to make sure he can defend the proletarian revolution if the time comes, right? Like that's probably what it was. So I think it's okay. Yeah, he's an undercover proletarian hero. That's why he was there. It's very clear to me that he is like, you can't even tell that that's LeBron James. Like he is so good at blending in. So that's what I think. Also, you guys are racist for not wanting a black man to party. After a long season, he's 40 years old. Like, I'm sorry. What? Yeah. So, yeah, it's weird. It's weird how racist chat gets about LeBron all the time. It's really messed up. Anyway, so yeah, that's my take on LeBron James. Okay, so this morning, woke up early. Of course, went to ball my freaking face off. Got a checkup with the doctor. Doctor said, clean bill of health. You're fucking kicking it. You're killing it. Actually weighed myself at the doctor's office. Turns out I'm still 235, just like I was 235 last time I was there a couple months back. So I don't know what happened. I guess like my heavy caloric deficit has already kicked in. How's the ankle? The ankle's fine. The ankle's fine. I just like think that at this age, when I injure myself, it's just gonna take months to recover perfectly, you know, and I have to be careful. It is what it is. I finally lost one game to one of the dudes I play ball with after years and years of just destroying him every single time. And you know, that was a little devastating, but of course I immediately recovered in the second game and destroyed him. So there's that. 235 kilogram. Damn, living large. Yeah, I'm 235 kilograms, chatter. Jazan Sexo2 react when? I don't know. Is that Jason's song? That's the song he made, right? About having sex. Hate to break it to you, but at this age, there's little chance of healing back 100% perfect. Well, that's what you think. There is. Did you saw the commentary from the Mexican minister Carrie Caberga made about you? A Mexican minister did commentary about me? What does that even... Brother, you're 34, not 60? Yeah, the positive side of being 34 is that I'm 1 year closer. I am 1 year closer to potentially doing TRT. Because as I've told you, like, with healthy individuals, once you start hitting like 35, you start you start having diminished results, and your testosterone levels decrease, right? So like once I get even a whiff of that, Carrie Caberga is a Spanish meme. They're fucking with you. You just said, what a yummy cock. Oh, nice. Okay. So when I actually start having diminishing T levels, I'm gonna immediately get on that TRT, you know, HRT baby. Let's go. You can naturally boost testosterone levels by simply being built different. I mean, my T levels are pretty fucking high. Naturally, so I haven't done it yet, but maybe I will. All right. Anyway, let's blast off and let's get it twisted. Let's get it started. Let's keep it going. You already know what it is. Okay. We're live. We're alive. Epstein and Trump love each other. Journal reports DOJ informed Trump that he was all over. Why is chat mean to you sometimes? Because they want to take me down a couple pegs every single time. You know what I mean? He was all over the files. South Park jokes about Trump and MAGA is mad. Please tell me you're going to shit camp this year. I'd be down to do it for sure. Ceasefire talks collapse. Oh my God. It's so shocking. I am so confused. How could that have happened? That's weird. I don't even fucking cover the ceasefire shit any longer when they come out with it, because there's no reason to talk about it, because I know it's just not gonna, it's not going anywhere. These motherfuckers don't want to actually have a ceasefire situation. Okay, Hulk Hogan is dead. Hulk Hogan died. We'll of course talk about his legacy. He did not see the Shahada at the time of his death, which is why he is not seeing Jannah. So don't lie, don't do fake news and say, oh, he said the Shahada right before he died and he's going to Jannah. He's not. It gives me no pleasure to report this, but Hulk Hogan absolutely did not say the Shahada at the point of his death right before he died. So he will not be seeing the light of Allah. He will not be going to Jannah. So yeah, he's going to Jahannam, which, you know, rip, I guess. I was with him. I can confirm he didn't say it. Yeah. Trump is pissed about the South Park episode. I love this because, like, they're so stupid that South Park is exactly the type of shit that that these guys fucking lose their minds over. What the fuck is this? This has 50,000 likes.
Oh, on in front of the journalist.
That's crazy.
Oh my God. It's still going.
I cannot believe this has 50,000 likes. Are you busting one? No, it's way sadder. I had a severe abdominal cramp after sneezing. I sneezed so hard and I was so dehydrated that I had a severe abdominal cramp. And this was actually in front of the Finnish national TV broadcasters that were filming me the entire time. 20,000 bookmarks? What the fuck? 20,000 bookmarks? 20,000 bookmarks. That my bad, guys. I was under the table. Okay, I don't want to freaking scroll this. I don't want to free scroll this. 20,000 nuts busted. I wonder how many of these bookmarks are from my haters who also are gooning to me, but they also can't help themselves. Like they're haters, but they also love gooning. On behalf of all Twitter gooners, be careful. You might get an ulcer reporting on unpleasant news. Yeah, I think it's fine. Hate gooning. Yeah, that is real. That's a real thing that people do. Anyway, where were we? I had that happen a few times. I stopped after I started stretching my stomach, cobra pose. Okay. Ozzy's death barely got breath from you, dude. Hogan was an anti-union racist MAGA, and Ozzy helped create metal music and final concert raised $190 million for charity. Well, with Ozzy Osbourne, I just didn't really talk about it that much because I just don't I don't know. I'm not like a huge Ozzy Osbourne fan. I don't really know enough about Ozzy Osbourne. The only thing that I recall about Ozzy Osbourne is that I think he not only performed in Israel recently, but also his wife is like a massive, massive Israel defender. So you should listen to War Pigs. No, I have. I know. I'm very familiar with dude, I used to listen to a lot of Ozzy Osbourne when I was younger, but I don't think he wrote any of these songs that he performed. He didn't write those songs, but he definitely was one of the 200 stars accusing BBC of anti-Israel bias. I just don't really care. He did write them. Okay, bro. For me, it just doesn't make sense. Okay. It does not fucking make sense. That's why I was surprised with that support. Dude, listen to me. The man who wrote War Pigs, if he did actually write War Pigs, what the fuck's he doing accusing the BBC of anti-Israel bias? Like what? He is fried by 2025. There's no synopsis left. Also, I've heard that he didn't even do it. He was in the late stage of Parkinson's disease. It was all his wife. I don't know. I just fucking hate Sharon Osbourne. Okay, that's what it is. But I also am not I mean, I listened to a lot of Black Sabbath when I was growing up, but beyond that, as you guys know, not a big music guy regardless. And also on top, I mean, it goes hard. Warpig goes hard. Okay. I mean, it does. Wait, did I blast off already? Oh, I didn't. Hold on. Epstein and Trump love each other. MAGA is mad. Hulk Hogan died.
Generals gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses. Evil minds that plot destruction, sorcerer of death's construction. In the fields of bodies burning, as the war machine keeps turning. Death and hatred to mankind, poisoning their brainwashed minds. Oh Lord, yeah.
Hasan is no longer Unc. He's officially grandpa. I mean, this is a song far before my time as well. But this song is from 1970, dude. What are we talking about? This is not my time either, but it's just like a classic.
Politicians hide themselves away. They only started the war. Why should they go out to fight? They leave their all to the poor. Yeah.
Anyway, let me blast off. I haven't even blasted off yet. It's 47 minutes in.
Time will tell on their power minds, making war just for fun, treating people just like boys in chess. Wait till their judgment day comes. Yeah.
All right. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. There you go, dude. Rock and roll, baby. Not having this energy for a real American hero dying. Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan was a massive piece of shit, a union buster, a ginormous racist, was literally responsible for Gawker getting absolutely eviscerated by Peter Thiel. So, yeah, I don't give a fuck about Hulk Hogan, dog. We'll talk about all that in a second. Don't worry. Anyway, all right. The fucking VOD is cooked anyway. This is so cooked. The VOD is so cooked. There's going to be like a fucking 10-minute blip in the VOD. It's so muted. It is super, super muted. I heard someone say Ozzy is white people's Tupac, and I can't stop laughing. Yeah, I'm a Jesse Ventura head. So obviously I am anti-Hulk Hogan, just like Jesse the Body Ventura in the mind, brother. Okay, so for those of you who are mourning the loss of Hulk Hogan, I don't care about that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I read that as a 33-year-old, Hulk Hogan died the day before his birthday. Wait, what? When is Hulk Hogan's birthday? No, it's August 11th. He was coming up. You are so old for knowing Jesse. It's funny because I don't even know Jesse Ventura because of wrestling. I know him because of politics. Remember when his son ripped off the Bleach manga? I heard, I don't know enough about his son, but I heard his son's not the best either. Oh, okay. There's a lot of anti-war sentiment around Vietnam. Was not anti-imperialist at all. It was just self-preservation, a desire not to be drafted to fight. They don't object to the good wars, just the bad wars. No, that's not even entirely true. There was a shit ton of people back then. People were way more radical because they also had the USSR. So I think that's not entirely correct. I mean, you're not wrong either. There were definitely a lot of people in America that were engaging in self-preservation, and that's why they were anti-war, because they didn't want to go to war. But I will say this, there was a lot more radical elements within Western politics in general. The USSR was still alive and kicking, obviously. And America's enemies at that point were obviously socialist and socialist adjacent states regardless, and, Vietnam included. So, that's this thread went viral. Oh, revolutionary blackout, socialist MMA, anti-Semitism is not real. I'm not religious. First of all, it's not that viral. It's 29,000 likes. Secondly, this is yet another one of those guys who's like, Hasan is a fucking phony. This is yet another one of those guys who was like, yo, Hasan is fake as fuck, bro. Hasan is a fake leftist from the left. Every single one of those guys have become either like MAGA communists or basically become this. So it's not surprising at all. Yeah, years ago I said guys like this, like all these like Jimmy Dore orbiters have like fucked ass vibes, and they all you could clock them because they were like big Tulsi Gabbard fans too. That's it. People have no idea how radical the 60s were. The police station near Berkeley got bombed so often it stopped making the news. Yeah, I mean, even think about like in the 60s. Saw TikTok calling you a Radley because you've talked to Bernie and AOC in the past. Yes. I know. Guys. I tried not to engage in like left bashing and punching left to the best of my ability, because I think everyone has a different place in this space. But know that many people who do spend every waking moment shitting on the left, from the left, are usually just doing it because they want to make a name for themselves. They want to be like the most left, the most morally pure leftist or whatever, and it doesn't really matter. Time will show exactly what's with the crustaceans in the title. I don't know, man. I just use like a red emoji. Why does everybody freak out about the crustaceans in the title? How do people who hate you think about you so often? I like you and I don't fucking think about you at all when you're not on my screen. I don't know. Like there are people who I think have a decent moral foundation and a decent ideological worldview that might even exhibit more radical tendencies than someone like myself. And I don't spend a good deal of time criticizing them or left bashing in general. Like Bad Empanada is a good example of this, where I think he's like a crazy person. He is chaotic good, if that makes sense. But ultimately, like think about how little little time I spend like shitting on Bad Empanada or whatever. Because like I think he's coming from, like, we have different methods, we have different tactics, we have different techniques, but overall, we're working on the same side. Then there are obviously grifters. Then there are obviously grifters that don't necessarily care about the politics of it all, or maybe are just like a little misguided and consistently try to rage bait on Twitter and try to farm interactions that way. Like, what's her face? Like, there's one that constantly used to tweet about me, and now she's like known as like a famous villain on left Twitter. The Suki's mom or whatever. Like, that's another one, right? Like, that's a famous example. Like, she used to be a massive fan of mine many years ago, and then became a massive fucking hater of mine, and has never stopped being a hater. Like, she will every now and then she'll just like tweet something about like how I am actually a villain or something. I don't fucking know. Whatever. It doesn't matter, right? Even then, I usually don't talk about those people, and the reason for why I don't is because it's just irrelevant. I think it's a irrelevant noise overall. Just focus on solidarity. Put the solidarity in the bag, little bro. Before I checked out your stream, I kind of assumed you were sort of a crypto lib, but I get your approach since actually watching myself. Yeah. What else was I gonna say? Exactly. You say you don't left bash, but you bash leftist gaming frogs daily. Yes, I do. I do. Trump reaches new low in approval ratings. Sagar gave you a shout out today. Nice.
Together now with what we're about to show you, which is that they were basically used as useful idiots here by the White House. This was revealed when Hasan started talking with the Nelk boys about the exact circumstances, and here's what they had to say.
All right, so you guys interviewed the incarnate Benjamin Netanyahu, and now everybody's yelling at you guys. Okay, so first and foremost, who the fuck set that up?
Some communications team at the White House hit us up, connected us with their communications team, and presented us the opportunity to do it. But with the Full Sun podcast, hate it or love it, right or wrong, if we ever get the opportunity to have
I saw someone bashing you for saying Israel funds ISIS. Who cares, man? Okay. Yeah, that's like, there are plenty of people who bash me for also saying other things that I either misunderstand but are in the vicinity of correct truths. The socialist MMA thing is fucking insane, though. Like, full-blown anti-Semitism born from the exact psyop. Everything is anti-Semitism bullshit. Yeah, no. What I was going to say is, like, didn't this guy do a fucking podcast with, like, Jake Shields, who is an anti-Semite? And I think originally when he did that, he basically was saying, when he did that, he was like, oh, I'm just going in there because, like, I'm going to win over their fans or something. And then it turns out, actually, he just became more anti-Semitic. So he was the one who got duped. Which is also unsurprising because I mean, this, when you're like a fucking Tulsi Gabbard fan, it just shows that like your interest in politics revolves around being a fucking crank. You're a crank. Like, you look at someone like Tulsi Gabbard and you say, oh, she's a real designated anti-imperialist. Like, to me, that says something about your instincts. That shows me that you are simply reacting to stimuli. You don't have like a fully flushed out worldview, and your opinion mostly revolves around like who's anti-establishment, like who is presenting themselves as anti-establishment. That's pretty much it. There is no real analysis behind it. Okay. It screams, I want CIA checks, please. No, these guys don't get paid by the CIA. Don't be ridiculous. No, they do it for fucking free. Get out of here. But in any case, saying anti-Semitism is not real. I'm not religious. The idea that I have to accept your goofy fucking Jewish stories about you being gospels of people and accept the existence of apartheid state is absurd. Fuck you. I'm so tired of people legitimizing the stupid bullshit. I don't believe in your stupid fucking God. Stop trying to force me to. Fuck you and your dirty apartheid state from the river to the sea. Fuck you and you stupid tiny hats. This is the funniest and lamest way to be anti-Semitic, by the way, to be like, oh, the tiny hat people. Oh, fuck you and your stupid tiny hats is like, come on, brother. Like, what are you, a fucking child? Jesus Christ. You have like a kid's brain. Yeah. This is like you're being anti-Semitic in the way that like a child would be, okay? Anyway, it's very millennial coded, saying shit like mustache man. Yeah, I'm allowed to say this because you are not God's chosen people and are allowed to be critiqued. Trash people and trash culture. Check out my show last night where I completely destroyed the anti-Semitism hoax. I think like this is also probably partially people responding to like the tides turning. Like if you have someone without like without a serious moral compass, who is like ideologically rudderless but presents themselves as like a leftist, and they see a lot of the anti-Semitism stuff like blowing up online, especially in Twitter, you're gonna lean into that, you know? I think that's what it is. I used to bash you because you get to chat for the first time. You have to accept like a little list first. Your one rule was the Ottoman Empire over the Persian Empire. So I did some mental gymnastics and thought you were a Turkish nationalist that hates Armenians. It only took me 2 accounts to find out that that's not true. Wait, what? Ottoman Empire over the Persian Empire. Why would that have anything to do with Armenians? Also, it's a joke. I exist in this space where I'm like both very serious and talking about very serious subjects, but also joking. Okay, in a lot of things that I do, in a lot of things that I say, I'm often just joking. I'm often being sarcastic, and I think a lot of people don't understand that or don't have the necessary knowledge to know in which direction that I am joking. So they just take it sincerely and fucking, I guess, choose to get mad. And then there are also others who take advantage of that lack of knowledge and will use that to tune people up into getting upset. It's very easy to tell when you're joking. I think people don't have charitability to parse jokes from you. Yeah. You do have a good deadpan serious tone. I have a cousin who voted for Trump because of Tulsi. He was in the Navy and is also a massive dick. Yeah. Your most psychotic haters are currently running with he's a far-right Turkish nationalist horseshoe theory nonsense about because some of them just discovered TYT's name. I like that they are basically going through the same motions that Andrew Tate did. Like Andrew Tate was like, Hasan denies the Armenian genocide. Do you guys remember that? And now like fucking, you know, I guess shit libs are doing that. I can't even go back to my own fucking country, man. Like, and if you spoke Turkish, you would know, as many of my Turkish fans do, that Turks actually are not too fond of my my consistent opposition to Turkish nationalism. But that's neither here nor there. It's utterly irrelevant. It's very funny. It is very funny when people are like, Hasan is a Turkish supremacist. He's a neo-Ottoman. He's a neo-Turkish supremacist. He wants to rebuild a Turkish caliphate. Yeah. How do you have no gray hair when you're getting so old? Do you dye that shit? What do you mean? I do have gray hair. Look. And it's like coming in my beard as well. And in my hair in general. Is this your alt? That's crazy. That's crazy to suggest that this is my alt. Because I would never tweet the N-word in my alt account. This has 75,000 likes. That's crazy. Why do you have gray hairs? 33 is too young for that ish. It's because I guess like when you have red hair, like when your beard turns red, it turns white easier, like faster. It could also be stress. I am very stressed out all the goddamn time. So that could be part of it. Don't be upset about people bashing you. There's people here that would bash over you instead. Wait, what? I'm not upset about people bashing me. I'm used to it. The fuck? Dude, I think I have a fairly reasonable approach to that. Just like when you're online, you're gonna, and if you reach a certain level of success, there's gonna be people that hate you. Look at Ludwig. Ludwig is like mathematically the least offensive content creator out there, and he still gets shit on all the time for that reason. People will find any reason to fucking hate on anybody, you know? There are very few content creators who have reached a tremendous level of success and have avoided like the hater shit, and it's mostly people that just like stay in their lane. Markiplier probably is like one of the only exceptions that I have seen, but I'm sure there's still probably plenty of people who hate Markiplier too. They just don't say anything about it. Yeah, even Northern Lion gets haters, which is crazy because he's always right. No, Northern Lion has like a bunch of VTuber haters as well. Like a bunch of like weird right-wing shitheads who hate him, apparently. So it is what it is, you know? Queso has haters? That's crazy. I'll fight them. Get behind me, Queso. I got you. I love Queso. He's amazing. He is so wonderful. He is such a wonderful person. Like everything I've seen of that man is so good, especially in that space, especially with the size of his community. I appreciate any large content creator who actively will moderate their community, actively will make sure that they're not like a hateful, toxic space. He's great. Size mentioned? Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. At his size, and by that I mean he's fat. He's very wholesome. Jesus fuck LMFAO. Where was I? What was I going to talk about? Okay, we blasted off already. We did that. Boom, we got the gray bars already starting early. Let's go. This perfectly sums up why Queso is the best. What is this? Hold on. Pay bills. I don't want to.
Don't pay no bills. You know what I want to do?
It's a 13-second clip. I can't even play it. I just learned you and I celebrate birthdays a day apart. Leo gang gang. Yep. What is this groiper ass government? The lolly Nazis are happy. We live in hell, man. Text is exactly 14 words long. 2 words have unnecessarily capitalized the H's. There's no way in hell this is a coincidence. I got chills. Wow. A heritage to be proud of. A homeland worth defending. American progress. John Gast. Yeah, there are definitely groipers working in the White House on the social media teams and shit like that. We know that already. It's unsurprising. It's expected. I mean, they are doing, I don't know if you guys know this, but like aside from the signaling, okay, aside from the signaling that they're doing, I don't know if you guys noticed, they're doing Nazi shit with their policies. So it's one of those things where it's like, oh man, they're doing dog whistles. It's like, well, they're also not doing dog whistles. They are dogs. You know, you don't have to like parse through the code, the secret code to figure out if this administration is like a white supremacist, white nativist, and ultra nationalist. They're doing it. They're actively communicating their desire. They have built concentration camps. You know, there's not really any, like, what's the expectation at this point? Like, Donald Trump has to say that he is a reincarnation of Adolf Hitler or something for people to be like, wow, Building Trade sent letter to Trump admin to tweet copy calling for ICE to send buses to an Arizona chip foundry being built to round people up. What? Blue collar construction workers and their families need your help, Mr. President. The building trades. Mr. President, we need your help. You're a builder. You've forgotten. Wait, what? He's not a builder. He literally has fucked over the builders. That's his like famous thing that he loves doing. He never built a dang thing in his life. Whenever Trump talks about the Jewish vote, he talks about how much he does for Israel. Is that forbidden too? I see lots of double standards in these complaints. Yeah.
Alan,
big news of today. Trump is helping China in so many ways. I know. That one fucking like evangelical Chinese guy who thinks Donald Trump is a great nation builder, but for China is so right. Everything he does is basically accelerating Chinese dominance and the century of Chinese prosperity. It's pretty crazy to think. I just wish he would stop, though, because it's really bad for our immediate future, and it's really violent for our neighbors and the people that we love here. Yeah, I got your playlist, the Macy's. Don't worry. President Trump is signing executive orders of the White House. We'll tune in when he does that.
Sources tell ABC News.
We're going to start off with Jeffrey Jedediah Epstein. The Epstein connection. The Epstein angle was the one I expected. There's a video on an Instagram account called Quentin Quarantino about Trump and Epstein. Can you check it out? I'm pretty sure it's AI. It's not AI. And also, I know that person. He's a HasanAbi head. Quentin Quarantino is a HasanAbi head. And he actually came up to me at an ICE protest and was like, yo, I was a fan of yours. Then I was a hater of yours because of Israel. And then I became a fan of yours again because of Israel, because my mind was changed due to what you were communicating. Yeah, he's a HasanAbi head. He is in here probably right now. He's not. He no longer fucks with Quentin Tarantino that much either. But yeah, he's and that video that he posted is a real video from a real deposition that took place. I wanted to show you this super rare Trump clip.
Now, I do the same exact thing. I just say to a guy, not only are you holding the urinal, you're holding yourself, and I don't want to shake somebody's hand. There's nothing wrong with that.
It's incredible.
Because
and you know what? They're
germs
nice
spread.
people. Can I tell you? They're nice people.
They have no idea what
No,
they've just
yeah,
done.
you're wrong. Now you're lying. They're not nice people. They're not thoughtful. I'll tell you something. I go to the bathroom. I wash my hands. I don't go up to a guy and ask him to shake hands.
I don't think they know the difference, though, Howard. I think they do it out of niceness. They don't think that they were just holding the big wonger. And you know, they go up.
It's very true.
They go up, and
Yes.
they want to shake your hand. They're not doing it to be bad people.
You're a wild guy using those dirty words. You know that?
I've seen some wild things.
Using words like a wonger. You're getting out of control on here. Let me tell you something. I'm here with Donald Trump. We are talking about some of your enemies.
What the fuck? What does that word even mean? Donald Ride the Sibian? It's crazy because, like, Howard Stern is such an interesting character because on the one hand, like, his achievements, he was like a pioneer, fantastic interviewer. And when he was more of a degenerate, he did so much for the medium. But then he also, you know, he became a better person overall. But in the process of becoming a better person, he became like an annoying fucking freak like shit lib who also is, I think he's like a big Israel supporter too. He's like a huge Hillary Clinton booster who hates like Bernie Sanders and stuff. So on the one hand, he like kind of got better. On the other hand, even in the process of getting better, his like entertainment quality diminished a little bit. And also he simultaneously became an annoying, he simultaneously became like a very annoying fucking liberal, like the worst kind of liberal. The Howard Stern show with Donald Trump. You've never seen clips of this everywhere. He's also a huge germaphobe since COVID. The reason why I thought we had to be on Israel supporter was because of Howard Stern. That's so funny. Adam Friedland said this, former sinners always become scolds. Oh my God. That's far too brilliant for Adam to have come up with on his own. No disrespect. That's a really good fucking take. That's Adam, the millennial Bill Maher, Friedland. That's a great take. Do you see Ludwig's sick beat drop about Epstein? Yeah, I think it's kind of cringe. I'm sorry. I'm not touching that. All right. Let's get to the bombshell Wall Street Journal reporting, which is like kind of not a bombshell. A lot of the stuff that keeps coming out about like Trump and Jeffrey Epstein's relationship is presented as a bombshell, but it's more like, I don't know. It's just not really a bombshell because like we know that they were connected. We just didn't know how connected they were, if that makes sense. And yeah, it's just like additional confirmation, I guess.
Ghislaine Maxwell is expected to meet this morning with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, once Donald Trump's criminal defense attorney. Blanche said he wants to know if Ghislaine Maxwell has information about anyone who has committed crimes against victims. Her attorney said Ghislaine will always testify truthfully. She was convicted of sex trafficking and enabling Epstein's abuse of women and girls. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison and has been trying to get out on appeal ever since. Trump supporters have been clamoring for the release of more information about Epstein.
Well, considering what Donald Trump did with the J6 offenders, many of which were also child sex crime offenders as well, considering he offered blanket pardons and his administration also advocated to make sure that like some of them actually were free of the additional charges they got due to the investigation that was conducted to their prior misconduct that involved around child predation, CSAM, child sexual abuse material. Is it all that unique that he wants another pedophile sex trafficker to roam free on the streets? If anything, this kind of goes along with what Donald Trump did with a lot of the J6ers. So, you know, pardoning Ghislaine would be the end of him though, right? Or is America truly gone nuts? I think only time will tell. But if you ask me what my opinion is, if I am to speculate on where this goes, I think that this will actually cause a major fissure in his base of support. Having said that, there will still be cults that, there will still be cult followers that will say, no, Ghislaine actually said Trump was not involved. You know, that's what it is. Because there's like plenty of ride or dies that are really fucking stupid. You have to remember that. That guy that you banned is so insane. Wait, what was the username? I gotta show you guys what this motherfucker said. Hold on. That was amazing. This guy came in and said, "What's up, Hassan, Baby Oil, Epstein, Diddy, Hitler, Piker? How's our favorite terrorist supporter doing today?" You gotta unban that motherfucker. That is remarkable. A remarkable sequence of words strung together. Respect. I do like that, and I've talked about this before. The internet basically has made like insane people find one another in unique spaces, and it's made a lot of people not realize that like the person on the other side of the computer is like most likely a mentally unstable individual. Okay, and so many of my haters have just basically found this like unique space where they can be as schizophrenic as they want to be, and you know, it yields remarkable bounties such as that one. Let's continue.
But earlier this month, Attorney General Pam Bondi said she was turning off the spigot. The Wall Street Journal reports Bondi and Blanche informed the president in May his name appears multiple times in the Epstein files. The paper reports they told Trump they did not plan to release them because they contained child pornography and personal information about victims. Trump deferred to their decision. Last week, Trump denied Bondi told him his name was in the files.
Did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
She's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen.
The next day, Trump ignored the question.
Is your name in these files, Mr. President? Is that why they aren't being fully released?
Let's go. Thank you, Fred. Hey, thank you.
The Wall Street Journal reports other high-profile individuals were also named in the Epstein files, but appearing in them is not indicative of wrongdoing. Trump and Epstein were friendly for more than a decade. When Epstein was arrested in 2019, Trump said they had a falling out and hadn't spoken in 15 years. The Attorney General now says nothing in the files warranted further investigation or prosecution.
Yeah, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Don't even cover it. Don't even talk about it. Why are you even talking about it at all? Also, I do love other people coming into contact with like things that have occupied a tremendous amount of space in my mind. And I'm sure like my TrueAnon heads will also recognize this as well. That this interview is a very famous deposition from 2010. Okay. And as someone who has covered Jeffrey Epstein extensively for years, who has a true fascination with this major possible intelligence asset for the Mossad and the CIA that ran a blackmail, money laundering, child sex trafficking ring. It's always fun when other people find out about this stuff. Okay. And yes, I did hit up Brace. He's not around for the week, but I'm most likely going to have him next week. I'm going to have him on next week. I know, like, people look at this. People find this old stuff and they think, oh, it has to be AI because this is the most insane video of all time. Why has no one talked about this video? This is incredible. You know, Brace and Liz, of course. What do you mean, wow, no Liz love? Liz Franzak is the one who carries the show. Let's be real. Anyway, adopt Brace and make him your gay pussy eater. He is. He is the people's gay pussy eater. Okay. In any case, brace yourself if you have not seen this before. This is a very famous deposition from 2010. Let's take a look.
Have you ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump?
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
Have you ever had a person...
This deposition has crazy stuff in it. They talk about his egg-shaped penis in it. This deposition also has a very famous line from it where Jeffrey Epstein says, "I hate pedophiles." Like, this is it's terrifying. It's fascinating. It's also kind of funny in a weird way because this is not a funny situation at all. But you know, when you got a guy like Jeffrey Epstein being like, "I hate pedophiles," like, it's kind of funny. I guess maybe he just hates competition. I don't know. Even though he literally was, you know, the most prolific. Well, I guess Jimmy Savile was more prolific than Jeffrey, potentially. Yeah, it's like King Von saying end gun violence. But yeah, Trump on people pleading the Fifth Amendment disgraceful. I mean, Trump himself has done that as well. So, yeah. Here's a compilation from the deposition.
Would you raise your hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the
No,
truth,
this is
the
a
whole
different
truth, and nothing but the
deposition.
truth?
Yes, ma'am.
This is from 2012.
Would you please state your full name?
I'm Jeffrey Edward Epstein, and my residence address is 6100 Red Hook Boulevard in Virgin Islands.
Do you maintain any other residences presently?
I have vacation homes in New Mexico, Palm Beach, New York, and Paris.
The Paris one was attended by Noam Chomsky, and the New Mexico one, also known as Zorro Ranch, is very famously frequented by Bill and Hillary Clinton. And of course, the Manhattan one was frequented by virtually everyone from former Israeli prime ministers, heads of state, yes, Noam Chomsky went to and linked up with at least Jeffrey Epstein's butler, I'm pretty sure, in Paris, in his Paris home. The New York one, chill, bro, don't implicate my goat. I mean, that's just true. Noam Chomsky and his wife had dinner with Jeffrey Epstein, I think. Yeah, I mean, they were in France. That's the norm there. Kids and stuff. True. He don't got internet. Noam Chomsky absolutely has internet. Where was I? Hold on. This is not about Noam Chomsky. The New York one famously also had Elon Musk's brother, Kimball Musk. He frequented the New York mansion as well. So I call balls and strikes on this broadcast. So yeah, I'm not gonna shelter you from the truth. You know, when it comes down to some of our faves being implicated, Noam Chomsky, absolutely. We found out only a couple of years ago he had contact with Jeffrey Epstein. It's true. Now, you have to remember, this is why we want to know the extent of people's involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. You know what I mean? Yeah, I've covered it.
That's kind of wild. Like, is he the worst person? I don't know. I mean, there's like people that are worse for sure, but he is up there. You know what I mean? Like, he's up there. He's definitely up.
Yeah, I covered it back then when we found out, May 1st, 2023. All right, let's continue.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes.
What was the crime of which you were convicted?
Two counts. One, soliciting prostitution and procuring a minor for prostitution.
By the way, that is a lowered crime that he was convicted of. The original crime that he was investigated for and charged for and should have been convicted on was sex trafficking of minors. Okay? Because that was actually what he did. But as it stands, when you get a fucking sweetheart plea bargain deal, okay, they lower that crime to soliciting prostitution from minors, even though he was the one who actually, first of all, it's crazy to say that, minors are doing prostitution, because it's just, you're doing statutory rape. Like, there's no, it's not like these minors have a fucking 1099 that they're filling out at the end of their, long work day. Like, that's fucking crazy. It almost comes across as like a professional situation where there's like some kind of consent established. That's not the case. You cannot consent when you're a fucking minor. This is part of the reason why people don't say CP anymore. They don't say child pornography anymore. They say child sexual abuse material, because pornography is something that can be done legally, and in the overwhelming majority of cases is done by consenting adults who have jobs, right? Like it's very different than someone who is incapable of consenting. Anyway, let's continue. Yeah, this is
in fact commit those acts?
I'm going to invoke my Fifth Amendment right.
How many times have you solicited a minor for prostitution?
Same answer.
How many times have you solicited a minor for prostitution in the state of Florida?
Same answer.
Have you ever solicited a minor for prostitution in the Virgin Islands?
Same answer.
That is, you are invoking your Fifth Amendment?
Yes,
right.
Yes, Mr. Scroll.
Have you ever solicited for prostitution in New York?
Same answer.
Have you ever solicited for prostitution in New Mexico?
Same answer.
Have you ever solicited for prostitution in Paris?
Same answer.
Have you ever solicited a minor for prostitution anywhere at any time?
Again, I'm going to assert my right.
Let's take another break. We're going to go off the record. So you are terminating the deposition at this time? The recess of the deposition.
What college did you attend?
Cooper Union.
And did you get a degree from Cooper Union?
No, sir.
How many years were you in college?
I believe 2.
What'd you study?
Physics.
Cooper Union, no degree, goes to the Dalton School. Bill Barr, the attorney general that oversaw Jeffrey Epstein's possible assassination when he was in federal prison. Bill Barr's father was the head of the Dalton School and was the person who gave him his first job as a math teacher at the Dalton School, for the record, regardless of the fact that he had not even finished his undergraduate degree.
Well, isn't it true that you were a teacher at the Dalton School in New York after college?
It's just unheard of. It's just an unbelievable scheme to have kept going for that long of a period of time.
Do you consider yourself to be bisexual?
No.
Okay. In any event, you did develop a sexual relationship with Leslie Wexner at some point in time. Is that true?
No.
Oh, that's the other thing. I forgot. Oh my God, there's so much there. So Les Wexner, the founder of like Limited Brands, you know, Victoria's Secret, many others, major fucking Ohio booster, one of Ohio's biggest billionaires. Les Wexner is the guy that took him from the Dalton School when he was, I think he was fired from the Dalton School, if I remember correctly. There's like so much going on there. But Les Wexner basically took Epstein under his wing and basically gave him power of attorney over his entire fortune. There are so many incredibly wealthy people throughout Jeffrey Epstein's career that have just like decided to use Jeffrey Epstein for his brilliant, I guess, financial acumen or something. It's very suspicious. It's very weird. Once again, we still don't know what the real reason was. We still don't know how he made his money. And when I say we, I mean the public doesn't know how he made his money. But obviously, people who investigated his financial crimes alongside his sex crimes at least have a better understanding, because there is a paper trail. There's, thousands of wire transfers from incredibly wealthy people, other disgraced financiers like Leon Black and like Les Wexner. I was wrong. He went to Bear Stearns first, climbed up the ranks at a pace no one had ever heard of, went out of his own, and then was appointed power of attorney with Wexner. Yeah. Why wasn't the IRS all over this guy? I mean, because I think he's a federal agent. But yeah, he left Dalton School. He went to Bear Stearns. And then Les Wexner brought him in at some point, but Wexner also gave him power of attorney. Remember, and it's very interesting that like Les Wexner, he's not dead. He's still around. You know, he's still a fucking omega billionaire. People know who he is, right? And yet no one ever asks like what the level of connection that he had with Les Wexner. Anyway, let's continue.
Mr. Epstein, how long have you been sexually attracted to underage minor females?
Objection, harassing, argumentative. Are you kidding?
No, I mean, I don't feel like I'm divulging any secrets here, right?
Move to strike.
Mr. Epstein, were you sexually abused as a minor?
Yeah, there are rumors that Les Wexner and Jeffrey Epstein were in a secret gay romantic relationship as well.
Right. Again?
Were you sexually abused as a minor?
I'd like to respond to all your, if any, questions seem to be relevant, but I would like to respond to any relevant question at this time. However, my attorneys have counseled me that I cannot provide answers to the questions relevant to this lawsuit today. I must accept their advice or risk losing my Sixth Amendment right to effective representation. Accordingly, then, I assert my Fifth, Sixth, and 14th Amendment right to the United States Constitution.
This is from another deposition in 2009.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Is it true, sir, that you have what's been described as an egg-shaped penis? I had hired psychologists to do a psychological profile on Jeffrey Epstein, what type of person he was, and what would actually get under his skin. What made him tick was that he was a narcissist. He had no ability to feel empathy and saw himself as the master of puppets, so to speak. Sir, one witness described your penis as oval-shaped and claimed when erect it was thick towards the bottom but was thin and small towards the head portion and called it egg-shaped. Those are not my words, I apologize. But as Mr. Critton has stated, that this is a... I'm willing to continue. I hate to call him back.
Let me go on the record.
He tries at all times to be the master of his domain and in control of his world. As soon as he feels he's out of control, it's unsettling to him.
Complaint filed by Virginia Roberts against you. Isn't it true, sir, that a friend of yours sent you 3 12-year-old females for you to sexually abuse on one of your birthdays?
Form argumentative.
I missed the egg penis bit. Okay, I haven't missed it. I've seen it a million times over. Okay, calm down.
And irrelevant to this lawsuit. But you're saying it's part of the lawsuit?
Yeah, I'll read it directly.
It was Jeffrey's birthday one.
On one of defendant Epstein's birthdays, a friend of defendant Epstein sent him 3 12-year-old girls from France who spoke no English for defendant to sexually exploit and abuse. After doing so, they were sent back to France the next day. Isn't that true?
Once again, I'm going to move to strike. Irrelevant, argumentative, harassing. I would like to answer that question. I really would. However, today, my attorneys have told me I have to assert my 5th Amendment, 6th Amendment, and 14th Amendment rights of the U.S. Constitution.
You're invoking your 5th Amendment rights to each of these questions because you know that your answers will incriminate you and you feel that it will result in you being prosecuted for these crimes. Isn't that right?
Objection, argumentative, harassing, and calls for a legal conclusion.
Yeah, his friend in France is Jean-Luc Brunel, who was in the modeling industry and was also a alleged prolific sex trafficker and an associate of Jeffrey Epstein, who also found himself in a Parisian prison and also had a untimely demise, not dissimilar to Jeffrey Epstein. He also felt really sad in jail, I guess, and he also killed himself in jail, just like Jeffrey Epstein did. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting.
No, in fact, the Supreme Court recently said that the 5th Amendment right is there to protect the innocent. So that's the way I'd like to answer that.
Are you released from jail at some time? Do you have to report back to jail on a daily basis?
Yes, I report back to jail at 8 p.m.
Every single day?
Yes, sir.
And is it 7 days a week that you're out on work release?
No, sir.
How many days a week are you out on work release?
6.
And of those...
This motherfucker, as a pedophile sex trafficker, was allowed to leave the prison on work release 6 days a week. Okay. And considering that he's self-employed, he wasn't actually like going to work. He didn't have like a job. There is no planet where someone who is serving a prison sentence on sex trafficking charges or any charges related to like minors gets to walk freely throughout their sentence. You can't even get this kind of work release for a fucking DUI. Okay? If it was jail, he wasn't serving his sentence. Jail is for pre-sentencing. No, prison. Okay? He was in prison, but it wasn't real fucking prison because he was allowed to leave his prison 6 days a week.
Those 6 days, how many hours per day are you out on work release?
12.
But he just went back to prison to go to fucking sleep.
Video record at 12:02 p.m.
Let's talk about Jane Doe 102, Virginia Roberts. Do you know Virginia Roberts?
So she's, again, who?
Virginia Roberts.
Can you spell it?
Common spelling. Virginia, like the state.
Can you spell it for me, please?
Roberts.
What's the last name? How's it spelled?
Roberts, I believe. Isn't it true that you and Ghislaine Maxwell celebrated her 16th birthday with her and had sex?
Yeah, that chatter is wrong. You can go to fucking county jail. You can go to jail for sentences depending on your crime, depending on your conviction. And I don't know if Jeffrey Epstein was in prison or in jail, but he did have fucking a work release regardless. And yeah, it's got to be 364 days. If it's more than a year, you go to prison. I mean, his sentence was longer than a year. His sentence was like a year and a half, I believe. So I think he was in prison. But again, it changes. It varies from state to state. This was also a state charge. Like, this is a Florida state charge. The one that he went to prison over, or one that he went to jail over, doesn't fucking matter. Whatever. The one where he was imprisoned over, where he was carrying out a sentence, that one was a state charge. The state of Florida, of course.
With her on that day. Form, compound, confusing, argumentative, and harassing. I'd like to answer that question, but today I'm going to have to assert my Sixth Amendment rights, my Fifth Amendment rights.
Is it true?
Anyway, god damn, there's so many motherfuckers who've been to jail and prison in here. Here, this is the.
Could you please give us your name?
Jeffrey Epstein.
Is it true, sir, that you have what's been described as an egg-shaped penis? Your penis is oval-shaped, and claim when erect it was thick towards the bottom, but was thin and small towards the head portion, and called it egg-shaped. Those are not my words, I apologize. But as Mr. Critton has stated, that this is a... I'm willing to continue.
Not so fun fact. Harvey Weinstein also had a mangled penis due to gangrene, I believe. So, it's a common thing for prolific rapists, serial rapists, and to have some kind of issue or some weird shape to the penises. It might not even work half the time. I did not need to know that. I mean, the reason why I talk about it is because a lot of people falsely assume that people commit sexual assaults and rapes because they want to, because they're really horny, right? Like they think this is like a sexual desire that they have that they are forcibly fulfilling. And they don't understand that there is gratification coming from this for the rapist, but it's not the same as like being in a consensual relationship with a loved one, or, you know, engaging in a consensual sexual act. It's actually a lack of consent that they derive some kind of gratification from, because it's more so about power, holding power over someone else, controlling someone else against their wishes. This is why it's very famously a thing with like a bunch of prolific rapists, that they just have like fucked up mangled penises that don't even work. I think there's about 6 to 7 world leaders tied into this. I think 6, 7 is a low estimate on the number of world leaders that are most likely involved. In any case, Elon does the same thing, but consensually, by offering horses to women as a power thing to be able to do it. Elon also, people say, has a botched penile implant. So, yeah, do with that information what you will. All right. Society is basically set up to fund the lavish lifestyles of pedophiles. Kind of. All right. Let's continue. So, there is a very long 3-part series that friend of the show Jabri made about Jeffrey Epstein. And I feel like now that this is more relevant than ever before, I feel like that we could dive into that in a little bit after we're done covering the day's news, because there's a lot of stuff to cover. But I think I'm going to do that eventually.
Prosecution, and we have filed a motion in court to unseal the underlying grand jury transcripts. But a federal judge in Florida declined to release grand jury information, which is supposed to remain secret, saying the court's hands are tied. 2 judges in New York are also considering similar requests. Maxwell's meeting here today comes as she is appealing her conviction, and the Justice Department just last week urged the U.S. Supreme Court to reject that appeal. Michael?
Yeah, I know a lot of people saying what comes of this meeting, if anything. Thank you so much for that.
Some more breaking news now, also once again from our US partner NBC News, and it is relating to this continuing saga involving the Trump administration and the Jeffrey Epstein files, and how many of those files are going to be made public. Well, a senior law official in the United States has confirmed that the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, is meeting right now with Ghislaine Maxwell, the former associate of Jeffrey Epstein, as well as Maxwell's own lawyers. They're meeting in a conference room inside the US Attorney General's office on the 4th floor of the federal courthouse in Tallahassee. Ghislaine Maxwell, of course, in prison. And we don't know much more other than that the meeting is expected to last throughout the day. Let's bring in Spencer Kubin, who is a lawyer who's represented several of Jeffrey Epstein's victims. Thank you very much for being with us. And just first of all, I wonder what you make of this news that the Deputy Attorney General is right now in a meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell and her lawyers.
Thank you for having me on today. You know, it's unfortunately discouraging. The reality is that this is the personal lawyer to Donald Trump. And why would he be allowed a private meeting with Ms. Maxwell? You know, the concern on behalf of the victims, and I've represented 9 of the victims, including victim number 1 here in Palm Beach, Florida. The concern is that he is going in there to somehow persuade Ms. Maxwell to either not testify before the open house and Congress, or to give her some kind of a deal to where if she leaves out certain names, that she'll get some kind of a lighter sentence. What the victims want is a full and open disclosure immediately, not only from Ms. Maxwell to Congress, but also a full and open disclosure of all the documents maintained currently by the FBI. For example, we know that they have over 1,000 hours of videotapes, surveillance tapes that were taken and preserved from inside of Epstein's mansions. We want those released immediately. And President Trump could do that with a swipe of a pen and an executive order tomorrow if he chose to do so.
Right. So you see this as President Trump clearly getting involved.
Speaking of lawyers, have you noticed our favorite Eastern lawyer has been oddly quiet about this whole Eastern stuff? What? Who's our favorite Eastern lawyer? What are you talking about? Who? You mean the Dersh? Because he hasn't been quiet about it. Our favorite Epstein lawyer? Oh, you mean the Dersh? No, the Dersh has not been quiet about this. The Dersh actually thinks, I think the Dersh knows more than you think about this. I think the Dersh knows that Ghislaine Maxwell is not going to, Ghislaine Maxwell's testimony is going to be false, most likely, and that it will absolve both the Dersh and also Trump. So he's been actually pushing for, the Ghislaine testimony.
In this whole issue, I mean, his Deputy Attorney General, I repeat, meeting Ghislaine Maxwell as we speak. So what do you think of the way President Trump has handled this whole issue? On the campaign trail, he was all for releasing everything. Now suddenly he's not. What do you make of it broadly?
Well, it's frustrating. It's obviously incredibly frustrating. You know, the victims believed him and took him at his word that he was going to get into office and immediately release everything. We have said since this whole thing started, and this goes back, by the way, to 2006. This is going on almost 20 years of this Epstein saga. And we have always maintained that this was a broad conspiracy, that it was a sexual pyramid with Epstein and Maxwell at the top of the pyramid. But there were many people involved in these sex scandals throughout the world, and we want them all disclosed. We want the public to hear from the FBI's files about everyone that was involved in this scandal, not just Maxwell and Epstein. And it's frustrating that the president now is backtracking on the promises that he made to the general public to release this information.
So you have no doubt there are lists in these files. I mean, how significant is this revelation? Well, I say revelation. The White House is saying it's fake news, that there are multiple mentions of Trump in these documents.
So, in reviewing the discovery that we had in the cases that I litigated, there was never any per se list. So no one ever showed us, and we never saw a discrete actual list of people. What we did see are phone books and message pads of people that were calling the home and making arrangements for women and girls to be sent over to their house. And then those arrangements would be made by Ghislaine Maxwell. So, is there a quote unquote list? I never saw it. I don't know that one exists, but that doesn't mean that there weren't a whole bunch of individuals that were taking part in this entire, scheme, this sexual exploitation scheme. And, look, Donald
It's
Trump.
not even just the sexual exploitation. Remember, it's not just the sexual exploitation, okay? There is more than just that. Because, again, there are a lot of financial entanglements. There are a lot of incredibly powerful, incredibly wealthy people who just gave a lot of money to Jeffrey Epstein. We need to know what that was for. We need to know who was giving money to Jeffrey Epstein, why they were giving money to Jeffrey Epstein. Like, eyes on the prize here. Don't get swept away with the sex crimes, which are numerous, and of course we want to know that as well. But remember, there's more than just the sex crimes too.
It was admittedly close friends with Jeffrey Epstein for many years. We've seen him in numerous photographs at numerous events and parties with him. So if he's innocent and there is nothing that is, scary to him in these files, release them. But if he doesn't release them, then the public is going to be concerned that there is something in these files that maybe implicates him in this conspiracy.
And
so,
just finally, I mean, what is the potential for this causing political damage to the president? And a two-part question, really, because we've only got a minute or so. And is there a problem here that the victims of Epstein get lost in all this?
Well, certainly, I think the victims want this information to be released. But I think that in order to prevent things like this from happening in the future, that there needs to be accountability on all parts. That means accountability on the part of all powerful, wealthy individuals that were taking part in this scheme. So at the end of the day, if he doesn't release these documents, then I think it's a political nightmare for Donald Trump. I think that everybody is going to have serious.
Okay, HasanAbi, what is happening elsewhere that this Epstein thing distracting us from? Because if it's this big, whatever else is happening is huge. No, dude, this is the thing. Anything else that's happening around this is a distraction, and it's not even a successful one. What are you talking about? This is the thing. What more could be a thing than literally a bunch of, like a handful of incredibly wealthy, incredibly powerful people being directly associated with an international prolific sex trafficker of minors? Gaza is starving to death. That's the thing. No, this is not even a distraction away from Gaza being destroyed and annexed. We cover that every single day. And trust me, for a lot of people in the Western world, they don't need much to avoid thinking about that. Okay? They don't need like a distraction to shift their attention and priorities away from the children of Gaza starving to death every single day. The unfortunate reality is many people turn a blind eye to it without any sort of additional distractions. I'm not big into, this story came out to distract us away from this other story type narratives anyway, with the exception of Donald Trump actively trying to deflect and actively trying to move away from the Epstein stuff by basically bringing up, Barack Obama doing a coup or whatever the fuck he's been doing desperately. And yes, we know for a fact that Donald Trump is definitely worried. I covered this yesterday. In 1997, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu allegedly used tapes of Clinton's phone sex calls with Monica Lewinsky to pressure the White House into releasing convicted spy Jonathan Pollard. Clinton reportedly told Lewinsky that a foreign embassy had tapped their phone. The story, long buried, resurfaced amid speculation about Israel's role in blackmail operations tied to Jeffrey Epstein. I covered it yesterday. The reason why the left has so much infighting is because we can't agree to what to focus our attention on. That's not even true. People can focus their attention on numerous things at the same time.
Today, the U.S. Deputy Attorney General is expected to meet with Jeffrey Epstein's former girlfriend behind prison walls.
Rebecca Castor has more on what prosecutors are hoping to uncover.
Recent photos show Jeffrey Epstein's former girlfriend and accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, going for a run inside the grounds of a federal prison in Tallahassee. She's been behind bars since 2020 when she was first arrested and later
Oh,
convicted
Trump is
of
live with.
helping Epstein.
Wait, hold on. Trump is live with Jerome Powell, who he has called to be investigated.
The country's doing really well. I just briefed the chairman of the deal with Japan. Japan is putting up $550 billion in order to lower their tariffs a little bit. That way they have a little bit lower tariff. And they also opened their country to free trade, which nobody thought was even a possibility. And we get a zero tariff in the free trade. We don't pay tariffs, and they're going to pay 15% on everything they send into our country. So it's great. But they put up, as you could call it, seed money. Let's call it seed money. You could call it anything you want, but it's a total of $550 billion. So nobody thought any of that was possible, and it's wonderful. And we're doing pretty well with the European Union, likewise. And we have some others. They're all really big, and our country's going to make a lot of money. We would be helped if interest rates would come down, but we're going to see how the board rules on that soon. I'd love to see them come down a lot. But we have a country that's thriving. We had a country 1 year ago. Today we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And we'll get this one finished. Thank you.
Two observations out the gate.
Oh my God. What is this, bro? What is happening? What is all of this? Jesus Christ. Let's continue.
Abuse teenage girls.
She is the Rosetta Stone. She knows everything. She arranged every single trip with everybody.
That's why prosecutors at the Justice Department want to sit down with her as they dig deeper into Epstein's crimes and try to uncover who else may be involved.
The president spoke to this yesterday, and he said he thinks it's an appropriate idea.
President Trump encouraged the DOJ to reopen their investigation after facing intense public demand for answers on Epstein's potential clients. Earlier this month, the agency claimed there wasn't anything else to find, but Fox News can confirm the Attorney General told Trump his name was in the files.
I am shocked. Based on his behavior of this last 10 days, I can't believe he's in the files. Who would have ever guessed that?
President Trump said all along that he flew on his plane. Just because you're on the list doesn't mean doesn't mean you're a pedophile.
Before leaving town,
Dude, I like the goalposts swinging. Okay, the goalposts are so motorized at this point. Republicans are going from release the pedophile list and it's time to indict Hillary and Bill Clinton for doing pedophilia to, well, you fuck a couple children with Jeffrey Epstein and then all of a sudden you're called a pedophile. Calm down. Is crazy, dude. They literally went from, if you've been in the immediate vicinity of Jeffrey Epstein, you're a pedophile that must be criminally indicted to, who amongst us hasn't flown in the Lolita Express? Down to now, eventually, who hasn't sent a body letter to Jeffrey Epstein for his 50th birthday saying that they both share hidden secrets? I mean, I would have done the same. What's next, dude? You're going to find out that Trump actually, assaulted a child and be like, well, sometimes children are assaultable. Like, is that what it is? Is that the next step here? Chatters, I am not oblivious. Of course, I know that France has officially said they will recognize Palestine by September. Please stop coming in here to spam it in the chat to be like, dude, I want to be the first to tell you. I know. 1, we are going to get to it. 2, it's nowhere near as significant as you think it is. I don't want to fucking, rain on your parade here, but Ireland recognized Palestine a while ago, and yet they have not even been able to implement boycott, divestment, and sanctions. It's a good thing, and it's only a good thing, even though it is considered a major step, but it's only considered a major step because of the ongoing, continuous injustice against Palestinians. Okay? Understand. I know. Adam from PBD asked Vinny, so you now want to put Trump in jail because he might have slept with a 17-year-old? Oh my God, that's incredible. Ireland is not a G7 country, though. I know, but the reason why I'm bringing up Ireland is because it's a Western European nation state that has recognized Palestine, and even outside of the G7, regardless of the fact that they've recognized Palestine, they can't even get boycott, divestment, and sanctions implemented in Ireland. That's the difference. That's what the problem is. So I'm telling you the limitations. I am telling you the limitations of this major first step. Obviously, every step in this direction is good. Every step in the direction of recognizing Palestine as a nation state is a good thing. Having said that, there's so much more that needs to be done in the limited amount of time that we have. I'm not Mr. Make Perfect, the enemy of the good, but it's just until there is more to be done, until there is actual sanctions, this is just a first step that should have happened a long time ago.
Wednesday, a House subcommittee voted to subpoena the DOJ for the Epstein files, and the Oversight Committee announced it will also interview Maxwell in prison.
What is Donald Trump hiding that he won't release the Epstein files?
Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney says she wants to talk to the DOJ and will tell the truth, but neither side will discuss whether a deal will be cut for her cooperation. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox 32 Chicago.
Well, now let's head to Capitol Hill, where the House Oversight Committee said it will subpoena the Justice Department for those Epstein files. That's according to a committee spokesperson.
There's a policy goal to recognize it during/after the rebuilding to be governed by one of the collaborator Gulf states. It's been around for a while. That's not a victory. It's a checkbox for Israel. Yeah.
Well, a group of Republicans joined Democrats to pass the
there.
motion. It was introduced by Democratic Representative Summerlee. This was an 8-2 vote yesterday. The committee will also issue subpoenas to several other people, including Bill and Hillary Clinton, James Comey, Merrick Garland, and William Barr. This comes after the committee subpoenaed longtime Epstein accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell for a deposition next month. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us from Washington with more on all this. Julie, good morning. Obviously, this is the big news this morning. First, tell us, what do these subpoenas mean? Does it mean the public gets access to these files? We get more information from them? What happens next?
Not so fast, but this is a significant step, Savannah, and good morning to you, forward in the House Democrats' efforts to try and push this story along. But Republicans are definitely helping them out. You mentioned some of them voted on that panel to advance these subpoenas, in part because Republicans did try to soften the blow of forcing the administration's hand, essentially crossing the president here, by including the names of other officials that are red meat to the base, like Hillary and Bill Clinton, like William Barr, like Loretta Lynch. All of these officials and individuals that the public has probably not heard of from years in any kind of official capacity, people that haven't been in power for a long time, but certainly people that the Trump base continues to want to spread theories about. And so Summerlee, a Democrat from Pennsylvania, offered a motion to subpoena these files from the Department of Justice. They would be unredacted. Congress would have them in full. And it really depends on when James Comer, the top Republican on that panel, signs off on the subpoena. But again, he signed off on the subpoena to Ghislaine Maxwell pretty quickly. So the Democrats expect the same here.
Julie, as someone, obviously you've been on the Hill for a long time, we know how much things usually fall along party lines. This is not so much the case here. I mean, just what's this whole battle over the handling of these files done to the atmosphere there as we see Republicans join with Democrats on certain things and then some kind of hold out because the president says so?
Well, Speaker Johnson is trying really hard to make this a partisan issue. He keeps blaming Democrats, both in his comments to us on the Hill and in his comments on X, on Spaces. He had a conversation with some MAGA influencers yesterday, and all he does is try and paint this as an issue that Democrats are trying to exploit Republicans in. He also points out the fact that Democrats did not try to release these files when President Biden was in power. But the counter argument to that is that the president and his base and Republicans are the ones who kind of put this conspiracy out there, that there exists this list, that there exists these documents that implicates all of these individuals. And that is why the Republican base wants to hear this issue out. Democrats are having a field day with this, to be clear. There were some conversations yesterday. Does this distract from their messaging on that so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, the social safety net programs that will be cut as a result of that? They pushed back quite forcefully. The top Democrat, Hakeem Jeffries, said he thinks these two issues are connected. And by the voting, by these subpoenas in the Oversight Committee, both to Maxwell, but also to the DOJ with these files and even these other individuals, it'll make sure that this story goes on. And it's really becoming a Hill versus White House story and not a Republican versus Democrat story at all.
Julie, one other thing I want to talk to you about, something happening later this morning, the Senate re-voting on 7 of President Trump's judicial nominees. What are some of the big ones here and why a re-vote?
Jeanine Pirro is one of them. Remember, she's somebody who the president nominated to be a top attorney here in D.C. That's when another nominee was struck out because he didn't have the votes. But she's not really the top story here, and that's because the reason for this delay is because you'll remember last week, Senator Cory Booker surprised pretty much everybody when he stopped a committee hearing that was considering some controversial nominees, most particularly somebody named Emil Bovee, who has a long list, a long background. The Democrats say is problematic. There was a whistleblower who alleged that he is somebody in his personal capacity as a lawyer to the president, and later on, of course, as a counselor in this administration, tried to tell the administration they can defy court orders. Still, though, Booker ended up speaking over a process in which Republicans tried to push forward with those votes. Other Democrats left the room. There has to be at least 2 members of the minority party present when those votes take place. In this case, it was just Booker in the room, and so 7 of those 12 nominees didn't get voted out successfully, and that's why the Senate Judiciary is doing a do-over today.
All right, Julie Sirkin, thank you so much.
We thank you for watching.
Recognize the Democrat leader. Mr. President.
Chuck Schumer warns Trump could offer pardon for silence, as DOJ said to me with Ghislaine Maxwell. I like seeing stuff like this because this is the correct approach to this issue. This is the correct way to talk about this issue. And I'm shocked that even someone like Chuck Schumer, who is the #1 booster of Israel, who is way more predisposed with making the left love Israel, and never really there when it comes to resisting against Donald Trump, is also taking on this task. That's a good thing. That is not a bad thing. Okay? It's surprising. It seems like the Democrats are, at least at this point, like forced to say the correct things here instead of just turning around and complaining about how you got hoisted by your own petard, you trafficked in conspiracies, and now the conspiracy heads are getting mad at you, because like that was the initial reaction from a lot of Democrats, a lot of top Democrats, including Nancy Pelosi, and I did not like that. I was worried. So I'm glad that they are actually they're recognizing there's blood in the water, and they're just not doing the classic Democrat thing. Of course, I still, my expectations, Leisha Miller has a recent video on Emil Bovee, can't send links because I'm too broke. Okay, well, you're also taking an hour off because you keep spamming it over and over again. So not only are you broke, but you're also, you have to be quiet for an hour. I'm sorry, after the 8th time you spam that, I'm gonna fucking give you an hour off. Hasan, that's so mean. No, it's not. In any case, back in the day, that would have been a perma. True. I'm much nicer man nowadays, especially coming off my, no, I'm not interested in the video. I'm not going to watch the video. Please stop. I literally just timed out someone. You don't have to immediately link it.
Today marks the first day of the House embarking on their Epstein recess. And already, the story Republicans hoped would quietly fade is growing louder by the hour. Just yesterday, the Wall Street Journal reported that Attorney General Pam Bondi and the Department of Justice informed President Trump back in May that his name appears multiple times in the Epstein files. Let me remind my colleagues, only last week, Donald Trump told a reporter that Attorney General Bondi never told him his name was in those files. Now we know that this was a lie, plain and simple, a red-faced lie. And this revelation raises not just serious questions about President Trump, but about Attorney General Bondi herself. Bondi has proven to do all of Trump's bidding. No matter what way you slice it, General Bondi lied to the American people. She told us we'd see the report. She told us it's on her desk. Then we're told there's no report. So you can understand the deep skepticism Americans have when they hear that today, Bondi's personal prosecutors, yes, the very ones under her direction, are preparing to interview Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's longtime accomplice behind closed doors in Florida. Let me repeat, under no circumstances should anyone from Donald Trump's Department of Justice be allowed to privately interview Ghislaine Maxwell. The conflict of interest just stares you in the face, and it's unacceptable. If you've been following this saga, and given how the White House and Speaker Johnson have so mishandled it, and who hasn't been following it, you know exactly why this moment is so dangerous. There is every reason to fear that Donald Trump could offer Ghislaine Maxwell a pardon in exchange for silence.
That's crazy. Our impact. I guess Chuck's been watching. I guess Chuck's been watching the HasanAbi broadcast. Chatters, you no longer have to feel embarrassed that you call Ghislaine Maxwell around your family, considering that, you know, Senator Chuck Schumer, Democrat of New York, is also calling her Ghislaine Maxwell. It's now in the Senate. It's in the Senate record. I guess Chuck Schumer has been watching the broadcast. It is unacceptable. He is right. I'm right there, Hassan. That's right. Chuck Schumer official. Following since 2021. Yeah. Old Chucky is a HasanAbi head.
Or even worse, phony exoneration. Let me be clear. Trump is sending his personal lawyer, Todd Blanche, to try and execute a corrupt cover-up, potentially offering leniency to a woman who also abused the victims. Enough. Enough. Enough with the hiding.
Dude, I cannot think of a less compelling speaker. It's just like remarkable how bad he is. It almost feels like he's trying to be boring. Like when he's reading from a piece of paper, and when he says enough, he's like, enough, I say. We must figure out the truth.
Enough with the excuses and enough with the cover-up. The American people deserve transparency.
It's crazy because, like, we got him and we got Hakeem Jeffries, who's also in the same wavelength, who also hits the same notes. How did we get here? It is crazy.
They deserve answers. And there are massive questions here, not just for the president, but for the vice president, the attorney general.
Okay.
House Speaker Mike Johnson is facing down critics of his decision to send lawmakers home early for the summer amid controversy over the Epstein case. It's just one of the many issues that Johnson talked about in an interview with our Major Garrett for The Takeout.
And to the point, when the Trump Justice Department said there were more than 1,000 victims, for people who knew this case very, very well, did a lot of investigative work on it, that number surprised them. High number.
Yeah.
Meaning that, to their minds, investigative reporters and others, there have to be accomplices, uncharged accomplices, and that aspect of justice is still missing.
Yes, and it's of great concern to us. I mean, we want full transparency. We want everybody who was involved in any way with the Epstein evils, let's call it what it was, to be brought to justice as quickly as possible. We want the full weight of the law on their heads.
But when the Justice Department said in that same two-page memo, there's no reason to pursue further prosecutions, many said, how can those two things be properly aligned?
These are good questions. I don't know. I've never seen the Epstein evidence. It wasn't in my lane. But I have the same concern and question that a lot of people do. And look, I think the president
This is not a hoax, in other words.
Oh, it's not a hoax. Of course not.
Uh-oh. I mean, that's crazy to step out of line. Trump said everybody's calling it the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. Excuse me. Everybody's calling it that. Everybody includes Mike Johnson. Interesting.
And Major Garrett joins us now. Major, so glad to have you here. Not a summer of fun and love for Mike Johnson. How much is this Epstein controversy hanging over the speaker?
Well, it hangs over the remainder of this summer, and it will be an enormous issue when Congress returns in September. Now, look, let's be fair to the Speaker and the House Republican majority. They have gotten a lot of work done on behalf of the Trump White House.
Man, I'm so tired of the story. It's an obvious distraction. Just look at the timing right after the BBB. Brother, I don't know how to describe this to you, but the BBB already happened in 2017, okay? I promise you, this is more impactful in Trump's base. It's more impactful in, like, harming Trump and separating Trump from, like, a bunch of people who were big-time supporters of Donald Trump than tax cuts for the super wealthy and Medicaid being destroyed and SNAP benefits being destroyed. Republicans have endless appetite for getting fucked over on the legislative side, especially when it's not happening immediately, especially when it's like hard to hard to decipher because like the way that they cut Medicaid in the big beautiful bill was not done in a way where it was like, we are going to just completely shut off Medicaid. It was like, oh, we're just going to put you under paperwork, mountains of paperwork, and it's going to happen 2 years from now. So like these guys were never going to actually understand who's doing it. Okay, they got what they want. Now they want President Vance. Now, okay, this I can see, but notice how this is very different than this. They're not trying to shift the attention away from something. I would go so far as to say that Donald Trump actively wants to shift the attention away from the Epstein stuff in general, which is part of the reason why the media is actually hammering this on. Also, J.D. Vance is noticeably absent from this conversation. Have you guys noticed? He is not around. He is just going to Nantucket. He's going to Disneyland. He's all over the place. He's just not on camera. He is never speaking on camera, and he's never talking about this. He's having dinners with Tim Dillon, which is wild. That was crazy. The only time he's talking about Jeffrey Epstein is when he's having a private dinner with Tim Dillon, it seems.
We'll get to that in a second. It's been a highly productive year so far legislatively. But this has become a crisis of leadership, and here's why. If you get in your car, Tony, and it doesn't work, you know there's something wrong when you push the ignition button and nothing goes on. In the House, the car runs through the Rules Committee. The Rules Committee could not function this week. Why? Because Republicans would not advance legislation to the floor because they wanted some signals from leadership about how to proceed on all sorts of resolutions and amendments dealing with Epstein. They got no guidance from leadership, and the House effectively stopped working. The ignition button was essentially disconnected. When the House doesn't work, it can't move legislation. And when it can't move legislation, all attention focuses on leadership.
Why do you think he's being so silent on everything? J.D. Vance is a brown noser and has brown nosed his way all the way to the top. Okay. He's also backed by very powerful billionaires and has a vision and has a goal in mind. He wants to be the successor to the MAGA movement. But in order to be an effective successor to the MAGA movement, while simultaneously knowing that Trump is a bad person, okay, you have to sometimes keep quiet when there is fissures in the base. He can't come out and like defend Donald Trump aggressively and then have people yell at him over it. You know what I mean? He has he knows that there are big fissures happening within the base of support for MAGA that he wants to make sure that he can have the support of down the line. And he's just basically waiting it out to see whichever way the wind blows. The only time he made a statement was on the Wall Street Journal article, and he angled it in the same way that like Megyn Kelly did, where he was like, this is obviously such a stupid reason for Wall Street Journal is just trying to do the fake news. Like that angle of attack is appropriate for the MAGA base, okay? That angle of attack is like, oh, it's fake news, media going after Trump for silly things again. Like you can still message around that.
And what leadership is doing right now is deferring to the president and the Trump Justice Department. But as the speaker just said, justice must be served, which means there have to be more prosecutions, more transparency. And if that doesn't manifest in August, when Congress comes back in September, this is going to be a significant and irritating political issue for the leader.
Also, Trump is taking questions live from reporters. Let's take a look at what he has to say while he's at the Federal Reserve.
We would save more than $1 trillion basically with just a paper transfer. You wouldn't be cutting costs of anything. You wouldn't be building anything. Just a move of the hand saying we're going to lower interest rates. You would save $1 trillion a year. And there's nothing you can do to save that kind of money. Well, we had a little talk about it, and I thought it was a very productive talk. He'll be able to tell you at his next meeting, but I will say that he did say the country is doing really well.
Mr. President, you feel better or what?
And the country is really doing well.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
How would you describe your talk with him?
No, I didn't think it was tense. No, I thought we had a good meeting. No, there was no tension. There was no tension. I think he had more tension with my great senator to the right. He's pretty tough cookie. He was, you might say, well.
I mean, bottom line is we had an honest, candid conversation about some of the overruns at this building. We had it in my banking committee, and he said we were wrong, and it turns out we were right. Thank God President Trump and his team took enough time to dig into some of the details, and the details are clear. We need to get this project done. We would like to keep it where it is or a little lower, but at the end.
Remember, this is the one issue that they can't just like wish cast away. Not the Epstein stuff. I'm talking about just constantly claiming that the economy is on a rocket ship. Okay? Saying that over and over again is not going to change what it looks like for people's pocketbooks. This is the one thing that you can't just like talk yourself out of. If people's financial circumstances are not moving at least in the green, in a better direction, in a positive direction, and it's clear that they're not, because the very same thing that the Brandon administration tried to do, they are trying to do as well, which is to say, no, it's great, it's fantastic. Meanwhile, people are getting laid off. People have not seen any sort of like significant improvement in their wages. And also, it's mostly just like rich and powerful people in the media trying to play this song and dance by pointing to the GDP, which in this case is not even looking too great anyway, and saying like, well, certain things and the price of certain things have gone down. Look at the graph. Look at the graph. Look at the graph. Look at the graph. Now, it might work for some of Trump's major loyalists because they are in the cult, okay? But ultimately, the stock market doing well after Donald Trump tanked it aggressively, and like the stock market rebounding, for example, is not necessarily going to translate to people feeling like they are doing well, is not going to lead to people feeling like they can afford rent. Do you understand? You can't just like keep saying it and then expect people to believe that it's happening.
Because they didn't want to pay 20, they were 28%. And they gave us $550 billion up front. 100%, 500. We get 90, they get 10. 90%, they get 10. And there's no payment. It's not a loan or anything. It's a signing bonus, I call it. But they gave us $550 billion and took down the tariffs a little bit. And then they agreed to open their economy to everybody. This was not easy. This took, a lot of people walked out of rooms and things. Sometimes they walked out of rooms, went back to Japan. Right. I said, where are they? They went back to Japan, and then they called and they said, can we make a deal? They came back a couple of times. This happened. This was, as you know, it was over a period of months, and ultimately they agreed to open their economy. Now, the opening of the economy is worth more than $550 billion, the payment that they made.
Cope.
It's worth more. So between that and the payment, we reduced it down to 15%. But they were at about 28%, and then they bought it down, basically.
But could other countries buy it down?
Yeah, I would let other countries buy it down.
Mr. President, do you feel better or worse about your relationship with the Fed chairman after this meeting?
I feel good about it. I mean, look, I have one dispute, and the dispute is there could be some things with money and, where it comes from, how it's come from, how it's printed, where it's printed, all of the standard things with the Fed.
Now, Japanese car makers that are competitive edge versus American car makers.
Interest rates have to come down.
We'll
If the
cover
interest rates
the
don't come
Japanese
down,
deal.
we're knocking it out of
I'll
the
cover the
park
Japanese deal in a
with high
second.
interest rates. If interest rates come down, then that final little element kicks in. That's housing. And the sad part is that people, wonderful young people, young couples starting off, they can't get a mortgage because the rates are too high. Tim knows that better than anybody, I think.
Mr. President, if the rates are hurting families in the country, why let that keep going for another 8 months? Why not just fire the chairman now?
To do that is a big move, and I just don't think it's necessary. And I believe that he's going to do the right thing. I believe that the chairman is going to do the right thing. I mean, it may be a little too late, as the expression goes, but I believe he's going to do the right thing. The fact is, it's so big what's taking place in America, where the King of Saudi Arabia says you have the hottest country anywhere in the world, and I thought you were dead 1 year ago. I thought we were dead. I just left NATO, as you know. They're agreeing to pay 5%. We're not paying anything. We send them the equipment. They pay for 100% of everything now for the war, Ukraine. But I just left NATO, and every one of those leaders said, every country, they said,
so hot
and very smart country, very successful country.
It is pretty crazy that the American economy is built around confidence. Obviously, the stock market absolutely is built around confidence. And when you have a confidence man, a con man like Donald Trump, I guess like people have a vested interest in the market succeeding, so they have to kind of act like they believe whatever the fuck he's saying. It's all vibes. It's all made up. And people have basically realized, like, no, we have to kind of act like this is all going somewhere positive, so that they can keep making more money.
Interest rates come down. Good job, you did. You do a nice job. I want you a lot. Thank you.
Everything is Tesla at this point, is what I mean. Everything is Tesla. Everything is computer. Just like Tesla will just keep. I mean, they have. I guess this year is not the best year to say that, because like this is the first time where Tesla's like actually experienced some shocks. But for many decades, there were too many powerful financial interests vested in Tesla stock succeeding. So whenever Elon Musk just lied, and because of the valuation, of Tesla being tied as a tech company and not like a car manufacturer, whenever Elon Musk just like came out and was like, "Oh, you're gonna be able to fly to Mars with your Tesla," people will go, "Oh my God, that's definitely gonna happen." Even though if you look at his performance over the course of the past decade, he's always overpromising and then never delivering. The thing is that the market is 1,000% convinced that Trump is lying about the August 1st tariffs. If they actually go in, the market will plummet because no one has confidence it's real. Same with inflation. Market is wary on tariffs spiking it, so they never believe Trump would actually fire Powell. Lol, it's all fake. Yeah, no, I know. There's a lot of people basically believe that Trump is totally taco Trump, and he's just not going to do it. You mean years, not decades. Tesla stock hasn't been hot for that long if you put it in perspective. Yes, years. Well, a decade. Although Tesla stock has been not performing as well this past year. So this is not the best year to point to, because finally there has been some impact. Tesla CEO Elon Musk is shifting focus from electric vehicles to autonomous technology, including robo-taxis and humanoid robots, according to the Wall Street Journal. Great. But guys, they have epic bacon at the Hollywood Tesla diner. Isn't that cool? Oh God, I can't wait for Tesla to fucking crash and burn. I don't know if it'll ever happen, but if it did, it would be the greatest case of I told you so after years and years. Here's a remarkable moment between Trump and Powell for those of you who are wondering how this relationship is going.
About 3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot.
Nope. No, it didn't. Wait, hold on. We got to run it again.
About 3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah, I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
Yeah, it just came out.
I noticed that at about 3.1 as well.
3.1.
3.2. This came from us?
Yes. I don't know who does that.
You're including the Martin renovation. You just added.
Our entire capital.
Yeah, you just added in a third building. Is what that is. That's a third building.
Well, no,
the
but
Martin building.
it's a building that's being built.
No, it was built 5 years ago. We finished Martin 5 years ago.
It's part of the overall work.
But it's
So,
not new.
so we're going to take a look. We're going to see what's happening, and it's.
That's so funny. Oh my God. There's nothing funnier than the fact that Trump fucking appointed him in his first term. Okay. And also, it is the one thing that would erode market confidence and would absolutely yield tremendous volatility. So he can't even fucking fire him. Oh, that's crazy. To be fair, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, he'll be like, who appointed this guy? This is a real bad guy. Who appointed this fucking asshole? Yeah, he's asking DOJ to investigate him for fraud because it's costing too much money to build these buildings. So that he can have like some kind of just cause to fire him, I guess. What a fucking asshole. Whoever appointed this guy must have been a real idiot.
Do you expect any more additional cost overruns?
Don't expect them. We're ready for them, but we have a little bit of a reserve that we may use, but no, we don't. Expect to be finished in 2027. We're well along, as you can see.
Nice to take these off every once in a while when we're not under too much danger.
What the fuck was that? Oh my God! What did he do?
Nice to take these off every once in a while when we're
What is he doing? Wait, Trump says he's surprised Fed Chair Powell was appointed? What? I don't remember this. This is fucking so stupid, dude.
Fed chair. I was surprised he was appointed. I was surprised, frankly, that Biden put him in and extended him. It is my.
Oh my God, it's full Brandon. I was I missed this, I guess, and then I didn't. I was on I was at the bachelor party after this. I think he means that Biden reappointed him.
My pleasure and my honor to announce my nomination of Jerome Powell to be the next chairman of the Federal Reserve. Congratulations. He's a terrible Fed chair. I was surprised he was appointed.
Incredible. Incredible work, sir. Whew. Real moron. Must have appointed him. Real stupid. His name is Brandon. I constantly go back and forth on, like, is he actually losing his mind? Or does he know that his base does not care when he just, like, says things that are completely false? And I'm leaning on the Brandonization side of things. Like, I do think that there is a Brandonization going on currently on the issue of inflation, on the issue of like people's attitude towards the administration. Trump is nearing Brandonization levels on that front. He's almost at Brandon's lowest point, underwater by I believe 29 points. Or by 25 points. So he's definitely on the Brandon side. Felix says, as your physician, I must be direct. You are the very first Brandonization sufferer to ever contract terminal shrubism at the same time. We can treat your desire for oil and bananas, but you'll never see an approval rating above 39% for the rest of your life. 6 months into his second term, President Donald Trump's job approval rating has dipped to 37%. This is the lowest rating of Trump's second term and just slightly higher than his all-time worst rating of 34% at the end of his first term. Now, something you have to remember, however, is that even at his lowest approval rating, he still was above 90% for the Republicans, okay? Or above 85%, I think, something like that. So just remember, he's just losing independence. He's losing a lot of the people that voted for him, but that's expected. That is precisely what happened last time around as well. Yeah, independents drive Trump's approval rating to 37%, second term low. This is the lowest it's been in the second term, and it's close to the lowest it's been in its first term. Not that it matters because he's not running again, or maybe we won't even have another election. Who knows? Who knows? Trump's handling of Iran foreign affairs rated highest, but still underwater. Trump's ratings for handling each of 8 separate foreign and domestic issues also ran generally poor. He earns the highest marks for his handling of the situation with Iran at 42% and foreign affairs at 41%, which is crazy. Approval is slightly lower for his job on immigration, 38%. The economy, 37%. Situation in the Middle East between the Israelis and the Palestinians at 36%. Foreign trade at 36%. Americans' ratings of Trump handling of the situation in Ukraine at 33%. And the federal budget, 29%, are even lower. Apart from the situation with Iran, which was not previously measured in Trump's second term, ratings on each of the issues are now lower than earlier this year. These include a 14-point drop in the federal budget and an 8-point decline for immigration and the situation in Ukraine. Incredible. Republicans broadly approve of Trump's job on each issue, with his handling on foreign affairs garnering the highest rating at 93%. Aside from the situation in Ukraine, which earns approval from 70% of Republicans, his ratings on other issues range from 81 to 88 within his party. Democrats' highest rating of Trump's handling of the 8 issues is 12% for the situation in Ukraine, and all the other issues are in single digits. Meanwhile, no more than 36% of independents approve of Trump's president's job performance on any of the issues. The situation with Iran earns him the highest approval rating from independents at 36%, and the federal budget at its lowest at 19%. So something to consider here is that the reason why Iran turned out to be a W for Trump and his base is because of 2 reasons. One, I told you so. Motherfuckers don't care about doing more war, okay? Even though they say that there is no more war. I told you it was going to work out in a similar fashion to what happened with the assassination of Soleimani, where it was seen as like an off-ramp for Iran, so it was packed up. It was packed up fairly quickly, and this is the reason why they see him as like a powerful figure that was able to simultaneously escalate and then look like he was actually working to de-escalate. People did not see it as a severe escalation, even though it was. You're failing to recognize the B-2 bombers look cool factor? No, it's not even that. If it actually led to a larger quagmire, it would have been a massive failure. And the only reason why it didn't is because Iran did not retaliate. Iran did not retaliate in kind, and instead did the same thing that they've always done, which is unimaginable restraint and de-escalation. The approval spiked for Trump during the period in which he sacked Waltz and did his anti-neocon Middle East push while avoiding Israel versus the 12-day war period / Jeffrey Epstein resurgence and denial is just uncanny. Bro, I know someone who thought his initial messages saying Israel and Iran were going into a ceasefire deal was Nobel Peace Prize worthy. Israel attacked Iran a few hours later. Yeah, they're very stupid. Most people are very stupid, but Republicans are even extra stupid. Okay? That's it. You have to constantly, I guess, remind yourself that most people, yourself included, myself included, are very dumb. Okay? Especially when it comes to politics. More like politricks, am I right? We're all dumb. We don't pay close attention to stuff like this. And also, we have a litany of different interests that are and opinions on issues that are oftentimes contradictory to one another. And there's not much else you can do about that. It's just, it is what it is. Bottom line, Trump closed out the second quarter of his second term in office, having accomplished much of what he said he would do if elected. Yet outside of his Republican base, relatively few Americans are pleased with his performance. His rating has fallen to the lowest point in his second term, essentially matching where he was at the same time in his first term, which is not much higher than his all-time worst rating. He also gets generally poor marks for his handling of key issues, including immigration and the economy, which were major focus of his campaign. Because, as I told you, many people who voted for Trump, who fancy themselves to be independents, or many people who would go on the record in polls to say that they actually wanted to do mass deportation, on the record in polls to say that they actually wanted to do mass deportations, does not actually like mass deportations when it's happening. Are y'all dumb or stupid? Yes. That's it. People think they want certain policies until those policies come knocking down their doors and they don't like it. And it's not like this was that crazy. It's not like this was unforeseeable. After all, I foresaw it, and I kept repeating it over and over again throughout the election cycle and yelled at the Democrats for refusing to explain to Americans broadly what mass deportations would look like. The reason, and the example that I used regularly was abortion. Roe v. Wade. Many people who voted, many people who said in polls that they would want Roe v. Wade to go away very quickly realized that they did not like it when their daughters or their wives or their immediate loved ones could potentially not be able to get this medical intervention that is necessary and life-saving. That's it. And that happened literally before the election. So I don't know why it was so hard for people to use that as an example of people say they want something until that thing is happening, and then they go, oh my God, who would have thought this would be awful? It's that simple. Anyway, people also don't know what they're voting for most of the time. Speaking of people not knowing what the hell is going on, the Japan trade deal info on Trump's desk was altered by hand with a marker. President Donald Trump announced a trade deal with Japan, which he said includes a 15% tariff rate and $550 billion of Japanese investments into the United States. A card on his desk with details of the deal shows discrepancies and last-minute edits, according to a photo posted on X by Dan Scavino. President Trump's art of the deal seemed to play out in real time on Tuesday. Trump on Tuesday night announced his Truth Social platform, what he called a massive trade agreement with Japan, which the president said includes a 15% tariff rate and $550 billion in investments. By the way, I do love that Donald Trump just keeps adding tariffs and then taking out tariffs, and then the only promise he gets is an IOU letter from these countries about massive investments. Okay, it's always, I feel like these guys have realized, like the Oracle CEO Sam Altman, all of these dudes have basically realized that, like, as long as you say you're gonna spend $7 quintillion on American soil, Trump will go, that's a great number. It's the biggest number from the standpoint of mathematics. My uncle was an MIT math professor. And then he just like repeats that number over and over again. And it's basically, that's it. Like, it's just, you get whatever you want. You just say he's hot. You say the economy is hot. You say America is hot. And then you say you're going to spend, a number that no one has ever heard before on American soil. And then he goes, great. But the details of that deal on a card on Trump's desk during a meeting with the Japanese delegation and top White House aides shows discrepancies last-minute edits. The card on Trump's desk displays a 10% tariff, in addition to a 15% levy rate on the automotive, pharmaceutical, and semiconductor industries. However, Trump said in his Truth Social post that only Japan will face a rate of 15% without elaborating. Japan will pay reciprocal tariffs of the United States of 15%. Below the tariff rate, $400 billion appears on the board in large lettering. That seems to reference Japan's plan to invest in the U.S., which Trump explained in his social media post. But Trump used a different figure in his post than even the altered amount on the card, saying that Japan would invest $550 billion. It is not clear why the amount in his post is $50 billion higher than the altered amount on the card. Japan will invest, at my direction, $550 billion in the United States, which will receive 90% of the profits. This deal will create hundreds of thousands of jobs. There has never been anything like it. Yes, there hasn't been anything like it because it doesn't exist. Okay? It's not real. Anyway, here's some more details. Japan's tariff negotiator, Ryoshi Akazawa, offered this explanation to reporters in D.C. last night, per CNN. Akazawa explained that the Japanese injection of $550 billion into the U.S. would be in the form of equity and loan to support the Japanese businesses' investments in key fields such as pharmaceuticals and semiconductors. Compared to the President Trump's description, Japan will invest, at my direction, $550 billion in the United States, which will receive 90% of the profits. Yes. Taking out a Japanese loan for this to say he made $550 billion? Yeah. Japan is letting me hold the money. Hold it. Big bro. We're going to make it big. Also, here is Spencer Hakimian's take on the tariffs. Toyota is up 8% on the news of a 15% tariff. Why? It's simple. Ford, General Motors, Tesla, and all the other American manufacturers are going to be paying 50% more for their steel, 50% more for their copper, and 25% more for their Canadian production, 15% more for the Mexican production, and 55% on their Chinese production. Toyota only has to pay 15% more, and they're done with all the shenanigans. Ford has to pay much more than that. A lot more, in fact. We've given a Japanese car company an advantage over American car companies, all in the hope of bringing auto jobs back to America. Zero deal, zero dimension chess. Art of the steal, baby. UAW statement trashing the Japan trade deal will hurt our members across the country and other workers as well. Here's the UAW statement on the U.S. trade agreement with Japan. The UAW is deeply angered by the Trump administration's announced trade deal with Japan. What we've seen so far makes one thing clear. American workers are once again being left behind. I hate to say this, but, there is a little bit of a I told you so moment here for the UAW, which was in favor, understandably, because they are trade protectionists, when Trump was first implementing his tariffs regime. The automobile industry is one of the only industries in the country that isn't directly related to weapons manufacturing that has domestic production. Okay? So it's understandable that the UAW would say, we are in favor of trade protectionism because it's one of the few industries that could be protected. It's one of the few industries of trade that could technically be protected because there is domestic manufacturing. Having said that, of course, the American domestic manufacturing of automobiles still heavily relies on Canadian production and Mexican production. It passes by those nation-state boundaries on numerous occasions before the final product is put together. So that in and of itself would most likely, that in and of itself was always going to impact automobile manufacturing. But here they are saying, for decades, Japanese automakers have exploited open access to U.S. markets while failing to do right by American workers. Now, instead of addressing the problem, this deal gives them another break at the expense of the very companies and workers that built the American auto industry into the global standard for good jobs and world-class products. The UAW has pushed for well-crafted tariffs as a tool to level the playing field, bring back good jobs, and drive investment to American manufacturing. We know tariffs can work, but the execution here falls short. Shifting timelines and moving goalposts have undermined business confidence and delayed investment. So far, only GM has stepped up with serious reshoring efforts. The Global Business Alliance basically says the foreign direct investment claims are bullshit. Foreign direct investment into the United States totaled $52.8 billion in the first quarter of 2025, a 34% decrease over the fourth quarter of 2024. Net equity flows registered $19 billion in the first quarter in 2025, composing 36%. Reinvestment of earnings stood at $40 billion in the first quarter of 2025, accounting for some 75% of the foreign direct investment into the United States. Foreign direct investment in the United States in 2024 was revised down to $292 billion, making it a weaker than average year for the foreign direct investment into the United States over the past decade. Here's a chart that will help you understand it a little bit better. The problem in globalization is that you moron Yankees vote a brainless donkey into office and the rest of the world suffers. I don't understand. Foreign direct investment into the United States totaled $52.8 billion in the first quarter of 2025. This number falls short of the $7 quadrillion that Donald Trump has been waving around. I thought that the foreign direct investment into the United States was actually, $100 gorillion, as a matter of fact. So where is that? This is short 99.99999 gorillion dollars, it seems. Where is the money? Where is the money? I thought this was investment like no one has ever seen before. Rather than building on that momentum, rewarding companies investing in union jobs, this deal hands a win to transnational automakers that rely on low road labor practices, substandard wages, excessive temps, and union busting. Now those same companies stand to benefit from lower tariffs, while unionized automakers who could quickly create tens of thousands of good jobs using existing capacity are left with fewer incentives to do so. A better deal would have held Japanese automakers to the same standards U.S. workers have fought for at GM, Ford, and Stellantis: living wages, quality, healthcare, secure retirements, job stability, and the freedom to form unions without intimidation. Yeah, except Trump would never do that. For the record, can you imagine Trump using tariffs to say to Japan that Japanese auto manufacturers have to onshore their manufacturing to the United States while simultaneously implementing unionization agreements in the process where, hey, not only are we slapping tariffs on you, that you have to have your existing factories unionized with the UAW. That would, of course, never happen, and it never will, and it's not going to happen. And even the fucking Brandon administration did not do that, and did not hold like Tesla to account, for example, or other American manufacturers to account when they were offering literal domestic subsidies to domestic car manufacturers. This is something that I was critical on with the Biden administration as well. When the Biden administration was offering many benefits to U.S. domestic manufacturers, or even different components that you could build for renewable energy to build a robust renewable energy sector, which the Trump administration is basically gutting already with not Build Back Better, sorry, Big Beautiful Bill. There's 2 BBBs, which is crazy. The Brandon administration did not do that. If this becomes a blueprint for trade with Europe or South Korea, it will be a major missed opportunity. After decades of failed trade policy, American workers don't need another deal that pushes them down for demanding a better life. We need trade deals that raise standards, not rewards raised to the bottom. This deal does the opposite. Yeah. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick appeared to take credit for the board in a Wednesday morning interview with Bloomberg, but did not directly address the edits or discrepancies. Bro, isn't this a W, though? I love Toyotas. I mean, I love Toyotas, too. I love Toyotas as well. I bought my brother a RAV4. Shit's mint. I want a Toyota Hilux. Having said that, I love American labor more than I love Toyotas. Why not a Supra? Why didn't I buy my brother a Supra? Because he's about to have a fucking family. He's getting married. He's going to inevitably have children. That's why I didn't buy him a fucking Supra. And instead bought him a RAV4 that is a plug-in hybrid, as a matter of fact. It's pretty good. That's a different kind of deal, Scott Bessent said. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said in a Wednesday morning interview with Bloomberg that auto imports from the U.S. from Japan got the 15% rate, despite some other countries' automakers facing higher rates, because Japan offered guarantees of equity credit and funding for large U.S. projects. This statement came in response to a question about whether trading partners could now expect to see a floor of 15% tariffs during negotiations. That's a different kind of deal, Besson said. They got the 15% rate because they were willing to provide this innovative financing mechanism. Wall Street was left a bit confused by the terms of the deal. Andy Laperriere, head of the U.S. policy research at Piper Sandler, said Japanese officials are describing it differently when it comes to the investment plan. Japan's leaders, he said, see the $550 billion figure as a cap and inclusive of government loan guarantees, especially given that the Japanese believe they're being bullied into this commitment. They will almost certainly slow walk whatever investments they don't think are in their own economic self-interest, especially when the leadership in the United States of America is so malleable and so easy to influence. By the way, the government of Japan is creating a $500 billion slush fund for Trump to spend as he pleases, according to Howard Lutnick, is what Howard Lutnick is claiming, which probably isn't the case anyway, because the Japanese prime minister did this deal and immediately resigned. Yeah, there is like, no matter what happens, it's just like, one, bribing Trump would be the best possible scenario. What will most likely happen is Japanese companies being invested into by the Japanese government, and even that investment will not actually reach $550 billion is what my assessment is. Okay? That's it. I don't think that this is real. Anyway, there's, of course, the Columbia University story. FYI, regarding Japanese pharma plus U.S., I work for a Japanese pharmaceutical company, and this is Big T plus Japan. It opened a PMDA, their FDA office in D.C. They're throwing all chips in. It's just a rumor that he's resigned, spreading on Twitter, media literacy guys. Yeah, I mean, isn't there an election happening in Japan? I don't know. As much as a weeb as I am, I haven't been paying close attention to. Didn't it happened already? It already happened, gangy. Why the fuck is people so... Why are people so locked in? The only thing I know about Japan is Jakara, okay? The only thing... I've been paying attention to two things that are coming out of Japan. One, Jakara, okay? And its healing powers. And two is the... remember that fucking crazy... that crazy party that was doing a rally that we just kind of encountered, the orange one? What is it called? The Saitoshi or whatever? Sanseido. Yeah, Sanseido. Yeah, it turns out that party is gaining... It turns out that party's gaining some prominence. They got one seat, or 14 seats, sorry. In the last election, they had one seat. Now they have 14 seats. So now they have 15 total seats. And that is a Japan First anti-immigrant party. My goats, unfortunately, the JCP, the Japanese Communist Party, despite the fact that their newspaper literally fucking tanked the LDP with their broad coverage over their scandals, has lost seats. In the last election, they had 11 seats. They won 3 seats. The seat change is a seat. Now they have 7 seats, so they lost 4 seats. LDP, on the other hand, was a major fucking loser in this circumstance, losing 18 seats as well. So Satoshi is Ash Ketchum Lamau? No, Sanseido. HasanAbi, Sanseido's 10th pillar of their project is returning the Japanese eating habits centered on rice in order to regain the Yamato spirit. Yes. You got Reiwa, which is the other left party, right? Funny part is Sanseido is very socialist for ethnic Japanese. Yeah, I wonder who else had opinions like that. You mean to tell me they're a national socialist party? Current trends in Japan. It's so awesome how over the past few years I've heard from people who only traveled to Japan and how great it was and how much better it was in America. And then you see the last election stuff and everyone there has turned into Mecha Hitler and voting far right. Changes in Japanese views from 2016 to 2025 from Ipsos polling. This is a friend of the show, Mr. Jeffu, our Japanese reporter. Japan is in decline, went from 40% to 70%. Ignored by traditional parties, went from 39% to 68%. Prioritize hiring nationals if jobs are scarce, went from 38% to 60%. Immigrants are taking jobs, went from 12% to 36%. Fertile ground for Sanseido. Sanseido is the anti-immigrant Japanese nationalist party. They're a fucking cult. They have like really kooky beliefs. But to be fair, most Japanese political expressions revolve around cult-like tendencies by American standards especially. So it's not really that confusing. It's funny how he conveniently ignores the difference in electoral systems between Japan and the U.S. Imagine if the U.S., a party we've never heard before, took Senate seats in several states. Yeah, it's unthinkable. But in the U.S., that's simply because everything is first past the poll here. Oh, yeah, a foreigner served as an advisor of the Japan First Party. What the fuck? Matt Brainerd, a former Trump campaign staffer who founded Look Back America, an organization that supported the January 6th defendants, appeared on OAN as a Sanseido party advisor. Wait, so they got a fucking bald American Trump MAGA guy in the fuck foreigners party? They're getting their fuck foreigners notes from a foreigner? What? That makes no dang sense. No, they do not love white people. They do not love white people. Sanseido does not love white people, bro. What are you talking about? No, they straight up, their number one policy is like, fuck every foreigner, Japan for Japanese only. So this guy was like, yeah, I hope you kick me out of the country. I hope you win. And then make sure that people like myself can never have a job here again. That's cool. No more Bakagaijin party being advised by a Bakagaijin. Meanwhile, NHK party is all about the MAGA aesthetic. Thread, interesting posters of the 2025 Japan upper house election. The first poster features leader of the fringe NHK party declaring himself to be the Japanese Trump. He's wearing a MAGA, not Make Japan Great Again hat. And his poster says he is against illegal immigration. The word illegal is in very small font. He's also wearing a bandage on his head because apparently his slash wound from a March 2025 machete attack has not yet healed. Yeah, I mean, they're irrelevant. Here's another example in English from LDP incumbent Nishida Shoji. Return to Japan. From where? Sounds like a poor translation of Abe's Take Back Japan. You may remember Nishida from my previous thread on his views about Jewish people. Wait, what? There's at least one case of possible defamation on a poster. An incumbent CDP lawmaker has filed a criminal complaint against the NHK party candidate Maeda Taichi for a poster that makes an allegation about a scandal in her personal life. His poster says, don't forgive CDP candidate censored over censored. The media is censoring the information, so I added the gray box. Guess who's also getting praised in Japan? You will never guess the guest.
The hardcore super weebs.
No.
And then I went to work as an assistant professor.
No opinion? No opinion? What? Also, the anti-immigrant sentiment in Japanese politics is so funny because, dude, your population is dying. You need immigrants. You literally just need immigrants. There's no other way around this, okay? And you don't have any immigrants. You have a tiny, tiny percentage of the population that are migrant workers. You need more. Japanese people are basically all 78 years old. You literally just need immigrants. I don't understand. It is a island nation that is committed to self-suiciding itself by just basically withering away and dying. They're like, nah, I'd rather fucking die than have working hands. Yeah, I guess you won't have any immigrants at that point because everyone will be dead.
University in New York has reached a $200 million settlement with the Trump administration in connection.
Oh, yeah, they'd rather die than work. Kind of base, not gonna lie. It's not like they've stopped working. The other left party won more seats, but we had this now. Japanese actor turned lawmaker Taro Yamamoto is pro-Palestine. Yamamoto played Shogo in the movie Battle Royale. Now he leads in the Reiwa Shinsengumi, a progressive anti-establishment party which holds 14 seats in the parliament, 15 seats in the parliament now. Yeah, I didn't get to meet these guys. I went to JCP, which has been getting absolutely cumstered and dumpstered. And everything that I learned about Japanese politics, I don't really like, I'll be honest with you, unfortunately. But I will say this, they don't really like anti-establishment populism. Like, it's just all out of whack. It's very difficult to explain Japanese politics with American terms. I know I can, explain Japanese politics with American terms to you, or not Japanese politics. I can explain, other countries and their politics by, kind of drawing comparisons to American politics. In Japanese politics is very, very difficult to explain. Like, for example, one of the reasons why the JCP it doesn't have, a lot of the youth vote is because they are seen as they're seen as like old and outdated. Part of the reason why the JCP still even has fandom is because they're like anti-military. It's just, yeah, it's communist aunts and aunties, but like they're not even communist. Like JCP is not a communist party. They just have retained the name communism, but they're not actually a communist party. Let's be real. They're not even remotely a communist party. Reiwa is not that different from JCP, just leftist infighting. As a JCP member, Reiwa is not that different from JCP, it's just leftist infighting. Yeah, they hate the CPC, obviously, but everyone in Japanese politics hates the CPC, or rather, they act like they hate the CPC, but the reality of the matter is, you know which party loves the Communist Party of China? The fucking LDP. So it's not like they say they hate China, they say they hate the Chinese party, the Communist Party of China, but they actually kind of like the Communist Party of China. And the reason why they like it is because of trade and how important trade is to Japanese interests. So, you know, none of it fucking makes sense. If not communist, what would you say the JCP is? Current iteration of JCP is just like a center-left party by international standards, like barely a social democratic party. Maybe people will get mad at me for saying that, but yeah, I mean, the communist parties that exist right now, especially communist parties that exist within the American periphery, are all social democratic parties, barely. There have been massive purges, slowly but surely, in every single political formation all around the globe, wherever America has maintained its influence, where all of the revolutionary elements have been absolutely destroyed in every single one of these communist parties. That's it. And the ones that are still kind of revolutionary are comprised of like 8 people, and they're just basically LARPing. That's it. The way you're describing the JCP's lack of appeal sounds rather similar to communist parties in Europe. In Portugal, youth sees the local communist party as being too old-fashioned and outdated. Yeah. I will say, unironically, I'm not even joking when I say this, I think streamers have played a negative role in Japanese politics and have made them even more racist towards foreigners. I genuinely believe this. Like, Johnny Somali might have literally played a fucking formative role, and like Ice Poseidon and shit, might have literally played a formative role in hardening the already existing xenophobic stances in Japanese society. Like, I'm not even joking. Every time a fucking Kick streamer or a Twitch streamer or someone does some fuck shit in Japan, it makes it into Japanese national news. Every time a tourist does something fucked up, it makes it the Japanese national news, and everybody talks about it for weeks on end. The JCP did mention to you that they communicated and liked some factions in the CCP. No, they didn't. Huckmag.com, inside the fight against Japan's nuisance streamer epidemic. All right, we're moving away from Japan back to the United States of America, New York City, Columbia University. I talked about it a little bit, but yeah, we got Columbia conceding to the Trump administration to basically beg their way out of this ridiculous hurdle that the Trump administration has set in front of them, with ridiculous claims of anti-Semitism that seemingly the Columbia University also agrees with, in an effort to get back their grants.
Columbia University in New York has reached a $200 million settlement with the Trump administration in connection with the recent campus protests there, and claims the university didn't do enough to stop the harassment of Jewish students. Nikki Batiste is at Columbia. Nikki, good morning.
This is like blood-boiling, anger-inducing nonsense, dude. Out of all of these like Ivy League institutions, Columbia University, I think, is now officially the worst of the worst. It is the worst institute of higher learning. They are so depraved. The way they went about this was so insane. It's incredible, dude. It is incredible. And it all started under the Brandon administration. Make no mistake. All of these fake anti-Semitism allegations kick-started under the Biden administration. And the Biden administration never even offered us just a semblance of protective cover to these institutes of higher learning or the students that were doing the right thing. They lied over and over again. The media lied over and over again, kept misrepresenting the positions of the students, kept lying and saying that they were actually being deeply anti-Semitic and violent when they were not. And the only thing they experienced was violence in the form of retaliation from the Zionist counter-protesters. I cannot put into words how embarrassed I am of my degree now. I dreamed of going to Columbia since I was a kid, finally made it, and now I want nothing to do with the school. At least I graduated with no debt. Yeah. It is remarkable how bad this is. It is shocking how bad this is. Mehdi Hassan says, nothing will embolden anti-Semites more than deals like this. One foreign country getting favored and special treatment, as well as protection from criticism on college campus at the insistence of the United States government. But it's not even about anti-Semitism. That's the craziest part about this. It's not like, because anti-Semitism is a real form of bigotry, right? And it can actually, if left unchecked, it could technically create a hostile environment that would stop people from being educated properly. This is not about that at all. This has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. It has everything to do with Israel. It's fucking insane. First, they whipped up fake hysteria surrounding the understandable position of many students on college campus that protested against Israel, that wanted Columbia University to decouple themselves from Israeli investment, which was never going to happen, obviously. Columbia's very own alumni that also either A, had personal investments in Israel, or B, were major, had like a deep connection to Israel, obviously retaliated in the expected aggressive manner. But what was unexpected in this process was every single already Zionist college campus presidents would get pulled in front of Congress and then go, I'm so sorry that we haven't sufficiently licked the boots of the Israeli state. I am so sorry. I apologize profusely. And then with this environment, Jewish graduate here, the only anti-Semitism I've had in college was from people saying I'm a self-hating Jew for standing up for Palestine. The environment was designed for someone like Donald Trump to take advantage of. They created this fake narrative that there's unimaginable anti-Semitism happening on campus, on Columbia campus grounds, and that the Columbia was not doing anything. This happened under the Biden administration, that Columbia was not properly dealing with the anti-Semitism, even though the anti-Semitism was fucking fake, okay? And then Trump came in and used that pre-existing attitude, that pre-existing sentiment that was also propped up by the media as well, cynically and falsely, to say, hey, look at all this anti-Semitism. Look at all this anti-Semitism. Give me $200 million or else I'm shutting off your grants. Columbia caved every step of the way to the ridiculous demands that the Trump administration was making, and they just kept asking for more.
Good morning. The settlement comes as the university had been negotiating with the administration to restore its access to $400 million in federal funding. Columbia says it's agreed to pay the $200 million settlement in addition to $21 million to settle investigations brought by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. The university has also agreed to a series of changes, including an independent monitor who will assess compliance with the agreement and federal laws. In a statement, Columbia said it does not admit to wrongdoing with this resolution agreement and that the institution's leaders have recognized that reform was and is needed. In March, the Trump administration canceled grants.
It's so psychotic. They're doing academic receivership. They have complete control over the Middle Eastern Studies Department. The administration does, by the way. And on top of that, Columbia literally suspended 80 students that were almost complete, that were literally waiting to receive their diplomas. So they pay $200 million in a settlement for this bullshit accusation instead of fighting it. They also revoke degrees as well. And in return for that $200 million settlement for this bullshit accusation, instead of defending themselves, okay, they're now receiving $400 million in grants in return.
contracts over claims that the university failed to stop anti-Semitism on campus in the wake of protests against Israel's war in Gaza. The settlement comes just one day after the university said it suspended and expelled dozens of students who participated in several of those pro-Palestinian.
This is also dangerous for every other college campus because Columbia caved to the Trump administration. This is only going to embolden the Trump administration. They're going to continue pushing other campuses as well. Are y'all trying to get sued because my degree was never revoked? This is an AI-generated photo of me. I don't look like this. I have several attorneys representing me. Canary Mission, suspected Columbia students expelled or degrees revoked. They're posting this like as a major W too. Like we have actual schizophrenic Israeli Knesset-funded doxing groups like Canary Mission openly operating on U.S. soil against American citizens and then having the government respond to their fucking hallucinations positively, and then they get to flex. What are we doing? What are we fucking doing? It's so insane. What's extra insane about this is that they're not even doing this like immediately after October 7th, which they did, right? They went real crazy mode. After October 7th, they had the doxing trucks ready to go on every college campus, and they were just like plastering people's personal information and claiming that they were like vicious Nazi anti-Semites all over campus. Bill Ackman was running around saying, "You'll never be hired ever again." Bill A. Packman, Bill Smokes Crackman. But post October 7th, that was the last time Israel was ever going to have any sort of favorability. It's been almost 2 years at this point of Israel doing a genocide. The idea that you can get away with behaving like this now in the eyes of the public and have the public not respond negatively to this is fucking insane. And this is a continuation of Project Esther, by the way. It 100% is. A key part of what Columbia was forced to agree to was to radically expand its hate speech codes to ban common criticisms of Israel and Jewish individuals. It has nothing to do with protests, just attacks on Americans' free speech to please Israel and its AIPAC puppets, says Glenn Greenwald. He's right. The party and Trump movement that spent a decade mocking the need for hate speech codes on campuses and flamboyantly posturing as champions of free speech and academic freedom have now forced Harvard and Columbia to adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which famously bans accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than the interests of their own nations, denying, which is, again, technically is an anti-Semitic thing to do, but it's vague. So if you use this as a way to prosecute someone, you can literally say that Shai Davide being fucking loyal to Israel is actually an anti-Semitic incident, when Shai Davide, by his own admission, cares more about Israel than anything else. Of course, Shai Davide will not be prosecuted under the IHRA definition. Anyone who says, dude, get the fuck out of here, why do you care so much about Israel, will be, though. Denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, e.g. by claiming that the existence of State of Israel is a racist endeavor. That's another IHRA definition, which is crazy. Some of the IHRA definitions are actually, some of the IHRA guidelines are actually anti-Semitic. Some of them can be vaguely misinterpreted and weaponized against people making coherent points. And then some of them are literally not anti-Semitic, like saying the existence of the State of Israel is a racist endeavor is not anti-Semitic, because it's true. Saying that this, trying to prosecute this correct statement as an anti-Semitic canard only dilutes the power that anti-Semitism holds at all. When you say correct things are anti-Semitism, okay, uttering correct statements is actually doing anti-Semitism, you're basically saying anti-Semitism isn't bad. Applying double standards by requiring of it a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. Ridiculous. Using the symbols and images associated with the classic anti-Semitism, Israel claims of Jews killing Jesus or blood libel, or to characterize Israel or Israelis. I don't really care about this. That is fucking anti-Semitic. Drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis. Again, this is not anti-Semitic. This is just the truth. Holding Jews collectively responsible for the actions of the State of Israel, ironically enough, also anti-Semitic, also conducted by liberals regularly. except they use this as a positive when they say all Jews love Israel. Every Jew is a Zionist. Every Jew loves Israel. And Israel is doing this for all Jews. But they have it both ways, basically. I can't wait till these same laws get applied to Christianity. It becomes illegal to be gay or trans because it's anti-Christian. I mean, I've long held the belief, that because of the institutional muscle that allegations of anti-Semitism have, because of its use to defend Israel, they've been allowed to operate. Like all of these supposedly Jewish advocacy groups that actually only do advocacy at the behest of the state of Israel have been allowed to operate and have been able to create a massive amount, have been able to create an environment where they can just like genuinely stop people from saying correct things about Israel by cynically weaponizing anti-Semitism allegations, have a unique space in American discourse beyond anything else. The reason for that is because it is a successful, up until recently, a successful, perhaps the most successful method of stamping out any kind of discourse that is anti-Israel and that is in line with American foreign policy. Okay? Now, regardless of that reality, things have changed dramatically, at least in the way that people receive these kinds of allegations now. But the Trump administration is using the institutional influence that these so-called Jewish advocacy groups that are actually invested in Israel advocacy have to open up the floodgates of controlling people's speech. It's not necessarily about anti-Semitism, which we know, but it's not even necessarily about defending Israel at all. For those of you who think this is just about controlling discourse around Israel, that's the initial purpose. Sure, it's to create a chilling effect on speech and to create an environment that is dangerous for people if they don't want to suffer severe penalties, if they want to avoid severe repercussions for saying, fuck Israel or whatever, they better shut the fuck up, right? Like that is only the short-term goal. The long-term goal is that this opens up the door to further prosecution of speech. That much is clear. Like the case with Mahmoud Khalil is only the entry point into what the administration wants to do, both on the grounds of utilizing Mahmoud Khalil's green card status and not like full-blown citizenship status to make it so that immigrants across the board, even if they're green card holders, are actually second-class citizens that cannot be protected by the Constitution, which is, again, in and of itself unconstitutional. But it's also to say you can be prosecuted for speaking out against the state of Israel with anti-Semitism allegations. But it doesn't stop there. It is never supposed to stop there. It's not supposed to stop with anti-Semitism. It will move on to anti-Christian behavior, for example. The goal here is controlling discourse. The goal here is to eviscerate what remains of like the constitutional protections and the liberties that Americans have enjoyed as America loses its hegemonic superpower status around the globe. That's what's going on.
Demonstrations. Columbia is one of dozens of schools the Trump administration has targeted with funding cuts over claims of anti-Semitism. But Nate, it is the first to reach a settlement.
Nikki, thank you.
Columbia University is now the first school to reach a negotiated settlement with the Trump administration over claims of anti-Semitism. As part of this agreement, the university will pay more than $220 million over 3 years to settle these claims of anti-Semitism on campus. And in exchange, the Trump administration will unlock the hundreds of millions of dollars, and I will add, unrelated scientific research funding that they froze to force Columbia to try to bend to its demands. And also as part of the deal, Columbia is not required to admit wrongdoing. The school saying this, that the institution's leaders have recognized repeatedly that Jewish students and faculty have experienced painful, unacceptable incidents, and that reform was and is needed. President Trump celebrated the deal overnight, posting this, in part, I also want to thank and commend Columbia University for agreeing to do what is right. I look forward to watching them have a great future in our country, maybe greater than ever before. Joining us here in studio for her first TV interview since announcing the settlement is the acting president of Columbia University, Claire Shipman. Thank you so much for being here.
Something to remember, by the way, while the media is, hyper focusing on college campus panic again and anti-Semitism allegations on college campuses, which is their favorite thing to cover all the time. And they did play a formative role in this becoming a major fixture of American discourse surrounding the genocide of the Palestinians that Israel is committed to, is that the genocide is continuing. 21 months in, Israel is actively, deliberately starving the entire Palestinian population, which is majority children, by the way. There are children dying every day due to famine. The only way for the Palestinian population to receive aid is a scheme that the Israeli and the American government created together called the GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. It's riddled with so much scandal that even the New York Times is reporting on it now. Now, of course, I listened to the New York Times reporting on this when I listened to the Daily this morning, and it was, of course, I was still filled with blood-curdling rage because they did their very best to avoid saying it's a genocide or avoid talking about like how the starvation policies were deliberate. But even then, there is an acknowledgement of the harrowing conditions that Israel has placed upon the Palestinian population. And yet the media is still focusing on this shit.
Of course, Kate, good morning.
And I'm covering it too, obviously. But there is an appropriate way to cover it. And mainstream is not covering it in the appropriate way. Because the appropriate way to cover it is to say, this is fucking bullshit. There is no real major anti-Semitism explosion on college campuses, and it was simply anti-Israel sentiment and anti-Israel protests, which is perfectly valid because Israel is a Nazi state doing a fucking Holocaust in broad daylight. That is the appropriate way to cover the story.
This is a very big moment for the school and for higher education and its relationship with the federal government.
Absolutely.
What was it that it was negotiated for quite some time? What was it that got this over the finish line?
So many things. Look, I think in the biggest possible of pictures, this resolution is really going to allow us to turn a page on a period of deep instability for our institution. I think, as you mentioned, it took us months of a lot of conversations, deep deliberation, and almost word by word negotiation. And our view.
You hang out with white drunks all day. What makes you so sure we know what you mean? Like they probably make you the wrong chords? What?
Was always we were willing to talk as long as the talks were productive. It took longer in many cases than we had anticipated, but we were willing to keep moving because the stakes were so high. And I think there are a couple of really important things about this agreement from our point of view. One, it doesn't cross the red lines that we laid out. It protects our academic integrity. That was, of course, essential to us.
Yeah, no, totally. What they mean is it didn't cross our red lines because we too also fucking hate these pesky students that wanted us to divest from Israel when we have too many financial entanglements with the big, beautiful, bold, brave, most moral nation state of Israel. And our alumni certainly weren't happy either, as you all saw the text messages in the WhatsApp groups. And they even said that they would actually stop funding our endowment. So we wanted to take action regardless. So now the government forced our hand. They folded it in advance, and then the government asked for even more in the process. Fuck them.
And two, it does reset our relationship with the federal government in terms of research funding. And that's, there's many headlines about foreign.
Guys, this is quite literally, this is exactly the same thing that the German deans did when the Nazi government came to their doorstep and said, fire all the Jews. Like that literally, this is verbatim. Where is that article? I know Megaphonics sent that to me a while back, and I've read it a couple times at this point. But this is fucking-batum, the exact same thing. No, not this. No. It was like a Holocaust Foundation article or something. I don't know. I want to read it again. But yeah, no, this is when Columbia University expelled Robert Burke for anti-Nazi protests in the 1936. This is it. Controlling the universities. Germany's 1933 civil service law applied to university professors as well as elementary and secondary school teachers. It was not difficult for the Nazis to win the support of many university professors, administrators, and students. At the time, a majority of them backed conservative political parties that were hostile to the Weimar Republic. Many university professors immediately welcomed the Nazi government in 1933. Many student fraternities and other student groups have already banned Jews and regularly protested against professors they believed did not support supposed traditional German values. Scholars who were Jewish or supported left-leaning parties struggled to find research and teaching positions in public government-supported German universities and often worked in private ones instead. With the passage of the new law, the Nazis attempted to root out any dissent to their policies and ideology that remained in German higher education. 1933. Peter Drucker, an Austrian economist, was then a lecturer at Frankfurt University. Fearful of Hitler's plans for Germany, he was prepared to leave the country but hoped that it would not be necessary to do so. The first Nazi-led faculty meeting at the university convinced them otherwise. Frankfurt was the first university the Nazis tackled, precisely because it was the most self-confidently liberal of major German universities, the Frankfurt School, with a faculty that prided itself on its allegiance to scholarship, freedom of conscience, and democracy. The Nazis knew that control of Frankfurt University would mean control of German academia, and so did everyone at the university. Above all, Frankfurt had a science faculty distinguished both by its scholarship and by its liberal convictions. And outstanding among the Frankfurt scientists was a biochemist, physiologist of Nobel Prize caliber and an impeccable liberal credentials. When the appointment of a Nazi commissar, academic receivership, was announced, every teacher and graduate assistant at the university was summoned to a faculty meeting to hear this new master. Everybody knew that a trial of strength was at hand. I had never before attended a faculty meeting, but I did attend this one. The new Nazi commissar wasted no time on the amenities. He immediately announced that Jews would be forbidden to enter the university premises and would be dismissed without salary on March 15th. This was something that no one had thought possible, despite the Nazis' loud anti-Semitism. Then he launched into a tirade of abuse, filth, and four-letter words, such as had been heard rarely even in the barracks and never before in academia. He pointed his finger at one department chairman and another and said, "You either do what I tell you or we'll put you in a concentration camp." There was silence when he finished. Everybody waited for the distinguished biochemist physiologist. The great liberal got up, cleared his throat, and said, "This part is very illuminating. Very interesting, Mr. Commissar, and in some respects, very illuminating. But one point I didn't get to clearly. Will there be more money for research in physiology?" That's Columbia campus today, 2025. It is verbatim what she just said on CNN. I'm going to run it back.
One, it doesn't cross the red lines that we laid out. It protects our academic integrity. That was, of course, essential to us. And two, it does reset our relationship with the federal government in terms of research funding. And that's, there's many headlines about $400 million. This is really access to billions.
It was a lot more than that.
Billions of dollars in future funding. And it's not just money for Columbia. I mean, this is about science. It's about curing.
It seems that the funding for research in physiology has been secured. That's it. That's it. And the irony here of what this lie that this acting president of Columbia University, Claire Shipman, is saying is that this actually is incredibly harmful to academia, because the Trump administration, predictably, once they got their fucking blood from Columbia, is going to move on to others. Here is wife of Vince McMahon, our education secretary, on Fox News. Let's hear what she had to say about this.
Achievement. We're going to make sure that this is not just a short-term recognition and fix, but this is a long-term effect on Columbia. And we're really hopeful that this particular settlement agreement is going to be a template for other universities to follow, because I think it really does do what so many of us have looked at for our universities across the country for a long time, in saying that the viewpoints need to be balanced. This goes a long way towards that. And I'm just really pleased for the president. I'm really pleased for the students and the faculty at Columbia. I commend President Shipman for her part in the negotiations, for the conversations that she and I had, and the visits, and so it was good on both sides. And Columbia is, I believe, very serious about this. Their board, and we welcome the changes.
Well, and congratulations again. Incredible work on your part, Secretary.
Yep, incredible. Congratulations. Can't wait for more of this, please. So Columbia actually is not only destroying its own reputation and its own freedom, its own integrity, its own interest in continuing to do academic research, and is allowing the Trump administration to completely take control over the Middle Eastern Studies Department, for the record, and even implement certain guidelines and certain boundaries, such as forcing the students to go through re-education, social re-education, if they are not sufficiently pro-Israel. Okay? Isn't that crazy? Yeah, don't let this get lost in the noise. Colombia just inked a deal with the federal government to trigger ICE abduction when an international student gets arrested for any reason. Deeply concerning part of Colombia's capitulation to Trump, foreign students arrested at protests can now be detained by ICE regardless of whether the university's admin punishes them. Significant escalation of efforts to chill speech and protest activity by non-citizen students. There's also a provision in there that makes it so that Columbia University has to do like some kind of re-education for students that are not sufficiently pro-Israel. And the Middle Eastern Studies Department is now under academic receivership, which implies that they are not allowed. Yeah, Columbia will develop training materials to socialize all students to campus norms and values more broadly. Yeah, Columbia will undertake a comprehensive review of its international admissions processes and policies and will ensure that international student applicants are asked questions designed to elicit their reasons for wishing to study in the United States. Good excuse for Canary Mission and Beitar to collude with Columbia to abduct more students. The exchange visitor program and comply with all requests for immigration information consistent with the requirement of the program. Columbia will promptly provide the United States upon request with all disciplinary actions involving student visa holders resulting in expulsions or suspensions. So you can now get deported instantly if there is any sort of there's your academic records are now there. Your academic records can be used for deportation now. Why would you even go to Columbia now? I recommend people don't do that, but you know there's still some semblance of prestige, and I'm sure people will still very much love to go to Columbia University. I think it's an evil institution.
Cancer.
Columbia's admissions have gone down by 11% in the last year, of course.
Cutting edge, boundary breaking science that actually benefits the country and humanity. So that was essential.
How existential was the threat becoming? When you talk about, I mean, I saw over like $1.3 billion that the school was not losing.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
How existential was this threat to the university if it continued?
There are lots of ways to measure it. So $1.3 billion.
Also, Jerry Nadler has stated, who is the co-chair of the Congressional Jewish Caucus, Representative Jerry Nadler, calls Columbia's settlement with Trump admin embarrassing. This disgraceful and humiliating action will not in any way improve the situation on campus for Jewish students. Today, Congressman Gerald Nadler issued the following statement on Columbia University's $200 million settlement. I am deeply disappointed by reports of Columbia University's outrageous and embarrassing $200 million capitulation to the Trump administration's repugnant extortion campaign. Let's be clear. No investigation was ever conducted by the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights, the single body charged under federal law with investigating anti-Semitism on campus. Rather, unlike Harvard, my alma mater has allowed a once highly respected institution to succumb to the Trump administration's coercive and exploitative tactics. I'm starting to get Nadler pilled, first Zoran and now this. I know he's an Israel supporter, but it's pretty good regardless. Yeah. I know the bar is fucking firmly planted in hell, so obviously Nadler is one of the people that clear it, which is unexpected because I just don't expect any politician to clear this fucking incredibly low bar, regardless of how fucking low it is. And he has consistently cleared it. Columbia has effectively waved the white flag of surrender in its battle at the heart of the Trump administration's war on higher education and academic reform. While Columbia needs to do a better job of protecting its students against anti-Semitism on campus, this disgraceful and humiliating action will not in any way improve the situation on campus for Jewish students. Columbia students, faculty, staff, and larger community deserve better than this cowardly decision. Ironically enough, once again, this is, of course, doing, not Nadler's statement, but like Columbia's actions, ironically, add to the fucking pile-on. It creates an environment where people go, why do Jews and the Jewish state get to have this level of control over freedom of speech in America? Because even the most selfish American that does not give a fuck about however many brown children are slaughtered over there still cares about being able to say whatever the fuck they want. They made Israeli a race at Columbia and pay $200 million for it. Those measures include adopting the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance controversial definition of anti-Semitism, which some critics said conflates criticism of Israel with anti-Jewish hate, and partnering with multiple Jewish and pro-Israel groups. Columbia has also pledged zero tolerance for discrimination and harassment based on protected traits, including Jewish and Israeli identity. Great. More conflation. More legal, codified conflation of Israel, a fucking neo-Nazi state that is roundly despised by virtually every fucking person in America at this point, with Judaism. Great stuff. This just like exists in my mind. This statement, very interesting, Mr. Commissar, and in some respects very illuminating. But one point I didn't get too clearly: will there be more money for research in physiology? Like, that lives in my fucking mind permanently. I think about it all the time. 1933, Frankfurt School in Nazi Germany. 2025, Columbia University in New York City. Exact same attitude.
A year, billions in future funding. But we are a massive research institution, one of the best in the world. It's hard. We'd have to sit here for hours for me to tell you everything we do in terms of that boundary breaking research. And that's research really that powers the technology in this country, innovation, right? And of course, all the biomedical research that so many people benefit from. So I think the stakes were high for us in terms of what we do. And by the way, for our students also, we're an incredible training ground for the future of science. But I think it's...
So how long until you get banned and all poor Palestine creators by that standard, given that if university are forced to capitulate enthusiastically, what is stopping Bezos from doing the same? I mean, they're too busy with the fucking educational institutes because it melds the young minds of this country that will be future leaders of this country before they move on to social media shit.
Fair to say they're existential broadly.
Also, social media already has like fairly rigorous, or used to have fairly rigorous standards surrounding anti-Semitism, like actual anti-Semitism, not fucking, anti-Israel sentiment. So we'll see how far they'll go. But remember, the Trump base of support, this is like Epstein for them, okay? Coming after social media and sanitizing speech on social media is one of the most powerful forces that has consistently galvanized the Trump base of support. Like that plays a big role in their minds. So if the Trump administration turns around and starts doing this for a deeply unpopular position, defending Israel unconditionally, they're gonna get reactions. It'll turn into like the Epstein situation where the base will actually push back aggressively. Also, I don't think Jeff Bezos or other major tech companies give a fuck because they don't rely on institutional donors that are either Israeli or have financial interest in continuing a relationship with Israel in the same way that Columbia's endowments play a major role. I guess the only thing that they could shut off is like potentially government contracts, which is literally how they came after Columbia as well.
for science in this country as well. We have to get that funding back on track.
Was the president himself personally involved in the negotiations at any point?
I don't have, he was certainly not personally involved in any negotiations that I was part of, and I don't really have a sense as to how involved he was, but I do think he was keeping track of what was going on.
Oh God, I can't even fucking, here is a white nationalist turned liberal, Richard Hanania, who is literally fucking pro-Israel, by the way. So even though he's of Palestinian descent, an enigma, even he is fucking criticizing Columbia by showing the excerpt from the New York Times piece that I will read now. To settle civil rights claims against the university for allegedly failing to protect students from anti-Semitic harassment, Columbia will pay a fine of $200 million. We already know that. To the government in 3 years, in 3 annual installments. Columbia also agrees to abide by its pledges it made in March to Trump to reduce anti-Semitism, rein in protests on campus. Among them, Columbia will keep its new senior vice provost, who will review Columbia's regional studies programs, including their leadership and curricula, starting with the university's Middle East programs. It won't end there, but that's where it's starting. Columbia will appoint new faculty who have affiliations with the Institute for Israel and Jewish Studies and other departments. The university will maintain restrictions that bar students from protesting inside academic buildings. It will require demonstrators wearing masks to show identification when asked. Columbia also agrees to employ some public safety officers with arrest powers. To further support Jewish life on campus, Columbia will add an administrator to serve as a liaison to students experiencing anti-Semitism issues. Yeah, Richard Hanania is a fucking straight-up neo-Nazi himself, now winning favor with the liberal intelligentsia for some fucking weird reason. Well, I guess the weird reason is that liberals are also pretty fucking racist, and they don't really give a shit. I mean, he is straight up written under a different name, like openly white supremacist things. And up until like, I think a couple months ago was still saying openly white supremacist things. He is obsessed with race and IQ. And yeah, I don't know. He's also of Palestinian descent, ironically enough, and he's a major Israel defender. Why Israel? They don't do this for any other minority communities. I told you this already. I've said this many times over. It's not because our politicians are either like hypnotized by Jewish mind control or because they have like a Mossad blackmail or anything like that. Or the most laughable reason, because they really care about anti-Semitism. None of those things are the real reason why they do this for Israel. The real reason why they do this for Israel is because the Israel lobby and influence peddling operation that Israel has crafted, that is a multi-billion-dollar operation, corresponds to American foreign policy, American interests in the region. That's it. If there was a similar settler colonial operation in a resource-rich region that America was tied at the hip with, they could use identity politics of this sort to defend that settler colony. You would see, a similar thing for that as well over the course of many, many years. Of course, it would have to become this powerful instrument of American foreign policy. And Incrementum roasting you. Marvel post-credit scene for 2012 election, the movie. I don't even... What? Why? Why is he roasting me? Fuck you, Ed Incrementum. When the worst dogs are agreeing, know that you are on the right side. The genocide charge is blood libel. Thank you, Major Spencer, for this withering deconstruction. I'm a war scholar, says John Spencer of the War Institute. I'm a war scholar. There's no genocide in Gaza. Well, you're not a genocide scholar. You're a war scholar. Shut the fuck up. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. goes, the genocide charge is a blood libel. Thank you, Major Spencer, for the withering deconstruction. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is like the funniest of all of the anti-Semites in charge right now because he is, one, insanely openly anti-Semitic, and two, insanely openly pro-Israel. It's fucking hilarious. Remember, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. literally said that COVID was an Ashkenazi Jewish Chinese operation. It was like bioterrorism created by specifically Ashkenazi Jews alongside the Chinese. Like, that is how fucking anti-Semitic he is. He's so anti-Semitic in both his private and public affairs, pre and post his new position, that so many of these conspiracy theorists have literally been like, oh no, you don't understand. He was actually based. He's just being blackmailed by Israel. He's based, but he's just being blackmailed by Israel. Remember when they were like, please, even if you were like caught on camera doing horrible shit, we won't care. We won't care, RFK Jr. Please just reveal the blackmail, and then you no longer have to be threatened by said blackmail. We won't hate you. Katie Halper, yes, Israeli-American genocide scholar Omar Bartov and Ross Segal and Holocaust survivor and Human Rights Watch founder Arya Nair are spreading blood libel. You really nailed it. Glad you agree, says John Spencer. Katie Halper, who is Jewish herself and an anti-Zionist, pointing to other prominent Jewish Holocaust scholars and Holocaust survivors that are also saying that Israel is doing a genocide. And, of course, Christians, John Spencer is like, nah, that is blood libel. Shut up, Jew. I know better than you. It's so funny. To see the audacity of Christian Zionists who, I guess at this point, have been given permission by Jewish Zionists to feel as though Zionism is a higher state of Judaism than being an actual Jew. That's it. It's just like, that's why you see it so much. You see it all over America, where evangelical Zionists and just Zionists who are Christian, of Christian background, unironically will tell straight up Jewish people that they're bad Jews and that they should shut the fuck up because they know better. Deep shame. Wait, I thought Katie Halper was an ally? Yes, Katie Halper is. She is Jewish and also an anti-Zionist. She's being sarcastic in that reply. Chris Cuomo did it to Adam Friedland? Yeah. Anyway, I'm moving on from this Colombia shit. It's pissing me off. Let's talk about France to recognize Palestine as a state.
France will recognise a Palestinian state at the United Nations in September. French President Emmanuel Macron posting on X, true to its historic commitment to a just and lasting peace in the Middle East, I've decided that France will recognise the state of Palestine. The urgent need today is for the war in Gaza to end and for the civilian population to be rescued. Peace is possible, he said.
Of course, this in and of itself is kind of meaningless. Zana Saeed has some choice words for it. The recognition of Palestine from France comes with a lot of conditions: disarming and eradicating Hamas, expanding PA's power, and the state comprising only of the West Bank and Gaza. These are platitudes. What state when you couldn't even be bothered to stop the starvation and slaughter of Palestine's children? Now, it's still a good move in the right direction, make no mistake, but it's like a liberal land acknowledgement in the process of the genocide. Like, the indigenous genocide has not ended, and they're trying to do a land acknowledgement before it ends instead of stopping the genocide. Now, let's hear from Benjamin Netanyahu. Oh, yeah. Also, UK was supposed to join France, but instead they got a meaningless statement from Keir Starmer. Empty words cannot hide the truth. Your government is complicit in genocide. We are an unstoppable movement for peace, for justice, and for Palestine, and we are never, ever going away. The suffering and starvation unfolding in Gaza is unspeakable and indefensible, says Kid Starver. I guess he wants to starve the kids himself. Here's Benjamin Netanyahu's response to Macron, by the way. Netanyahu, we strongly condemn President Macron's decision to recognize a Palestinian state next to Tel Aviv in the wake of the October 7th massacre. Remember October 7, guys? I mean, how could you say that there is a need for a Palestinian state? No, we have to kill all of them. Duh, is basically Netanyahu's response. Such a move rewards terror and risks creating another Iranian proxy, just as Gaza became. A Palestinian state in these conditions would be a launch pad to annihilate Israel. Oh, God. Not to live in peace beside it. Let's be clear. The Palestinians do not seek a state alongside Israel. They seek a state inside of Israel. Here is Bezalel Smotrich, who's also pissed. I thank President Macron for providing yet another compelling reason to finally apply Israeli sovereignty over the historic regions of Judea and Samaria, and to definitively abandon the failed concept of establishing a Palestinian terrorist state in the heart of the land of Israel. This will be our fitting Zionist response to the one-sided pressure and coercive measures led by President Macron and his allies. Now, what's crazy about that, I mean, he just basically said it. He's saying the quiet part out loud once again. But it's interesting because it's not in Hebrew. He's saying this in English, which means he wants the Western audiences to hear it. Israeli Minister Amichai Chikli responds. He says, on behalf of the Israeli government and President Macron's announcement that the Republic of France will recognize Palestine as a state at the UN General Assembly in September. And then it's a photo of him. I mean, it's a video of him getting slapped by his wife. Here's Israel Katz, Minister of Defense, the new Minister of Defense. Macron's announcement. Dude, I swear to God, Israeli politicians and Israeli media, just like Israel has two speeds: murdering children and fucking crying about anti-Semitism. Like, it's the number one and number two thing that they like doing the most. Murdering children, and then when someone goes, you murdered children so much that we're gonna fucking do this symbolic gesture towards the murdered children, they go, whoa! Whoa! Anti-Semitism! Whoa! The entitlement is so fucking insane to me. The entitlement, the arrogance. How does no one, how can you look at this and just not go, what the fuck are you saying? Macron's announcement of his intention to recognize a Palestinian state is a disgrace and a surrender to terrorism, granting a reward and encouragement to the murderers and rapists of Hamas, who carried out the most horrific massacre of the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Instead of standing with Israel in this time of trial, the French president is acting to weaken it. We will not allow the establishment of a Palestinian entity that would harm our security, endanger our existence, and undermine our historical land historical right to the land of Israel. We are all united to prevent this grave danger. Here is Amir Ohana, Speaker of the Knesset. Macron just awarded Hamas a prize for committing the October 7th massacre. This shameful act is nothing less than a betrayal by one of the so-called leaders of the free world. It sends a chilling message. Terrorism pays off. Macron will be remembered as a collaborator with evil on the wrong side of history. I'm ashamed to have met this man. I love France. It deserves more courageous leadership. It does. France en bowed. France does deserve more courageous leadership than Macron. Just not in the direction that he wants it to be. Oh, hi. Here. Actually, I'm not going to do this. Let's get to Jeffrey Epstein again. We have more information on Jeffrey Epstein that I wanted to cover. Eric Adams talking about Turkey. And, of course, the peace talks falling apart. And the MAGA world reeling from the anger that they feel towards their favorite show, South Park. Yes, I did Jerome Powell already. South Park went scorched earth on Trump and is clearly trying to tank the Paramount merger. Gotta love it. He says... I think this is it, right? Holy fuck. This is 1.276 million views. 1.2 million views in 1 hour? Yeah, merger didn't get tanked, by the way. FYI, there is clips of uncensored nudity on this episode. There's a bare butt and pee-pee. I mean, it's not... I don't think that's ban-worthy. It's like not a real... it's not like a real pee-pee, no? It's art. Not animated in the AI one? Oh, it's a real human pee-pee? Okay, well, let's talk about the fucking fake ceasefire that immediately fell apart. Special Envoy for Peace Missions, Steve Witkoff, no longer Goatkoff, says, we have decided to bring our team home from Doha for consultations after the last response from Hamas, which clearly shows a lack of desire to reach a ceasefire in Gaza. While the mediators have made a great effort, Hamas does not appear to be coordinated or acting in good faith. We will now consider alternative options to bring the hostages home and try to create a more stable environment for the people of Gaza. It is a shame that Hamas has acted in this selfish way. We are resolute in seeking an end to this conflict and a permanent peace in Gaza. Okay? Wait, hold on. And then here's what Jeremy Scales' assessment was. Israel announces plans to build a concentration camp in Gaza, says its aim is to remove Palestinians from Gaza, lies about negotiating in good faith. And when the Palestinian side takes negotiations seriously, Israel blows up the deal, and then the U.S. and Israel blame Hamas. It is the exact same pattern. For more context on what has happened with the recent round of ceasefire talks, here's my analysis. And I didn't even cover the ceasefire, the fake ceasefire this time around, because we've all seen this song and dance play itself out over and over again. Hamas is insisting in the ceasefire negotiations that the UN retake control of aid distribution. Yesterday, Israel insisted publicly that the UN must step up when it comes to aid delivery, yet in negotiations, they are now rejecting the UN role in aid distribution. Because Israel does not want the United Nations to do aid distribution, Israel wants the GHF to continue doing aid distribution, which is not real aid distribution at all. It's a trap to murder as many Palestinians as possible. And the real goal here, of course, is to... My food is here. The real goal is to continue doing ethnic cleansing, to make Palestinian life uninhabitable on the Strip, and to eventually force them out. This is their open fucking recognition. They have acknowledged this. They said that they are building a concentration camp in Rafah where Palestinians' entire lives will be controlled, their movement will be restricted, and the only place that they will ever allow Palestinians to go to is designated third sites that are outside of the Gaza Strip. They are setting up a concentration camp in Rafah. This is the Israeli plan. Do not be confused or shocked when you find out about this a couple months, maybe a year later down the line when the New York Times chooses to fucking cover it. A few notes on the state of the Gaza ceasefire negotiations. Hamas has now submitted its response to the Israeli crafted framework, and Netanyahu responded by announcing that he would recall his negotiating team from Doha. Israel has been pushing a narrative via leaks, mostly to Hebrew media, that Hamas has taken a hard line on obstructing the deal. This is totally false. Israel put forward a proposal to effectively occupy huge swaths of Gaza indefinitely, including building a large concentration camp in Gaza, in Rafah. Hamas, of course, rejected this because this is not a negotiation. It is a declaration of intent to continue the mass extermination and expulsion campaign. In response, Hamas showed a willingness to agree to Israeli troop withdrawal and redeployment maps that would still allow significant Israeli-imposed buffer zones encircling Gaza. On the issue of aid, Israel has demanded that its lethal aid scheme, the so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, remain in Gaza, which has killed more than 1,000 Palestinians trying to obtain meager food rations from these pitiful sites. The UN used to have 400 sites. The GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, has 4. The UN had 400 distribution sites for the 2 million population of Gaza. The GHF has 4. And they're not 4 real sites either. They're 4 different kill zones. What is this? I saw this yesterday. I don't know if you covered this, but this org, One Jewish State, is fucking insane. Openly Greater Israel org. I mean, it's just unsurprising. It's just honest. More than 10,000 Palestinians are held captive by Israel. There is also an estimated 2,000 snatched since October 7 for the explicit purpose of exchanging them for Israeli captives in Gaza. Hamas proposed a framework that would free these 2,000 Palestinian hostages, as well as hundreds of other Palestinians, including those serving life sentences, in return for Israeli soldiers held captive in Gaza. Finally, Hamas has asked for a clear guarantee from the U.S. that Israel will not resume its genocide after an initial 60-day truce, so that negotiations for a permanent end to the war and occupation can be reached. Israel has promoted a false narrative that it has been reasonable and Hamas has been obstructionist. The reality is that Netanyahu has repeatedly sabotaged deals throughout the past 22 months. And Israel unilaterally crushed the January ceasefire endorsed by both Trump and Biden and resumed the genocide and forced starvation campaign. He has boasted that he will get a side letter from Trump allowing him to resume the war regardless of any deal he signs. Yeah, there's 4 official sites. Only 3 of them are open. One of them doesn't even work. And those aid sites are only open for 10 minutes at a time, multiple times throughout the day, that amount to 20 to 30 total minutes where you can get aid. And once the 20 to 30 total minutes end, they open fire, as opposed to 400 sites where Israel is not supposed to open fire, that it's it's not occupied or utilized by the aid delivery mechanism is not used as a way to continue military goals of complete ethnic cleansing. 11-minute race for food, how 8 points in Gaza became a death traps, a visual story. Yeah. Since the GHF's implementation, food insecurity and the catastrophic famine level of food insecurity has increased dramatically. Anyway, but as Israel starves Gaza for the world to see, at least some reporters are pushing back. Let's take a look.
Acknowledge, obviously, that Israel controls Gaza's borders completely, and it is limiting food to the population because Hamas has not agreed to its terms. I know this question has been asked in many different ways. I'm going to try this way. To be clear, is the U.S. government okay with Israel allowing children and adult civilians to starve so long as Hamas and the UN refuse to play by Israel's rules for aid distribution?
I reject the premise of that question in terms of how that was set up. This humanitarian catastrophe lies at the feet of Hamas, who could end this conflict today by releasing the hostages and laying down their arms. Hamas.
That suggests that short of Hamas doing that.
Kids are dying. Doctors don't have medicine. They don't have fuel.
This is something that we have dedicated. The president and the secretary have been dedicated to getting as much aid as we can into Gaza in a way where it's not being looted by Hamas. It is something that we...
Short of a change by Hamas, the U.S. government will stand by.
I'm going to answer this question. We have been dedicated to getting those 90 million meals into Gaza in a way where it has not been looted by Hamas. We have been dedicated to getting aid into Gaza. It is something that the Secretary and the President have talked about, worked for. These discussions of getting more aid into Gaza have been part of that ceasefire we are hoping for. But again, the blame of this lies at the feet of Hamas, and that is the fact of the matter.
Short of Hamas doing something, changing its behavior, the U.S. government will allow the situation to proceed as is.
The U.S. government is supporting an effort to get 90 million meals into Gaza. The U.S. government is supporting an effort to get as much aid as possible to the people that need it without it being looted by Hamas. That is the actions of the U.S. government in terms of supporting that effort, and we call on others to support that effort to get as much aid as we possibly can. Of course, it will never be be enough. It is something we are continually working for, to get more and more aid in what ways we can without being looted by Hamas every single day.
Last question. Has President Trump seen images of the children or other civilians starving recently this week?
What I
Has he
can
been shown
speak
these
to is
images?
President Trump's comments before that he has said publicly about wanting to get aid into Gaza. Yes.
Thank you.
American Hosmer to right-wing Israelis, please be normal. Right-wing Israelis, no. Oh, Cory Walker is like a American Hosmerist. This minister is considered fringe and non-representative of the median minister in Israel. However, this is extremely reckless rhetoric that makes Israel look horrible. Unfortunately, it seems some Israeli politicians just don't care. Beitar responds to that to say he's not considered fringe and unaware why Americans keep saying such untrue things. Is the finance minister and national security minister also not mainstream? It's simply untrue. They represent the will and the government of the people of Israel. Because they do. This guy is basically like Ethan Klein, okay? Desperate to present Israel in a totally different light than it actually is. I really hope you understand the implications that has for the ICJ case. This is an acute game. It's playing with serious fire. We really hope you understand in Israel we have a democracy. Don't you think our voters have the right to choose our leaders? So American Zionists intend to tell us that we can't have Smotrich or Ben-Gvir or others as our representatives? They are mainstream Zionism. We don't have anything to apologize for. Harvuka, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. It's just funny that they're literally trying. Like the defenders of Israel in America who still have to deal with like people who are not as fucking brain broken as like the average Israeli are having to explain that this level of unlimited bloodshed and support could potentially have repercussions for Israel. And the people in Israel are like, nah, dog, shut the fuck up. This is who we are. This is what we like. We want to keep killing children. If you fucking say anything about it, then you're anti-Semitic. Do you think journalists would still be asking these questions if the Biden admin Harris was still in power? Yes, they did, because those are the same exact journalists who were asking those questions. And ironically enough, the Biden-Harris administration or the Biden administration's response was identical, if you noticed, to the response that's coming from the Trump administration. They literally used the same exact language, sometimes the same exact fucking terms. There is virtually no difference between the Trump administration and the Biden administration in terms of how they're communicating. The Trump administration is even doing the whole, I'm really mad. I'm really mad about the things that are happening that Bibi's doing in fucking Gaza. No, I can't believe you hit the fucking Catholic Church. What? How are you doing this? And yes, the journalists are the same journalists. And yes, they have done pretty decent work in terms of the NatSec reporters are pretty solid. Some of them are friends of the show. They have tirelessly fucking tried to call both administrations to task for its crime of continuing this genocide. And ironically enough, both of the administrations and their retaliation and their response to these questions have been identical. That's why I always get mad when fucking liberals try to be like, excuse me, how dare you say Kamala would do the same thing? It's like, is she dead? Is she alive right now? Why doesn't she speak out against this if she was working, if she actively was going to be different on this issue? Also, the GHF has literally started utilizing a PR firm. I forget what it's called. There's like 7 words or something is the name of the PR firm. You know who is actually the PR firm? You know who the PR firm is comprised of? The Biden administration's State Department employees, including Fat Sagar. Remember Fat Sagar? Verdant Patel? Yeah. And Sabrina Singh. Democrat PR firm, 7-letter. And it's now it's representing as a new client the GHF, the Trump administration's scheme concocted alongside. It's not the Trump administration scheme. It's a longstanding U.S. policy. It's uniparty, but you know. How did that work, guys? That's crazy. I'm so shocked. I can't believe it. I thought that there was a very big difference there. Anyway, let's watch the South Park thing now. Donald Trump's White House is melting down over Wednesday night South Park premiere, which just so happened to attack the president's teeny tiny manhood. There's nudity apparently in it. Do we know exactly where it is? Let me see. Hold on. I'm looking to see if his dick can be seen. There's AI. The Trump pee-pee isn't AI generated. It's a finger made to look like a pee-pee. Oh, Oh, it is. It's a finger with it's a finger with like a hot dog thing on it. What the fuck? Oh my god, it's gross. Okay. Here. Wait, what is it? This shows some of the bits without nudity. Okay.
With conviction, discipline, and trust in God, he survived the desert.
Here. This is the only image I will show you. And then slowly but surely, okay, his hog, which is not a real hog, it's actually a finger, creeps out on the bottom of the screen, and it's tiny. What, you don't appreciate seeing Melania Trump's POV? Laura Loomer POV? What's the problem?
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I endorse this message.
That's his little penis saying that. Bro is eating unfazed? Yes. This is nothing to me.
Trump, his penis is teeny tiny, but his love for us is large.
Yeah. Anyway, you know the rest of it. But yeah, apparently the White House is big mad and said that South Park has not been relevant in 20 years. You're even funnier unintentionally. This entire image of Trump and you eating just makes it hilarious. Yeah. Oh, also the BBC, AFP, AP, and Reuters made a joint statement on Gaza. We are desperately concerned for our journalists in Gaza who are increasingly unable to feed themselves and their families. For many months, these independent journalists have been the world's eyes and ears on the ground in Gaza. They're now facing the same dire circumstances as those they are covering. Journalists endure many deprivations and hardships in war zones. We're deeply alarmed that the threat of starvation is now one of them. We once again urge the Israeli authorities to allow journalists in and out of Gaza. It is essential that adequate food supplies reach the people there. 2 years in, hundreds of journalists slaughtered, some of which were literally working for these companies. How deeply anti-Semitic of the BBC to make such demands. Don't you know that a demand for journalists to reach the Gaza Strip, like Western journalists to reach the Gaza Strip, or a demand that the Israeli government stop starving the journalists that are in Gaza is a deeply anti-Semitic endeavor? Really, really fucked up, guys. Shameful. Shameful stuff. How dare they? Seems to me like BBC has also joined the ranks of Hamas. Anyway, back to Jeffrey Epstein. Comprehensive investigative reporting from Jaubrey, friend of the show, that came out a year and change ago on Jeffrey Epstein. More relevant now than ever before.
Federal judge has ordered the release of the identities of dozens of people mentioned in the court documents related to convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein.
The papers could reveal more than 150 people who were associated with Epstein.
Epstein was an operator. Even if you take the absolute minimalist view of what Epstein could have been up to, he was a crook through and through.
How many other people has this happened to? How many other stories are sitting in a vault, in an ABC News or an NBC News vault, of powerful people that they wanted to preserve their relationship with?
On the morning of December 5th, 2010, Woody Allen was photographed here with his wife and stepdaughter, leaving the Upper East Side mansion of New York financier and at that point, recently convicted pedophile Jeffrey Edward Epstein. Over a decade ago, I doubt the average American had even heard the name Jeffrey Epstein. Yet, the 57-year-old had just gotten off house arrest for soliciting a minor for prostitution and registered as a sex offender only 3 months prior to the big celebration he was throwing for the Duke of York, and then fourth in line to the throne, Prince Andrew, as journalist Alexandra Wolf reported all the way back in 2011. While several of his guests that day, which included the ABC anchor George Stephanopoulos, CBS personalities Katie Couric and Charlie Rose, and comedian Chelsea Handler, have all expressed regret for not doing more research into their host, except for Charlie Rose, who was actually pretty close to Epstein and would even meet girls through him. All of these people were convening that day in a $77 million mansion that would later be dubbed a House of Depravity by Epstein's victims. Physicist Lawrence Krauss, despite knowing exactly why Epstein had spent time in jail, told the Daily Beast in 2011, "I do not feel tarnished in any way by my relationship with Jeffrey. I feel raised by it." Everyone and their dog is now aware that Jeffrey Epstein had connections in the highest of high places, but the specific nature of those connections has always largely been shrouded in mystery, and that may be by design. These connections include, but of course are not limited to, well-respected scientists, scholars, actors, lawyers, real estate moguls, US presidents, and international leaders from all around the globe. While Prince Andrew's now infamous camaraderie with Epstein made quite the splash in British media 10 years ago,
Prince Andrew's ex-wife was given £15,000 by his American friend Jeffrey Epstein to pay off some of her debts. That friend, a convicted sex offender.
The American press stayed unusually quiet back then. This Daily Beast article was one exception, but even Wolf herself asks in it why nobody, particularly New York socialites, seemed to know or even care about what Epstein had just admitted to doing in Palm Beach. Remember, this dinner party happened 3 years after Epstein very publicly pled guilty to procuring a minor for sex, and 8 years before he would be arrested again on federal charges of human trafficking, then die under mysterious circumstances that remain the subject of intense debate today, even becoming somewhat of a running joke.
Thank you so much, James.
Yep. And remember, Epstein didn't kill himself.
Okay, got it. Very clever.
And now, with a judge recently ordering thousands of past court documents to be unsealed, Epstein and friends are back under the spotlight of public scrutiny once again, with all the pop bass, pop crave, poo crave Twitter accounts teasing the news like it was a new Travis Scott album or something. For a while, you could even place bets on which celebrities might be exposed as an Epstein client.
Did you see Bet Online is letting people bet money on who will be on the Epstein list? I'm doing that right now. Wait, what? An official betting pool for it? Harvey Weinstein, easy slam dunk. Hillary, probably. Joe Biden, I think he's probably too old. Like, I don't even think he knows what planes are right now.
Which is a long way of saying that despite the man himself being long gone, the Epstein saga is anything but over. This story has fascinated and frustrated me for as long as I've been paying attention to it. And the more you dig in, the more questions seem to crop up. It's a complex tale, often mired in conspiracy and littered with political interests.
Bill Clinton.
Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein. A lot of problems.
My brother in Christ, you were on the plane! This video not only attempts to outline the years-long behavior Epstein and company were said to participate in, it's also about shedding light on what we still don't know, and what we may very well never know. We won't get to everything today, since this is only one part of what will eventually be a 3-part series, but I hope it can at least be a starting point for those not as privy to the timeline of the late trafficker's reign of terror, and those who maintained correspondence with the man even after his guilt became abundantly clear. Everyone now knows the name Jeffrey Epstein, but the question I intend on answering is how it all came to this.
Tonight, more newly unsealed court documents just released involving accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein.
Tonight, the blast radius from Jeffrey Epstein's reach continues to grow.
The accuser in the case did claim that she met the former president on Epstein's private island.
Jeffrey Epstein's mansion was a hive of activity today amid uproar over his suicide behind bars.
Jeffrey Epstein victims recounted in sworn deposition.
First video I ever watched of Tyler Olivero was him unironically swimming to the Jeffrey Epstein mansion, Little St. James Island. Sorry, not the mansion. Swimming to Little St. James Island. And even then, I thought that he has some sus vibes. Since then, of course, he's become, Tyler Hitler Vera. Years ago, tried to go to the Jeffrey Epstein Island, Little St. James Island. And, he was chased off by some security, if I recall. And I remember thinking to myself, this motherfucker's got some sus-ass vibes, bro. Yeah, it was a jet ski. Since then, he's gone full Hitler, of course.
It's about the many powerful and famous men they met in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit.
I don't know what to make out of these documents. I don't know how these lists were compiled. And I have nothing to do with that. That's not my business. What I'm concerned about is my brother's murder.
Yeah, I'm talking about Jeff Epstein, the New York financier.
Yes! We're talking about the same Jeff Epstein.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I never heard.
Oh, it was a big story in the news. Huge.
Jeff Epstein.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure, with respect, If there was some news about Jeff Epstein, I would have heard.
But let's just pause for a moment here and allow today's sponsor, Ground News, to help us understand how Jeffrey Epstein, Jimmy Kimmel, and my mortal enemy as a Cowboys fan, Aaron Rodgers, all wound up in the same sentence recently. See, the Ground News app and website gather related news articles from around the world and provide context about the source of the information for a more accurate understanding of current events. So,
it's still Ethical Reacts. It's just, this is a year-old video, so the direct link doesn't work anymore. Like, I suspect.
Go to ground.news/Jobbery right now. You can even get 30% off the Vantage plan if you subscribe through my link, which is what I use, or try it for less than $1 this month. Huge thanks again to the wonderful people at Ground News for sponsoring this video and helping us all see through misinformation and media bias.
Has Ground News ever offered you money? I think not me directly, but Fear and I think we said no. Like, we almost did a Ground News ad, or did we do a Ground News ad on Fear and? I can't remember. I think in the process of, like, I don't know. Don't they list you as unreliable? No, Ground News doesn't list anyone personally. They rely on other media analysts like Ad Fontes Media, which has that famous laughable chart that puts me in the same as like Alex Jones. That puts me as like the leftist Alex Jones, that shitty media bias chart. But it's really funny because that bias chart is not only hilarious because it places me in the same wavelength as Alex Jones, which is so ridiculous, even though all my haters love using that. But it also fucking ranks like MSNBC and Breitbart as at the same level of like competence. People have not paid attention because they just love being like, oh yeah, this fucking media bias chart shows us on at the same level as Alex Jones, and then they just like don't look at anything else, I guess. But that fucking chart is insane. Yeah, this is the one. Like, look. Wait, this isn't even the whole thing. There's like, yeah, they put me down here at contains misleading info, also because, you know, Israel. And then wait, where's Alex Jones? They don't even have Alex Jones on here. Yeah, I'm at the same wavelength as Mike Lindell. But what's really funny about it is that they have like an insane approach to this, like putting Fox News Live at a higher degree of factual reporting than like Christian Amanpour, for example, or fucking Inside Story, CNN Newsnight. Like Fox News Live as a higher degree and is less biased than all of CNN combined. 60 Minutes. They also have Russell Brand as a like a in the middle of the ideological boundaries. They have Russia Today having less, like they have Russia Today at a higher degree of news value and reliability than myself. Literally a fucking state broadcaster for Russia that I don't even use. But again, most people don't realize that because they're just so hyper focused on this shit. But yeah, right there with my goats, Breakthrough News is the PSL one, right? Yep, me and Breakthrough News, my goats over at Party for Socialism and Liberation, in the least reliable and most extreme leftist. Anne, not bad. Latest one. Oh, here's a more comprehensive one. But anyway, I don't think that Ground News does like serious, like they don't conduct their own investigation or like media bias charts. They just rely on like Ad Fontes Media and all these other fucking stupid outlets. But yeah, this one is the most comprehensive one, and I love this one. Look at this one. They even have Destiny on there as well. Because, I mean, anyone who puts me down here probably is a fucking Destiny head to begin with. But where is it? Look, they got Joe Rogan above me. Like, literally, the most anti-vaxxer motherfucker out there is more reliable. A guy who fucking covers misinformation and false narratives that Republicans are spreading. Half of this side of the spectrum I actively cover because they spread unimaginable, untold amounts of misinformation. And they have these like all of these like New York Post, the Washington Examiner, Fox News, Quillette. Olivia Peterson. Someone clearly that works there has a bone to pick and is, placed me down here, but I don't really give a shit. No one obviously takes this seriously. And I don't even think Ground News realizes that this is like a really stupid list. But it is what it is. I feel like stuff like this is just made by people who don't understand the concept of satire, inside jokes, internet memes, which you employ frequently in the middle of your serious news commentary. Like, people don't watch you in the same way that they watch Wolf Blitzer, and you don't claim to be a Wolf Blitzer style personality. Yeah, but I have more accuracy than many of these other fucking outlets, both on the left and right. This is precisely the reason why outlets both on the left and right come to me when they talk about when they want to cover how I tackle misinformation online. It is what it is, though. Yeah, Barstool, Breitbart clears me, Barstool clears me. But it's not just about me. I need you to understand, like, the list in and of itself is so busted that they have fucking, like, they have, like, Jezebel, MSNBC, Media Matters lower on the reliability and news value than fucking New York Post or the Washington Examiner. Okay? Like that, let's not even talk about me. If you want to understand their biases, if you want to understand how fucking stupid these guys are and how slanted to the right they are, look at the way that they cover right-wing broadcasters like Russell Brand, who is a literal rapist and also a complete nut job. They present him as like center-right, skews right. Joe Rogan, skews right. Motherfucker endorsed Donald Trump. How can you skew right? You think they don't see you as reliable because of your controversies? No, no. They see me as unreliable because they don't like my perspective. That's why they had Breakthrough News in there too last time around. I guess they took them out of the list completely. What are you talking about? Look at Epoch Times. It is a fucking rabid conspiracy outlet. Like, look at this. This is a Falun Gong cult-backed, psychopathic, like, here, Epoch Times, more reliable than even Destiny. Okay, let's use that as an example. Let's look at fucking Epoch Times. Like, I don't like Destiny, and he is a piece of shit who loves the Israeli genocide of the Palestinians. But even fucking Destiny is more reliable than Epoch fucking Times. However, this outlet, this media analysis thing, has decided that Epoch Times is more reliable and more newsworthy than fucking Destiny. It's just not true. Okay? Epoch Times is created by the Falun Gong under mysterious, it's funded in a very mysterious way. It is basically OAN, but Chinese. Americans were subsidizing the world's pharmaceuticals. Satellite pics expose 4 CCP spy stations. How intermittent fasting, dietary changes. Big Doge update. $160 billion saved by Doge. Literally a falsehood. Steve Bannon. Trump is waging economic warfare on the Chinese Communist Party. They're also massively anti-vax. It's crazy that they thought that this was like a reasonable fucking outlet that goes into opinion or wide variation in relatability. Like, they are literally up there with Pod Save America or Media Matters. Are you out of your fucking mind? Okay. So there's a difference between covering things using your opinion backed by facts and just straight up lying, and this chart puts them in the same category. I know. They're anti-medicine. On this list, if this list was like a little bit sincere and wasn't like incredibly slanted on the right, half of these right-wing channels that they have up here would literally be down in the bottom right corner. Okay? Most right-wing outlets, all the way from the most mainstream, like Fox News, down to the Ben Shapiro's of the world and the BillO'Reilly.coms of the world and the fucking Hannity broadcasts, all the way to Candace Owens, would be in the unreliable, contains misleading info and contains inaccurate fabricated information side of things. It's ironic because the media bias chart, or Ad Fontes Media that uses the media bias chart, is basically my job. Like, my job is to show you the biases that many media outlets have, regardless of their supposed independence, right? Like, that is literally what I do professionally. So, of course, they maybe see me as market competition and have put me down here. But luckily, For us, no one really cares about this, even though Ground News does use it amongst many other media bias charts in their reliability and bias metrics.
And one of the results much of it in fact turned out to be not necessarily who you knew, but who you came in contact with.
One of the most robust biographies of Jeffrey Epstein we have was written by his own legal defense team following his initial indictment in Palm Beach, handed over to state prosecutors in 2007 by one of Epstein's lawyers, who also made sure to attach a smug, handwritten note that read, "Enjoy some fun reading on your defendant." Obtained in 2019 by the Palm Beach Post, the generous wording of this thing should be entirely expected. I mean, it was written by his defense team after all. It glowingly recounts all the times Epstein lent a helping hand to the people around him, and includes testimonies of former girlfriends Eva Anderson and Ghislaine Maxwell. Being sure to mention that the reason Epstein has shied away from becoming a parent is because the demands of his business would not allow him the kind of time and presence needed to be a good parent. I'm sure that's what it is. To back up a little here, it also notes that Epstein was born in Coney Island, Brooklyn, New York in January 1953. Jeffrey and his younger brother Mark were raised in a middle-class environment by their two parents.
If you click on the outlets, it breaks down the article by rating, and it rates things like factual reporting on global warming as leans left. That's funny. I don't even think it's their own ideological leanings there. I think it's more so the ironically biased media bias charts that they use.
Pauline, a school aide, and Seymour, a groundskeeper for the city of New York. It's always mentioned that he liked to play the piano and that he did so well academically that he was able to graduate Lafayette High School 2 years early when he was just 16, before going on to study math and physics at the Cooper Union for a few years. Epstein never graduated, but he did transfer to NYU, where he would
Just admit you're biased, Lamau. Wait, what? There's never been a moment where I haven't. Yeah. Oh, you mean everyone is biased, and that's good, but Ground News obscures that even more? Yeah, no, of course. I am biased. I've never not admitted that. I think it's more honest to admit what your bias is. I wear it on my fucking sleeve, which to the dumbest guys out there, that comes across as like being dishonest. When it's funny because like, no, I think it's more honest that you say what your opinion is. This doesn't mean that I won't like look at verifiable information all of a sudden. My job, a big part of my job is to walk you through the process of going through the news. Is to hold your hand and teach you media literacy. Is to explain to you, how outlets work with all of the knowledge that I have on the inner workings of many of these media companies. That's literally what I do. And not only that, but also I think that people who pretend to be unbiased or act as though they are delivering the news objectively are actually lying. They're lying harder than even fucking Fox News does. Well, I guess Fox News technically does also, outside of a court defamation suit, will say that they're unbiased and the most trusted resource in news. When they're, of course, in a court case for defamation, then they'll be like, oh, we're just entertainment. Don't take us seriously. They posted you speaking to your audience of 40,000 people like they've discovered a hidden secret. See, he admitted it. Yeah. Yeah, my biases come from my convictions, from having a politics that is based around having empathy for all.
also not graduate. So the natural question becomes, how did a two-time college dropout get a job teaching math at the prestigious Dalton School the same year he left NYU behind? After all, the Dalton schools produced a number of notable alumni, including Chevy Chase, Anderson Cooper, Sean Ono Lennon, and specifically while Epstein was there, Prudence Murdoch, daughter of Fox News founder Rupert Murdoch, and actress Jennifer Grey, according to NPR. The New York Times reports that the school's headmaster at the time Epstein was hired was Donald Barr, who, fun fact, is the father of William Barr, the U.S. Attorney General under Trump, who you may know for being in charge of the DOJ when Epstein died in custody decades later, which is just one of the many strange tidbits we'll see throughout this story, like the fact that Donald Barr once wrote a book called Space Relations, about a planet ruled by oligarchs who engage in child sex slavery. So glad
normal
that's
stuff.
something I know, and now so do you. As former Dalton social studies teacher Susan Semel told The Times, Barr was explicitly looking to hire teachers with less conventional backgrounds in the field. And while Epstein was about as unconventional as it got, he was barely 21 years old, had no experience in the world of education. I mean, he's a two-time dropout and would show up to school wearing fur coats and gold chains that would dangle in front of his grossly exposed hairy chest. I'm sorry for the mental image, but I think it's worth illustrating here in detail. His tenure at Dalton, though, wouldn't last long, according to the interim headmaster, who alluded to Epstein's lack of effectiveness. If you ask his students what they thought about the eccentric instructor, the consensus seems to vary. Some described him as caring and attentive, while others recall a clear inappropriateness about the way he conducted himself. It's also been reported that he'd attend student parties where underage drinking would occur, to the point that it would become widely talked about among the school. Epstein's bizarre behavior even made it all the way up to the headmaster that replaced Barr, Gardner Dunnan, whose attorney has since told The Times that he denies being aware of any concerns of Epstein's conduct. It's also worth noting that Dunham himself was later accused of sexually assaulting a 14-year-old. Epstein may have been out at Dalton, but he sure wasn't down on his luck, struggling to find his next gig either. Ever since the beginning, one of his few talents may have been his ability to suck up to the gaggle of powerful people in his vicinity. Robert Couturier, an interior designer who knew Epstein during the 80s, told Vanity Fair in 2021 that Epstein was a flat.
Wait, I have a friend that I recommend you to watch, and his response was, I don't like Hasan. I watched a couple of YouTube essays about him, and I don't like how he speaks in absolutes, like he's always right, especially when he's wrong about Ukraine and Russia. And when I asked, have you ever watched or listened to what you said in full, he said no. That's the kind of people that can be easily swayed by the list. I know, but the easiest solution to that is to convince them to watch one fucking video, or to watch like one particular thing, or watch the stream. I make my content readily available for free for everyone to enjoy wherever they want to. Not only that, but also on top of that, people can even literally make money off of the content by editing it and then repackaging it and posting it on YouTube on their own. People make hundreds of thousands of dollars doing this. So the reality of the matter is, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Okay? To be fair, you can be arrogant. It's an arrogant ass sometimes. Yeah. If it's something as severe as like a fucking ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign that is unfolding in broad daylight, and someone is coming in and being a fucking douchebag about it and wearing their sociopathy like a fucking mark of courage, then yeah, there are times when I just fucking pop off. But having said that, you said some pretty sus stuff yesterday about black people. Yeah, like I said, black people cannot escape white supremacy. No matter how hard they say, I voted for Kamala Harris and I did my job. If that's considered suspicious to you, then there's not much I can do, you know? Yeah. In defense of Barack Obama, mind you, because the chatter tried to say Barack Obama is too tired. You said black people can't be tired. No, they can't afford. They got mad at you saying black people can't be tired? No. They got mad at me because I said black people can't afford to be tired. And it's a reality that many black people know anyway. But regardless, it's just, it's a very stupid thing. And I actually don't fucking give a shit if people get mad about that. Like, I don't care. Okay, you voted for Kamala Harris. Have fun with that. You're wrong on this point. No, you're right. You said some pretty sus stuff. That wasn't the point the person was making. BS. Nah. Yeah. No, you're wrong on this point. I know. That's the problem. Okay, so you do agree with me that black people in a white supremacist society cannot afford to be tired and like check themselves out of the conversation because politics will find them regardless. This is a reality that every black person knows and experiences on a daily fucking basis. So you agree with me. Got it. Okay, cool. Thank you. So standpoint theory in this regard is idiotic. Yes, I do, but I really don't think it's your place to put black people in there. Dude, shut the fuck up, okay? Black people are not a special status, dog. Shut the fuck up. This is what I mean. You can't come in here and do this, okay? You can do it everywhere else. You just can't do it here. And if this actually hurts your feelings, then this is not the place for you. No, that's not the case, okay? Black people experience white supremacy uniquely, okay? This is a reality. But having said that, there is no world where you can come in here and be like, no, you don't understand. Like when you're talking about solidarity, black people have every right to say we're no longer a part of this political conversation because you're not white. Saying that doesn't turn you into a white woman. You know what I mean? So I don't understand. This is like the most shocking thing that I hear all the time. You may never understand what it feels like to be black and tired. So shut the fuck up. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't know why. I don't care. I don't know why you don't understand this. Okay, this is my point. It's not like there is no rad lib shit here that works. Okay, I don't care. Lock up Obama. That's not my point. Point is, who are you to tell black people they can't be tired? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Every single time this conversation comes up. Every single time this conversation comes up. I try to get some black people to tune into your show. They all told me you're racist. Now I see why. Yes, because I'm fucking racist. Because I'm racist enough to acknowledge that white supremacy will never let go of undermining black people. So simply saying I voted for Kamala Harris, it's time for me to fucking stand down when all of these untold atrocities are happening is a fucking stupid position that wine moms can entertain. Liberal white wine moms can entertain that position, but black people can't because politics will find them regardless. It is an accurate reflection of white supremacy and how it is experienced. What do you mean? Hearing it from a white guy like me doesn't change the veracity of the fucking statements, okay? Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. I treat every single person in here like a normal human being and don't do the fucking stupid ass rad lib bullshit. Like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I've spoken out of turn. I'm so sorry. God damn, dude. What is this? What has happened in like fucking stupid ass rad lib spaces that make people think that they could just like say this to be like, no, you have to apologize. Even though I agree with you, it might potentially not even though I agree with you as a black person, even though I understand the point that you're making, I think there are other black people that might misunderstand the point that you're making and not agree with you. And it might come across as racist. So you have to apologize for the hypothetical black people that might get mad is a ridiculous point. Don't you perhaps think that I, at least, although I am white, as a Muslim dude fucking consistently advocating for Palestine, have heard this same exact song and dance a million times over from Jewish advocacy groups that are seemingly only interested in Israel's defense? Don't you think that this kind of standpoint theory is just fucking idiotic record behavior that I obviously will not entertain because I care more about fucking building a class-first solidarity movement rather than entertaining some dumb psyop shit where I have to tell people, no, actually, it's okay. God damn. Yes, debate worked. But it's important. This is an important conversation to have. It's an important conversation to have because I think people constantly do this. I don't even know if I would call that person a rad lib. We banned them before for saying Hamas piker is funny. They're just a little worm trying to stir shit up and it's fucking worked. Oh. It was rage bait. They were just trying to piss you off and get a clip. Comparing your white passing ass to black America is insane. Fucking joke. Yeah, it is insane because I didn't fucking do that. Dumb fuck. I didn't do that. You're just fucking hallucinating. I'm saying that the required standpoint theory infantilization is identical from Jewish advocacy groups that are simply only invested in defending Israel. This is the problem. As soon as the word black comes into the fucking equation, there are chatters who just shut off every part of their brain and go, oh, this is a white supremacist doing Ku Klux Klan theory while I'm in the process of fucking talking about systemic white supremacy. Anyway, it's stupid. The reason why I always fucking take this bait, by the way, so you're comparing yourself, lol, I don't think you're racist at all, by the way. Well, what do I do? I mean, you're just stupid. Like, you what do I do here? What do I do here? I just told you I'm comparing the experience I get from people that are offering cynical criticisms, which you are doing right now as a white person, okay? I'm comparing two different groups, two different communities that experience varying degrees of marginalization. Obviously, black people's marginalization is far, far more spectacular than the discrimination that Jewish people experience in America. Okay, something that I've talked about quite frequently, as a matter of fact. I'm comparing those two conversations. Okay, I'm not saying my experience is identical to a black person or I can understand what a black person goes through. Shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. It is at a certain point, it's your fault. It's not mine. What am I supposed to do? I've explained it to you in good faith. And even in that process, even in that fucking process, it still doesn't matter. You go, well, you just described it to me, but honestly, I don't even think you're racist. I just wanted to piss you off. Anyway, okay, my bad. That's what it sounded like to me. I know. I'm a closet drama frog. Just FYI, there have been marching orders about this kind of thing in a specific Discord server. Oh, my Lord. I think I entered yesterday's VOD on this exact same topic. You so consistently butcher the messaging on this issue. Your point is correct, but this will never translate in the way that you're approaching it. No, I don't. Because I don't care. I don't think you understand. I don't care. I don't care. I cannot stress this enough. Anyone that comes in here and says, hey, sorry, gonna sit this one out because I'm trans, or hey, sorry, gonna sit this one out because I'm black. Hey, sorry, gonna sit this one out because I'm Hispanic. Okay, shut the fuck up. That's it. That's the same point that I make every single time. That's it. Sit it out. Shut the fuck up. And if you get up in your feelings about it and you want someone to baby you and say, no, you're right, actually, you're right. Like you're totally right to performatively come in here and talk about how you shouldn't have you shouldn't fight back against different forms of oppression or whatever. Okay, you're going to get yelled at. That's it. It's just so stupid because guess what? You could just sit this one out by shutting the fuck up, you know? But you don't want to just shut the fuck up. You want to be able to say you're sitting this one out, and you want everyone to go, "Oh my God, I totally understand where you're coming from. I hope you're okay." Now let's get back to the fucking starving children that are being brutalized by our tax dollars. But thank you. I acknowledge your pain. You want me to do NPR style hyper woke nonsense, okay? I don't do that. I'm going to treat you like a normal human being. I'm going to treat you with dignity. I'm going to treat you with respect. And if you say some dumb shit, I'm going to tell you you're fucking dumb. Your background does not change this reality. And guess what? The overwhelming majority of Americans also operate with this fucking same boundary, okay? Normal people in the real world also operate like this. There's no fucking holding space. I just got in. But if that's what the convo is about, I agree. Some black people want permission to check out, and it's dumb for sure. I know. It's just so stupid because the same fucking forces that are doing untold amounts of white supremacist violence to the Palestinian population are the ones who are training the local police departments to do very same methods of surveillance, kettling, corralling, and also death and destruction for the black community. They're collaborating. You can't sit it out. It's that simple, okay? They're collaborating at the international level. They're incredibly well funded. You can't just sit this one out. It doesn't work that way. It's idiotic. It's especially idiotic if a black person is saying this, because white supremacy puts the crosshairs on black people first and foremost. It is the primary crosshairs. It's never changed throughout the inception of the American state. Half of the fucking founding fathers were slave owners. What the fuck are we doing? There's no sitting it out. You know what I mean? Just voting for Kamala Harris is not changing anything. The real reason why you're upset is because I'm saying voting for Kamala Harris or Barack Obama is not actually fucking detangling white supremacy. And you don't want to hear that from a fucking white guy, and it hurts your feelings. That's it. So instead of trying to re-examine why you said this, trying to re-examine why you said this and what kind of recognition you want from someone like myself, you have to immediately go, this is just like every other white person. He's being insensitive to black plight. Ironically enough, I'm talking about white supremacist structural forms of violence while you're in the process of saying, no, you must be a white supremacist for being insensitive about black plight. No, I'm not. That's it. That's it. It started when black people are tired, therefore Obama doesn't have to say anything about genocide. Yeah, I know. This is how it started, too. The conversation started because black people are tired. Obama's a black person. As a black person, Obama doesn't have to say anything about genocide because black people are tired. Ridiculous. It's like mostly boomer, Gen X, older, millennial shit, too. It's like you don't hear that from any other fucking demographic. It's just people who want permission for saying that they want permission and acknowledgement for all the struggles that they've engaged in. And it's a totally bad faith. But of course, because it's a messy conversation and it's one that I'm willing to entertain and it's one that really fucking pisses me off, that it's so clippable, and then people will clip it and posterize it all over the fucking internet to be like, Hasan hates black people. Okay, dude. Well, it's up to you to also do a little bit of fucking media scrutiny and look at, I don't know, any other thing that account has posted, you know? Because I'm willing to bet 3 videos down the line, they're probably calling black people the N-word, because those are my fucking enemies. Those are my ideological enemies who want to disparage me for the reasons that I ironically am talking about, which is the exact opposite of the way that people try to present me.
With a woman named Leon Koppel telling the Miami Herald to give Jeff credit. He knew how to woo people, how to schmooze, and she would know her father Ace Greenberg is the one who gave Epstein a job at Bear Stearns, a now failed investment bank on Wall Street. Greenberg, Bear Stearns chairman who was reportedly introduced to Epstein through Dalton, was clearly fascinated in the young teacher and saw great potential for him in the economic world despite his lack of experience in, well, anything that wasn't sniffing the farts of the most powerful people in the room. Something I find odd is that Epstein miraculously kept finding himself in these highly desirable job positions when he was less than qualified to fulfill them. He was a lackluster candidate at best, yet he was still, for some reason, being paid by billionaires like Leon Black extraordinarily well, better than most money managers would have been getting paid, in fact, begging the question, what exactly made Epstein so uniquely appealing to these people? I mean, they could have hired anyone in the world to do a better job for a way lower rate. It doesn't make sense. But Black and Greenberg weren't the only fans of the underqualified 20-something. Even the future CEO of Bear Stearns, James Kane, was happy to take Epstein under his wing during his time at the firm, as Time magazine reported that Epstein worked his way up from a lowly junior assistant to a floor trader before becoming a limited partner in 1980. The same
crazy.
year, Cosmopolitan
Motherfucker had a 4-year tear, dude. 4-year tear. Didn't graduate college, 2-time dropout, gets fired from his previous job as a math teacher. He's being fucking weird. And in 4 years, he goes from junior assistant, lowly junior assistant, to freaking partner. No degree. Just a fucking crackpot at doing numbers, I guess. He's just that good.
Floor trader before becoming a limited partner in 1980. The same year, Cosmopolitan crowned him Bachelor of the Month with this little magazine.
The thing is, like, I don't think he was already an asset at this point. I think about this all the time. I've thought about this quite a bit. Like, what is the point where there is like a turn? You know what I mean? Because I don't think he's like a asset at the age of like 21, you know what I mean? I assume that there was probably I assume that he was good with like wheeling and dealing people at that point, and because remember, this is like 70s into the 80s, so this is like still at the end of like the firm handshake era, as I like to call it, because like your parents will say like, back in my day, you used to get a job when you gave a firm handshake and then you could have a house. Like, so I think in that era, if you were like even a little bit interesting and could yap, you could elevate fairly fast, maybe. Or maybe he was like a sleazeball that was willing to do things that others weren't, you know? Oh, yeah, gray bars are back.
Snippet that claimed the 27-year-old talks only to people who make over $1 million a year. If you're a cute Texas girl, write this New York dynamo at 55 Water Street. All I can hope now is that no Texas girl actually did that. He left the next year to start his own thing, but continued trading with Bear Stearns until their collapse in 2008. Around the time Epstein was experiencing somewhat of a collapse of his own, but don't worry, he'd still have plenty of ways to move massive hordes of money around all the way up until his death. But let's just put all of that to the side for a second. First, talk about one of Epstein's more lucrative connections he made up until this point. A peculiar little character by the name of Les Wexner, whose real-time net worth hovers around a humble $6 billion, is the 86-year-old founder of a global retailing empire. Launching the clothing company The Limited all the way back in 1963, Wexner went on to make a series of business acquisitions that allowed his influence to expand exponentially over the following decades. He acquired Victoria's Secret in 1982, Abercrombie Abercrombie & Fitch in 1988, Bath & Body Works in 1990, and by 2003, Fortune magazine considered Limited Brands the most admired specialty retailer in the world. And at that point in time, Wexner's financial manager was none other than Jeffrey Epstein.
Yep.
His ties to Columbus native Wexner have been brought into the national spotlight.
The genesis of Epstein and Wexner's decades-long close friendship is somewhat of a debate due in part to how murky Epstein's life became after leaving Bear Stearns, but also thanks to Epstein's conflicting answers as to which year the two buddies officially met. First bragging about the investment advice he gave to Wexner in 1986, only to seemingly backtrack and say he didn't begin advising him until 1989, actually. Regardless, Wexner didn't shy away from describing to Vanity Fair just how close the two were, calling Epstein very smart with a combination of excellent judgment and unusually high standards. Whatever that means. But then again, this was his, quote, most loyal friend, at least in 2003. And I know you may be wondering, hey, this was years before Jeffrey Epstein got publicly exposed as a serial sex trafficker, so is it really that fair to criticize the guy if he didn't know Epstein was bad until at least 2008? And I might agree with that, if Wexner hadn't been so personally involved with the man to the point where Epstein reportedly told a friend that Wexner knows everything about me. He knows every experience I've had. With Vanity Fair also noting that Wexner was warned hundreds of times by Robert Meister, who originally introduced the two men, to drop Epstein after learning about his sexual proclivities before.
Soon after introducing Wexner and Epstein, Meister started hearing disturbing stories about Epstein's sexual proclivities. Think of whatever the worst thing anyone can do is, and Epstein did them all, Meister said. The breaking point came when Epstein showed up unannounced at Meister's Park Avenue apartment with 5 models for Meister's sexual entertainment. Epstein thought he was bringing me a gift, Meister recalled. I told him, get the fuck out, and I never want to see you again.
2008. But it wasn't just Meister sounding...
Okay, the fact that he just like immediately rolled up with 5 girls means that at that point, he's just like, he's straight up doing this, right? So I assume that this is something that he consistently did, just like either through coercion, persuasion. At a certain point, the persuasion turned into coercion, obviously, but maybe at first he was doing this through persuasion, and then that's how he was elevating himself, because he was like known as like maybe a party guy amongst the Bear Stearns crowd or whatever, and then eventually it got to a point where he was basically doing this for as an intelligence asset. You know what I mean?
The alarm bells. Harold Levin and Jerry Merritt, who both worked for Wexner, told Vanity Fair they too warned their boss of Epstein's shadiness. Yet, despite it all, to this day, Wexner denies knowing anything about his former best friend's criminal behavior, telling employees he was never aware of the illegal activity and would never have guessed that a person I employed more than a decade ago could have caused such pain to so many people, even though he would have known exactly that. In fact, I find it basically impossible for Wexner to not know that his, quote, most loyal friend had been going around and lying to women about his relationship with Victoria's Secret by falsely labeling himself a modeling recruiter, according to one police report, which also included the claim that Epstein had groped model Alicia Arden in 1997. And that's not to mention when a year prior, an artist named Maria Farmer reached out to authorities claiming Epstein had assaulted her while working on Wexner's Ohio property. She filed a police report, but somehow Wexner never caught wind of any of that, I guess, and didn't cut ties until 18 months after charges were brought against Epstein in Palm Beach. In fact, Epstein not only remained Wexner's power of attorney for almost 2 decades, he also served as a trustee on the board of the Wexner Foundation, oversaw the construction of his super yacht, and even drafted a prenup for Wexner and his wife. And if that wasn't enough, Wexner would reportedly sell Epstein a Boeing 727 for $10 million in 2000. And also allow Epstein to take possession of his multi-million-dollar Upper East Side mansion for the low price of free, which is a long way.
Yeah, I mean, Les Wexner is like the guy that gave him the unlimited amount of power, finances. Like, he is one of the primary responsible parties here. And that is the reason why people think that they had a potential romantic involvement, potential romantic relationship. E.T. owns your ass? Extraterrestrial? Like the alien? What? What does that even mean? Entertainment Tonight? I don't even fucking understand what these guys... Sometimes people come in here and try to own me, I guess. But then in the process, they just... Epstein was not a pedophile. He was an ephebophile, which isn't even illegal in most countries outside the U.S. You're completely normal, actually. Brother, you are the least normal person on the planet. I promise you. What the fuck? The only difference, the people that say actually it's ephebophilia are basically saying there are minors that they would choose to fuck. Okay? Oh, maybe he means Epoch Times owns your ass. That's all you're saying. Gaia, place. Thanks, Mom. The Daily Bugle owns you.
Saying that there's a special place in the afterlife for Mr. Wexner. While we're on the subject, one of the greatest mysteries surrounding Jeffrey Epstein to this day is where he acquired the massive fortune he used to bankroll his decades of international criminal activity. He's usually referred to in the news as a billionaire, but we really don't know how much money he exactly had at his peak. Prosecutors in 2019 estimated he had a net worth of at least $500 million, but the fact that we have no definitive explanation for where any of that really came from should infuriate everyone watching this. Now, Wexner is commonly speculated to at least be in part responsible for the digits in Epstein's bank account. After all, he did claim Epstein misappropriated vast sums of money from him and his family only after his, quote, most loyal friend's arrest, of course. But even if Epstein ripped off one of Wexner's charities for a quick and easy $46 million, that would barely account for the rest of his gargantuan wealth. So naturally, people are kind of forced to just guess. Some of the current acting theories have to do with blackmail, which we will explore in part 2, money laundering, and his possible connection to one of the largest Ponzi schemes in American history. There's a little gap in the resume we've discussed so far. After working for Bear Stearns and before becoming Les Wexner's appointed hatchet man, Epstein began his own consulting firm, working as a bounty hunter, in his own words, to help clients recover stolen money, which further brought him into contact with some very rich individuals, claiming he wouldn't do business with anyone not a billionaire, even brushing elbows with members of international governments, as Vanity Fair wrote in that 2003 article. Maybe this is why law enforcement discovered a mysterious passport after a raid on his home in 2019, which exhibited Epstein's image next to a fake name and a noted place of residence in Saudi Arabia.
This is also part of the reason why, because people keep asking, like, well, how do you have, like, what is the amount of evidence what is the evidence that you have for Jeffrey Epstein being like an intelligence asset? Numerous passports, a local residence in Riyadh, affiliations with other known heads of intelligence agencies. So alongside, of course, you know, prime ministers and numerous heads of state. Also, the little bit about Alexander Acosta, who said, and actually never really clarified one way or another, that in the process of his prosecution, he was told by federal agents that he was a federal asset and that he should be left alone, which played a role in the sweetheart plea bargain that he got for sex trafficking minors.
I promise we'll get to the Ponzi scheme thing in a second. Okay, we're almost there. His lawyers at the time said he needed this fake ID for protection as a Jewish person traveling regularly to the Middle East. Why was he going to the Middle East, you ask? Well, one of Epstein's clients at this time was identified by journalist Vicky Ward as Adnan Khashoggi, who, among other things, was a middleman in the Iran-Contra scandal who helped smuggle cash for the Marcos family out of the Philippines. During his travels overseas is where Epstein was reportedly introduced by alleged arms dealer Douglas Leese, known for his involvement in a multi-billion-dollar weapons deal between Saudi Arabia and the United Kingdom, to American businessman and future convicted fraudster Stephen Hoffenberg. Hoffenberg, over the next several decades, would spend 18 years behind bars for his involvement in a $475 million financial scheme that he now says Epstein masterminded. Okay, see, I told you we'd get to the Ponzi scheme thing eventually. It just took a minute, but thanks for sticking by. Hoffenberg told NPR.
Yes, Adnan Khashoggi is the father of Jamal Khashoggi. Yes, or uncle. Is it uncle or father? Might be his uncle. But yes.
in 2019 that he considered Epstein to be brilliant, extraordinarily gifted and talented in convincing people to buy from him. And also he was a criminal mastermind, by the way. The criminal enterprise that Hoffenberg is describing rather openly here went by the pretty uncreative name of Towers Financial. Hoffenberg and his self-described best friend Epstein, who worked as a paid consultant through the 80s and 90s, ran a team of people on Wall Street, investment people that raised these $1 billion illegally, as Hoffenberg told CBS News, feeling the need to emphasize he was my guy, my wingman, which is personally not a term I would use to describe Jeffrey Epstein in any circumstance, but over the course of 5 years, prosecutors alleged the company raised 9 figures, almost $500 million of investors' money by selling them fake bonds. They'd then use the money to repay earlier investors while pocketing the difference. A classic Ponzi that you may be shocked to hear lasted as long as it did, but keep in mind, this was a pre-Bernie Madoff era, so a financial fraud of this scale was almost unheard of in the early 90s. The strangest part of it all, however, is that despite multiple parties being so able to recall Epstein as a prominent component of the Ponzi scheme, Epstein himself was never charged alongside his buddy Stephen Hoffenberg, who pled guilty to 5 criminal charges in 1995. As Terrence Corrigan, a lawyer representing over 2,800 people defrauded by Towers, told CBS, as I understood, Epstein was sort of a senior VP. If he was not the number 2 guy, he was certainly the number 2 or number 3 person at the firm. I know we saw organization charts, and yes, Epstein's name was on them. With another attorney, one representing Towers Financial, reinforcing
my main issue with the blackmail is a part of intelligence operations theory is that Epstein seems to have primarily trafficked and abused girls and young women for his own enjoyment. Sharing them with others seemed to have been a side project. Wouldn't he have abstained from doing it on his own when not for blackmail purposes if it was all at the Mossad's behest? No, I think he was personally a pedophile and therefore knew how to procure victims, minor victims, as a consequence of his own personal pedophilia, and therefore his own personal pedophilia played a formative role in the blackmailing operations. None of this is mutually exclusive. You can be a personal pedophile and also do pedophilia blackmail. As a matter of fact, who do you think are most likely to be confidential informants, or who do you think are most likely to be assets for intelligence? It's people that are already engaged in criminal enterprise. It's one of the quickest ways to grab someone, arrest them, and then not prosecute them for further use in the future. But yeah, as far as the primarily of trafficked, abused girls and young women for his own enjoyment, I think I call bullshit on that as well. That's just Ghislaine Maxwell's testimony, and she's not dead. So I assume that testimony is part of the reason why she's not dead. Do you understand? Because I feel like anyone who would uncover the connective tissue between Jeffrey Epstein and all of these other like intelligence communities, or anyone who even entertains that discovery, that revelation, will most likely no longer be alive. Numerous affiliates of Jeffrey Epstein and Jeffrey Epstein himself are no longer alive. The fact that Ghislaine Maxwell still is alive calls into question what kind of testimony she will offer now that the Trump administration is looking to offer her leniency in exchange for some kind of reliable narrative that will most likely absolve Trump and all these other financial elites from any sort of wrongdoing.
Corrigan's memory. Epstein was a consultant at Towers Financial. I met him there and I drafted a consulting agreement as I was an attorney at the company. I remember him. Epstein was even mentioned in a lawsuit against the company filed by the Illinois Department of Insurance, who, now you're probably wondering, why was Illinois involved? Well, they claimed Towers had carried out an illegal transfer that violated Illinois law. As you can see here, Epstein's name appears in their documents multiple times, yet for whatever reason, Epstein never once appeared as a defendant in the 1993 federal case against Hoffenberg. Although Hoffenberg's testimony to the grand jury included mention of Epstein being the mastermind behind the whole thing, as reported by Julie K. Brown, Epstein was nonetheless dropped from the case for reasons that are still unknown today.
Also, if there's people also say, oh, well, what about if Ghislaine Maxwell has a dead man switch and that's why she hasn't been killed? I think if there was someone who was most likely had a dead man switch, it would be Jeffrey Epstein. So the fact that no information has been uncovered since his untimely demise I suspect that the real reason why Ghislaine Maxwell is alive and kicking is because people know that she is reliable and won't tell the truth. What's a dead man switch? Come on, guys. A dead man switch. Like when you fucking die, it's like timed. It's like timed release of information, compromising information. Oftentimes, it's not a literal switch that you hit when you're dying, but instead, it's something that you have to consistently log into to show that you are alive. Yeah, it's either a third party that would reveal information, or like if you want to leave matters into your own hands, like most likely something that you would have to routinely check in to make sure that it doesn't actually reveal information. It's not like literally a switch. It's just like a protocol. Here's why Ghislaine Maxwell was charged with perjury. One of the claims that she was not aware that Epstein had sex with anyone else, which she repeated when asked again. Maxwell was charged with perjury based on answers she gave in a 2016 deposition regarding Epstein's alleged abuse and her own complicity. The indictment against her cited multiple comments she made denying any knowledge of Epstein's alleged abuse. When asked if Epstein had a scheme to recruit underage girls for sexual massages, she responded, "I don't know what you're talking about," for instance. And she said she was not aware of anybody that I interacted with at Epstein's properties being underage other than a plaintiff involved in a civil lawsuit. Maxwell also testified under oath she was not aware of any sex toys or devices being used at Epstein's properties, and that she had never personally given Epstein or any of his victims a massage, which is interesting to say because there's literal photographic evidence for, one, the sexual toys in all of Jeffrey Epstein's properties, including Ghislaine Maxwell giving a massage to Jeffrey Epstein on the plane. The image lives in my mind. A foot massage specifically. She also claims she was unaware of Epstein engaging in sexual activities with anyone besides herself and two women she and Epstein had a three-way sexual activities with, saying in her deposition, "I wasn't aware that he was having sexual activities with anyone when I was visiting him other than myself." When asked again by attorneys to confirm that her testimony was that she was not aware of Epstein having any other sexual partners, Maxwell doubled down, saying that that is my testimony. That is correct. Her statements conflict with charges in the indictment that Maxwell was later convicted on, which alleged Maxwell conducted massages and was present for and participated in the abuse of minor victims, among other allegations. Maxwell got the perjury charges severed, which would require a separate trial. DOJ eventually dropped the charges to avoid re-traumatizing the victims. I think it's also awfully suspicious that Ghislaine Maxwell has not been further scrutinized for her involvement beyond the charges that she took and is serving a prison sentence over. That's another thing. Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney, David Oscar Marcus, on her meeting with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, looking forward to another productive day. Ghislaine honestly answered every question that Mr. Blanche asked, and she will continue to do so. We are grateful that the government is trying to uncover the truth. They have never before spoken with her, so we trust the process. Apparently, she had boxes and boxes of material. This is video of Maxwell returning to prison after meeting with Trump's Deputy Attorney General, and you can see her there carrying a box of material.
Meeting with Trump's Deputy Attorney General, and you can see her there, actually, if you look closely.
I just don't fucking trust this admin at all, especially after the way that Donald Trump has talked about this issue, especially the way that Donald Trump has talked about Ghislaine Maxwell specifically. I just do not trust them at all. Why the fuck does she have a box of materials? Why is she not immediately deposed, for example? Why is she having closed-door meetings with Trump's lawyer?
She's carrying a box of material. Now, Maxwell's attorney says she was forthcoming with every question that Trump's team threw at her today. This is video of Maxwell returning to prison just moments after meeting with...
I think they're coaching her. I think her testimony is going to be entirely fabricated. And given that we don't have access to the actual information that was uncovered during the trial, a lot of the information that was redacted, we have no way of knowing. The public has no way of matching her testimony to the information that was discovered in the trial that was heavily redacted, also in the trial. So even if she were to turn around, fucking turn around and be like, oh, well, Trump was certainly infallible here. I mean, he was morally uncorruptible. He's never been around young women ever, especially given that she is an unreliable narrator to begin with. She committed perjury before in depositions. It's obvious to me that they're going to present Ghislaine Maxwell as like an exit ramp to try and shut this conversation down. And then the dumbest fucking propagandists for the administration will consistently point to her to be like, what, you don't trust her? Wait, was Maxwell convicted by a jury or a judge? Any brave jurors that can call her BS out? No, because, guys, the investigation that was conducted into Ghislaine Maxwell's involvement with Jeffrey Epstein's sex crimes obviously had a very limited scope. So there is evidence out there. It's just all of that evidence is heavily redacted in the process of the trial. So I don't think there's that many people outside of like the people that were committed to the investigation that know the extent of the involvement of others. In a situation like this, there is a finite amount of people that you can have involved, because the moment that you have 10 people, 20 people, 30 people, now you have all of their immediate family members and other people that you could leak these secrets to. It all of a sudden becomes a much more difficult, it becomes too difficult to keep a secret. Like the moon landing. People say it's a fucking conspiracy. It's literally impossible for the moon landing to have been staged, given the number of people that would have had to participate in the production. It would be literally impossible. Do you understand? So in this investigation, like there's a court trial, there's a court process, but all of the information that the jury saw, all the information that like even my friends that were in that courtroom writing about the process in and of itself, like they had very limited information. All of that information is basically public knowledge at this point. Yeah, here is
it's a fake.
Here is Ghislaine Maxwell. Prince Andrew picture where Virginia Jeffrey is fake.
I don't believe it's real for a second. In fact, I'm sure it's not. There's never been an original. And further, there's no photograph, right? And I've only ever seen a photocopy of it. I don't believe it happened. And certainly the way as described would have been impossible. I don't have it.
Yeah. So I think that should give you a little bit of insight into how she is most likely going to operate. Do you see what I'm saying?
Any memory of going to Tramp? Certainly not in the outfit that I would have worn.
I like that her personal anecdote about why this is most likely fake is the same as Prince Andrew. I would never wear that. That's not my pedophilia outfit. Both British, by the way. That's literally what Prince Andrew said. That's what Prince Andrew said. Prince Andrew, about that photo, was like, well, this is not real. This is not my pedophilia outfit. And I, of course, can't sweat. I physically cannot sweat due to a grave injury that I got in the Falklands. It could not have been me. So without gaining access to all of the evidence that was unearthed through the investigation, which there is also a limitation to like how much they uncovered and how much they followed through on the financial entanglements of Jeffrey Epstein and many of his affiliates. I suspect that they didn't, like, I suspect that whoever was conducting this investigation didn't follow it too closely, right? There's a certain point where you stop, especially if this is an intelligence asset. So there's evidence out there that is heavily redacted. So there is nothing to match her testimony against either. So this will be kept within the limited confines of what we already know, because this court process took place already. She's already convicted and behind bars. Do you see what I mean? At that point, her firsthand testimony, because it's not a real deposition, has nothing to match up against.
While Hoffenberg was awaiting a jail sentence, Epstein was busy frolicking around the White House and schmoozing power brokers at dinners and events like the White House Historical Association fundraiser in 1993, which included such beautiful guests as Clark Clifford, a man responsible for establishing BCCI in the United States. BCCI, which we definitely don't have enough time to dive into here, was an international bank used to transfer dark money between international governments later found to be involved in a litany of shady activity, ranging from money laundering to illegal weapons sales to human trafficking. Clifford himself had charges brought against him that would be dropped not because prosecutors thought he was innocent all of a sudden, but because of Clifford's poor health the same year that he attended this fundraiser with Epstein. Frankly, the idea that a man accused of helping to facilitate one of the biggest Ponzi schemes in American history could avoid prosecution and immediately pal around with some of the wealthiest and most powerful people in the country at an exclusive White House fundraiser is enough to turn anyone into a conspiracy theorist. Other than that 2003 Vanity Fair puff piece and a glowing profile in New York Magazine that we will get to in a bit, Epstein had lived much of his life in the shadows since the early 80s, making it all the more tricky for investigators and journalists to track his elusive movements. A lot of the insight we now know is thanks to Miami Herald journalist Julie K. Brown, who presents an extremely comprehensive timeline of events in her excellent book Perversion of Justice, which I read in preparation for this video and would recommend to anyone looking to learn more about the Epstein story. Brown, who has covered the story extensively for years now, writes that the earliest instances of Epstein's sex crimes
I do have the BCCI hat from Chapo. I wear it from time to time.
Against minors date back to the mid-90s, when, at a Michigan summer camp in 1994, he and his then-girlfriend Ghislaine approached a 13-year-old child. According to the Daily Mail article Brown cites here, the anonymous girl's mother says she looked even younger than she was. Then, years later, when Ghislaine's trial was underway in 2021, one of the lawyers representing the now convicted trafficker wrote this young victim's story off as the result of her own conduct, and that the girl had voluntarily or negligently assumed a known risk, consenting to the abuse. A 13-year-old.
Dude, defense attorneys are such nasty little freaks. I mean, straight up. That's what you gotta do if you're defending a pedophile, an internationally known criminal pedophile. If that is your client, this is the type of shit you do. Isn't that fucking insane?
That is what lawyers representing Epstein and Ghislaine have consistently thought of the hundreds of girls who were systematically trafficked throughout their childhood. So just keep that in mind as we move forward here and discuss Epstein's track record of abuse across the United States. Some of it taking place in New York, some at his New Mexico baby farm, as he called it, and of course a lot of it occurring at the Palm Beach mansion he bought in 1990. To understand Epstein's years-long pattern of abuse, we have to establish the location of this 14,000 square foot monstrosity. Unfortunately, the neighborhood that housed Epstein's $44 million oceanfront property was only a short drive away from a much less privileged area of Palm Beach, Florida. Testimony from even more victims prove he explicitly sought out girls from broken families, girls who were either homeless or on the verge of homelessness, those who came from tragic backgrounds wrought by addiction, suicide, and abuse already, girls who lived in trailer homes and were in and out of foster homes, girls who Epstein knew would not be taken seriously by the legal system. A prediction that his infamous plea agreement years later would ultimately prove right. And just a fair warning, a lot of this video from here on out will be discussing what victims experienced at the hands of Epstein and his associates, so if that's something you're unable to listen to, I completely understand, and just wanted to make it very clear before we get into any of the details. Throughout the mid-90s to the early noughts, Epstein would employ several tactics to prey on girls who primarily attended Palm Beach Gardens High School, Lake Worth Middle School, and Royal Palm Beach High, which the Palm Beach Post named Ground Zero in Epstein's operation. One of those girls was Michelle Licata, who was just 16 years old when she was approached by a friend at school in the days leading up to Christmas, 2004. Michelle, who recalled to ABC working at a supermarket and being strapped for cash at the time, was looking to earn some money in order to buy her family gifts for the holidays. According to her friend, all Michelle needed to do was massage an old guy and she'd get $200. This made Michelle curious, and because she was led to believe the massage would take place in a professional environment similar to the spas she had seen in the past, she obliged. It was only on the drive there that Michelle realized they weren't going to a professional facility. They were going to a house. And after finally arriving outside a sprawling mansion in a neighborhood she had never seen before, her friend hastily remarked that the man who lived inside might ask her to undress during the massage. Before she knew it, Michelle was whisked inside and led upstairs by several other women she had never met to a cold, dark bathroom where she was forced to encounter Jeffrey Epstein, lying face down on the massage table talking on the phone. In that moment, Michelle was lost, confused, and left all alone with a man old enough to be her father. She then goes on to recount how Epstein molested her, noting that his face was enough to terrify her for the rest of her life. life. After the incident was over, Epstein paid her $200 and asked her to deliver another $100 bill to the friend who had brought her there. She got back in the car and told her friend what had happened, to which the friend responded, "Oh, that's okay. He tried to do that with my other friend too," as Michelle told Brown. Interestingly though, as Michelle told ABC, there were in fact other adults present at the estate. Gardeners, butlers, housekeepers, etc. It's just that they did nothing, as if they were used to seeing such girls come and go all the time. And as everyone knows now, that was the case. He did this frequently.
When Palm Beach police began interviewing teenagers in 2005, they were astonished at what dozens told them about Jeffrey Epstein.
Every girl that meets Jeffrey starts off with giving him a massage. The more you do with him, the more you make. Basically, if you take off your clothes, you're gonna make more. If you let him do things to you, you're gonna make more. I did it naked, but I wouldn't like let him touch me or anything like that. So after that, he's like, you know what? He's like, listen, I'll pay you $200 for every girl that you bring to me.
She's like, oh, you know, do you need to make any extra money? I'm like, yeah. She's like, okay, I can give you, you know, like $200. There's this older guy in Palm Beach. He gets a lot of massages from girls. You know, that was really, that's all she told me. He asked me to take my shirt off, so I took my shirt off, and that's how that was it.
Did you ever take your panties off and be completely nude?
Every now and then, yeah.
It's like a train. It's like, I introduce them to all my friends, she'll bring her friends, and then will bring her friends. It goes on and on.
Having underage girls come to his house to abuse was like a constant need for him, which unfortunately drastically impacted the trajectory of these young girls' lives. One victim by the name of Carolyn, who was abused by Epstein starting in 2001, testified in court that she had become addicted to pain pills and cocaine in an effort to block out the abuse she endured at 14 years old. She claimed to have visited Epstein upwards of 100 times growing up, and that she was at his Palm Beach residence multiple times a week for years. Carolyn tragically passed away of a fentanyl and methadone overdose in October 2023. Although police were able to identify a little over 30 victims in 2015, Julie Kate Brown later discovered through her own research around 80 girls abused by Epstein just in Palm Beach alone. And those are only the ones we know about. Considering the wealth and the powerful connections Epstein would use as leverage over his young victims, it's no surprise that these girls were reluctant to speak with anyone about what had happened to them. Some, like Michelle, didn't even tell her parents until the police came knocking at her door a year later. Even now, there are victims who understandably don't want their identities out there. One anonymous woman in particular outlined these feelings to ABC in 2019. "I almost felt scared to talk. Like, was I going to get in trouble? Did I do something wrong that I could be arrested? I was young. I had blamed myself for all these years. I was definitely scared to talk." But that's not to say some girls hadn't been talking from the beginning.
Farmer says she reported the assault to the FBI, but she told us it wasn't for another decade, just before Epstein's first arrest in 2006. That an agent finally appeared at her door.
Remember Maria Farmer, who I mentioned earlier, how she told police that Epstein assaulted her in Ohio? Well, unfortunately, that wasn't a lone incident. That same year, her 16-year-old sister, Annie Farmer, was also abused by Epstein and his then-girlfriend Ghislaine at their New Mexico ranch, with Annie writing in her diary at the time of how weird it was that Epstein had rubbed her hand and lower leg at a movie theater, before later being instructed by Ghislaine Maxwell to give Epstein a foot massage, with Ghislaine later touching the 16-year-old inappropriately in front of Epstein. Epstein also got into bed with Annie at one point during the trip. Maria's experience in Ohio was similar, with the couple essentially trapping her in the house and groping her in unison, mirroring each other's movements, as the New York Times put it. Maria claimed in an affidavit that Les Wexner's security staff essentially kept her there against her wishes for 12 hours after the assault took place. It was at this point that Maria and Annie realized what had happened to one another and tried to take action. Both sisters reported their experiences first to police, then to FBI, who did nothing, prompting the sisters to instead speak with Vanity Fair journalist Vicky Ward on the record in 2002. Being tasked with writing the now infamous profile The Talented Mr. Epstein for the magazine, you would think that Ward would obviously publish.
It's a really weird situation because, like, on the one hand, you're like, well, that's odd that they didn't do anything. On the other hand, when you look at like these sorts of incidents, like whether it be domestic violence or whether it be sexual assault, cops, not even the FBI, but cops are notoriously bad at dealing with this stuff. The FBI, on the other hand, is supposed to be a little bit better at dealing with this stuff, especially considering that he's been dinged before. So that's part of the reason why it's like, I don't know, was this incompetence or was it deliberate?
The allegations and expose Epstein and Ghislaine once and for all. Only somehow that didn't happen. Sure, the article did briefly reference Epstein's affinity for, quote, mostly young girls, among a sea of other breathtaking quotes used to humanize the man, such as, quote, Epstein is charming, and, quote, many people comment there is something innocent, almost childlike about Jeffrey Epstein. Making sure to hammer home the generous $25 million donation he had just made to Harvard for the creation of a mathematical biology and evolutionary dynamics program in Epstein's name. The article made zero mention of the allegations Ward had been told by the Farmer sisters. Since the release of this article, the blame for this little blunder has been pointed at numerous parties. Ward blames Vanity Fair's then editor-in-chief, Graydon Carter, for succumbing to Epstein's intimidation tactics and not including the allegations out of a combined lack of sympathy for the victims and that he actually believed Epstein's story over theirs. While Carter has referred to Ward as a serial liar, Isaac Chotiner offered an extensive analysis of the claims made on both sides in his article last year for The New Yorker. I would highly recommend checking it out in full, along with Ward's 2 responses, to get the full story of what happened, but it ultimately boils down to a massive he said, she said. It's true that Carter does have a reputation of repressing stories in the past, and seems pretty biased toward Epstein, according to transcripts released by Ward, but it should also be noted that Ward herself went on to write 2 more controversial pieces on Epstein. One in 2011 that praises Ghislaine pretty heavily, and another in 2008 where she describes Epstein as, quote, perfectly charming, as he has been to me for years now, telling him over the phone, well, I guess you and I have a history by now, huh, Jeffrey? To which he responded, you know how many girls say that to me?
Brother, I mean, come on. God damn, dude. Oh.
In fact, Maria Farmer herself alleges it was Vicky Ward who ratted to Ghislaine about the sisters going to the FBI.
Before all that, I was already in hiding because of Vanity Fair. Vicky Ward is, I'm going to tell you right now, she's a monster. She's a true monster. She's not a hero. We had to send a cease and desist letter because she's harassed my family for so long to try to save her face because she told Ghislaine Maxwell over drinks that I reported them to the FBI. Can you believe that?
Holy shit.
And so, this was in
swear,
2002.
But wow.
In 2000, no, please, I cursed my head off. She, for a year, promised us our safety. For a whole year. And see, I didn't meet with Graydon. I met with Vicky. And so Vicky's the one that's responsible here because she was the person who promised us our safety. And she promised us that she would protect us.
The person that she's talking to is Whitney Webb, who famously wrote the book One Nation Under Blackmail. I think there's 2 volumes, but One Nation Under Blackmail, which heavily talks about Epstein as well as like a serial blackmailer too.
Story, right? Since then, she calls and threatens, I own your story. I can write your story. I mean, she's a real piece of work.
Many of us have long suspected that Vicky Ward is a highly suspicious player in the Jeffrey Epstein saga. Now, thanks to Whitney Webb's interview with Maria Farmer, we know for sure that Ward was protecting Epstein, Ghislaine, and her cohorts. Given all of Daily Beast's coverage of the Epstein scandal, this is pretty interesting. Ghislaine Maxwell at a 2008 party at the Daily Beast founder Tina Brown's home, co-hosted by Vicky Ward, the journalist who wrote about how she tried to warn us about Epstein in 2003 for the Daily Beast. I discussed Ward and many other Epstein protectors in the media, such as John Connolly, who seems to have played as similar a role as Ward last year with the great Porkins policy, who has been on the Epstein beat before practically anyone. This is just one of the revelations contained in Maria Farmer's statements. So much more in this hugely important interview. This is from all the way back from 2020. Yeah. One Nation Under Blackmail also talks about Roy Cohn, the original Epstein, and also Trump's mentor, Roy Cohn. Roy Cohn apparently was like heavily featured and talked about as Trump's mentor in the Trump movie that came out, which didn't really make a lot of waves for some reason. What was the movie called? I kind of want to watch that because Adam told me it was really fucking good. The Apprentice? Yeah, Vicky Ward still gets play in the media as like someone who uncovered the scandals of Epstein.
This story.
For the record, it became a nightmare. Normal people don't behave like this. Journalist Vicky Ward on why she was terrified. Investigative journalist and New York Times bestselling author on why she was terrified of Jeffrey Epstein over threats he made against her children. I said, what's the name of the movie? This person said, Baki the Grappler, I believe. Yeah, I don't think it's called Baki the Grappler. Thank you, though. It's Baki the Grappler, great series. Probably not about Donald Trump. Although Donald Trump is in Baki the Grappler in the manga later down the line as the president. Great anime overall. Do you know what Baki is even about? Yes. I will not be mentioning what his involvement in Baki the Grappler is. Trump's mention in Baki. What it looks like. Let's continue.
Vanity Fair had a responsibility to do right by Epstein's accusers then and provide a voice for the voiceless in 2003. But because they didn't, Epstein was able to continue his pattern of amusing girls for years. One thing I can assure you, though, is that this wasn't the last time Epstein's accusers would be given the cold shoulder by the media. In 2019, shortly after Epstein's death, a leaked video would make the rounds online depicting ABC journalist Amy Robach expressing disdain for the network quashing an exclusive interview she conducted with Epstein victim Virginia Giuffre years before the sex trafficker was ever arrested on federal charges. On a hot...
See, like, once again, just like with the police, were they actually incompetent because they're historically incompetent when it comes to rape victims? Or were they complicit and they knew what was going on because he was a federal asset? Same goes for the media. Were they actually protecting Jeffrey Epstein because he's an asset? Or are they actually protecting Jeffrey Epstein because he's a rich guy who's very powerful and very connected? Because the media does both. It could be both. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mike, Amy can be seen here telling her off-screen producers during a commercial break that she had the story 3 years ago, and that the network offered a myriad of excuses as to why they wouldn't air Virginia's story back in 2015.
I've had the story for 3 years. I've had this interview with Virginia Roberts. We would not put it on the air. First of all, I was told, who's Jeffrey Epstein? No one knows who that is. This is a stupid story. Then the palace found out that we had her whole allegations about Prince Andrew and threatened us a million different ways. We were so afraid we wouldn't be able to interview Kate and Will that also quashed the story. And then Alan Dershowitz was also implicated in it because of the planes. She told me everything. She had pictures. She had everything. She was in hiding for 12 years. We convinced her to come out. We convinced her to talk to us. It was unbelievable what we had. Clinton. We had everything. I tried for 3 years to get it on, to no avail, and now it's all coming out, and it's like these new revelations that I freaking had all of it. I'm so pissed right now. Like, every day I get more and more pissed because I'm just like, oh my God, what we had was unreal. Other women backing it up. Hey, yep, Brad Edwards, the attorney, 3 years ago, saying there will come a day when we will realize Jeffrey Epstein was the most prolific pedophile this country has ever known. And I had it all 3 years ago.
A big factor here seemed to be Queen Elizabeth's son, Prince Andrew, whose name you likely associate with Jeffrey Epstein already. It's true the two have been photographed together on numerous occasions. He did say in a hugely infamous interview after Epstein's final arrest that he weirdly did not regret his friendship with the sex trafficker, which is an insane thing to say, before stepping back from his royal duties in the wake of some pretty understandable outrage. Amy, though, says that it was partly the royal family who applied pressure on the news outlet after learning what Virginia's allegations were. As subsequent court documents reveal, Virginia stated under oath that Epstein and Ghislaine began trafficking her in 2000 when she was still a teenager, and that she was instructed by the pair to have sex with Andrew on 3 separate occasions in New York, London, and on Little St. James Island in 2001, claiming she was paid $15,000 in at least one of these instances. Somehow, as Business Insider recently reported, this allegation was not considered pertinent by the judge in this defamation case Virginia had brought against Epstein and Ghislaine. Despite this, widely circulated photos showing a 17-year-old Virginia standing next to Prince Andrew and Ghislaine Maxwell just hours before one of the assaults, according to Virginia. But because ABC chose not to air any of this in 2015, these claims were not made public until 2019, to which Buckingham Palace immediately denied just before Prince Andrew made probably one of the biggest PR mistakes I've ever seen in my entire life. This utterly
that interview lives in my mind. There's so many different aspects of this, but like that interview was what a spectacular fuck up that was for the royal family. It was so bad that they literally dropped him. The Queen fucking disowned him, dude. That's where that famous oh, I'm incapable of sweating because of a grave injury that I incurred in the Falklands War comes from. Or that's not the type of shirt I would have worn on a night like this. Like, mister, I don't have that's not my pedophilia shirt. Incredible.
View that has gone on to haunt Prince Andrew ever since was conducted by the BBC in November 2019.
Yeah, this is my reaction
against
to
by
it.
his communications secretary, Jason Stein, who notably quit his job immediately after this thing aired, which says enough right there. If anyone was on the fence about Andrew's guilt going into this thing, they certainly weren't anymore.
Actually, it's a very good opportunity, and I'm delighted to be able to see you today.
Oh man, I'm sure you are.
As you say, all of this goes back to your friendship with Jeffrey Epstein.
It would be a considerable stretch to say that he was a very, very close friend.
About 6 minutes in, we learned that despite visiting Epstein's Palm Beach mansion, flying on the Lolita Express, staying at his New York estate, and taking a trip to his private island, Andrew, who was serving on Britain's Full Stop campaign, aimed to stamp out child sex trafficking, ironically, has never once seen any indication of what the financier was really up to. But things only start to get worse when the interviewer asks about Epstein's 2006 indictment, which is also the same year that Andrew invited Epstein out to his daughter's 18th birthday party across the pond. But even—
Oh, who dat? Oh, would you look at that? Shocking that Harvey Weinstein is right there. Oh no, I'm not talking to you. Austin just walked in.
But even if Andrew was somehow not aware of any investigation by the time he sent that invitation, if he were truly innocent like he claims, he would have officially cut all communication in 2006, you'd think, right? I mean, after the indictment, he's no more talking to the pedophile, right? And that's something he says he maintained until 2010.
Wait. These photos are so crazy because it's like, what's that? Who's that in the background? Oh, that's right. The motherfucking president and his wife. Every photo, dude. It's like, you know what's crazy? It's basically like Hunter Biden and his affinity for doing crack. He has to take a photo every time he does crack and wave his gun around. Donald Trump seemingly had to be in every photo with Jeffrey Epstein. Anytime this motherfucker was photographed at a party, Donald Trump is right there, dude. Right there.
You'd think, right? I mean, after the indictment, he's no more talking to the pedophile, right? And that's something he says he maintained until 2010. Keyword there, until 2010.
Well, I ceased contact with him after I was aware that he was under investigation. And that was later on in 2006. And I wasn't in touch with him again until 2010. So I just
This is why I don't understand the point of this interview. You are admitting to millions of people that you knowingly hung out with a convicted pedophile.
I still don't know why he did this interview. Like, I don't know why he thought this was a good idea. Why did he say any of these things in the interview? None of it makes sense. Like, was it the royal family that was like, you have to do this to like clear your name? But in that case, like, it's much better to just like ship him off to like, I don't know, another island that's far away. You're a fucking royal. You don't have to answer to any of these things. I'm glad he did.
4 years after you say you cut him off. What, did you just change your mind? You were against pedophilia in 2006, but you had a change of heart in 2010, and we're supposed to think you're innocent?
By December of 2010, you went to stay with him at his New York mansion. Why? Why were you staying with a convicted sex offender?
Right. Now, I went there with the sole purpose of saying to him that because he had been convicted, it was inappropriate for us to be seen together.
Well, that plan really worked out, huh? You were literally photographed with him on that trip.
I felt that doing it over the telephone was the chicken's way of doing it. I had to go and see him and talk to him.
Yeah, man, we wouldn't want to disrespect the convicted pedophile, would we?
And we had an opportunity to go for a walk in the park, and that was the conversation, coincidentally, that was photographed, which was when I said to him, I said, look, because of what has happened, I don't think it is appropriate that we should remain in contact.
Prince Andrew.
Royals, man, they have a way with following protocol. Yes, you see, as a royalty, it would be dastardly to not tell my former best friend that I could no longer establish contact aside from going to his house and doing a little bit of pedophilia for good old time's sake. You see, you have to do it. One last job, if you will. Ha 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 ha.
Thinks you are stupid enough to believe that someone just happened to snap a picture of him during the exact moment he was telling Epstein, hey man, you're a pedophile, we can't hang out anymore. Now, does anyone on the face of the earth believe that? You let him throw you a party with all those guests I mentioned earlier.
We decided that we would part company, and I left, I think it was the next day.
Yep, just had to get one more night in at the pedo palace, huh?
He didn't go into any great depth in the conversation about what I was doing, or what he was doing.
Very, very unfortunate Freudian slip there.
Who advised you then that it was a good idea to go and break up the friendship? Did that come from the palace? Was Her Majesty the Queen involved?
No.
You can tell he's extremely careful in this interview not to implicate the rest of his, well, slightly important family. Almost like he knows he massively messed up and probably did some heinous things behind closed doors, which again begs the question, why did he agree to this interview? I mean, don't get me wrong, I love it. I wish everyone involved with Epstein did an interview like this. I keep going, Andrew, this is great.
He threw a party to celebrate his release, and you were invited as the guest of honour.
Oh, it was a small dinner party. There were only 8 or